My name is Elias Vance. It feels somewhat strange to commit that to writing, even in a private log such as this, given the circumstances that now govern my days, and more pressingly, my nights. Professionally, my specialization lies in complex data pattern recognition. It's a rather niche field, involving the sifting of vast, seemingly unrelated data sets to find subtle correlations, predictive indicators, or anomalous outliers that might escape conventional analysis. A skill I was surprised to learn that was in high demand for this unique posting. The offer itself was, to put it mildly, too substantial to ignore. It arrived through channels I can only describe as discreet. Following a period of professional uncertainty after the downsizing at my previous engagement at the university's astrophysics department. There, my work involved charting cosmic background radiation, looking for patterns that might hint at the universe's earliest moments. Here, I wasn't entirely sure what patterns I'd be looking for, but the remuneration suggested they were of significant importance. The need for a fresh start, coupled with a financial situation that was rapidly becoming untenable, made the decision, if not easy, then necessary. I signed the non-disclosure agreements, packed a single suitcase as instructed, and prepared myself for a new chapter, cloaked in government secrecy, and, as I would soon discover, a pervasive sense of the peculiar. The journey to the facility was an exercise in orchestrated anonymity. It began with a nondescript black, collecting me from a pre-arranged, equally nondescript location in a quiet suburb of Las Vegas. The windows were tinted to an almost opaque black, affording me only fleeting glimpses of the neon-drenched city receding in the distance before we hit the open highway. After an hour, the sedan pulled into a featureless hangar at a private airfield. There were no logos, no identifying markers, just the hum of unseen machinery and the arid Nevada wind whipping dust across the tarmac. I was transferred to a small, windowless passenger jet. My two escorts, men in dark, unadorned suits who had introduced themselves only as Mr. Jones and Mr. Smith, a cliché that did little to inspire confidence, were polite but utterly uncommunicative. The flight itself was short, perhaps 45 minutes, though without windows, my sense of time and direction quickly became distorted. Upon landing, on what felt like an equally remote and unmarked airstrip, I was guided into another black vehicle, this one a robust SUV. This time even the drivers, comprised separated by a darkened partition. The drive that followed was long and increasingly desolate. Through the windshield, I could see the landscape transform from scrubland to true barren desert. Jagged sun-baked mountains rose in the distance, their peaks shimmering under the oppressive midday heat. We passed through no towns, saw no other vehicles. The only signs of human passage were the increasingly frequent security checkpoints. The first was a simple gate with a board-looking guard. The next involved a more thorough vehicle search and a check of my pre-supplied credentials. The third, set deep within a canyon, was a formidable affair with armed personnel, concrete barriers, and what looked like automated weapon emplacements. Each checkpoint served as a stark reminder that I was entering a place deliberately cut off from the world, a place that valued its isolation above all else. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the facility itself came into view. It was not what I had expected. There were no gleaming towers or futuristic architecture. Instead, nestled at the base of a stark, flat-topped mesa, was a sprawling complex of low, windowless buildings. They were constructed from a dull, gray material that seemed to absorb the harsh desert light, giving the entire place a strangely muted, almost two-dimensional appearance. The perimeter was marked by an unnervingly high tech fence, topped with coils of razor wire and what looked like sophisticated sensor arrays. There was an air of profound stillness about the place. The only sound, the distant, almost subliminal hum of what I assumed was a massive power generator or ventilation system. The heat was a physical presence, pressing down, and the air carried a faint, sterile, metallic tang. My initial processing was as impersonal as the journey. I was led through a series of stark, white corridors by a new escort, a woman with a severe haircut and an equally severe expression, who introduced herself as Ms. Albright, head of personnel integration. My single suitcase was taken, its contents presumably to be scrutinized. I was photographed, fingerprinted, and subjected to a retinal scan. The silence of the place was unnerving, broken only by the click of M's. Albright's heels on the polished concrete floor, and the quiet hiss of automated doors. The few other personnel I glimpsed in the corridors moved with a quiet efficiency, their faces carefully neutral, their eyes rarely meeting mine. There was a pervasive sense of watchfulness, as if the walls themselves were observing. The final stage of my induction was the orientation briefing, held in a small, windowless room furnished only with a table and 2 chairs. Ms. Albright sat opposite me, a thin file folder open before her. Her voice was a monotone, devoid of inflection, as she outlined the general terms of my employment, most of which I already knew. Then, she slid a laminated card across the table. "These are the initial operational protocols, Mr. Vance," she stated, her gaze unwavering. "Commit them to memory. Adherence is not optional. It is mandatory. The consequences for non-compliance are significant." I picked up the card. The heading read, "Facility Orientation Rules, Initial Set." Rule number, Directive 1, all personal electronic devices must be surrendered upon entry. No exceptions. Facility-issued devices only. 3 Corridor 7, Gamma is to be avoided between the hours of 0200 and 0400. No reason will be provided. 5. If you observe Feckering in the Sector B overhead lights, do not make eye contact with your reflection in any polished surface for at least 10 minutes. 8. All food and drink must be consumed in designated mess halls. Never leave organic matter unattended in workspaces. ROC2. Until I read them again. Rule 1 seems standard for a high-security environment. Rule 8, while a little specific about organic matter, could be construed as a hygiene protocol. But Rules 3 and 5, they sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the facility's efficient air conditioning. Avoid a corridor during specific hours, with no reason given. Avoid eye contact with reflections if the lights flickered. This was beyond any standard security or safety procedure I had ever encountered. The bureaucratic matter of fact presentation of these utterly bizarre instructions was perhaps the most unsettling part. It implied that these were not suggestions, not quirks, but established, necessary components of existing here. The very structure of the rules, presented so formally, created a jarring contrast with their irrational content. A contrast that hinted at an underlying reality, far stranger than I had prepared myself for. Are there clarifications available for these? I asked, trying to keep my voice even. Ms. Albright's expression did not change. The protocols are self-explanatory, Mr. Vance. Understanding their necessity is not a prerequisite for compliance. Her tone left no room for further questions. The clear implication was that the system here was absolute, and my role was to fit within it, not to question its foundations. My first few days were a blur of settling into my small, functional living quarters and familiarizing myself with the equally functional, though far more complex, data systems I was assigned to. The work itself was intriguing. In a detached sort of way, analyzing atmospheric particulate data, seismic readings from deep within the Earth, and complex energy signatures of unknown origin. But always at the back of my mind were the rules. The first incident occurred on my third night. I was working late in my assigned lab module, trying to get a handle on a particularly dense dataset. My workstation was located at the end of a long corridor, not far from an intersection. Lost in thought, I pushed back my chair, intending to stretch my legs and perhaps find a water fountain. I glanced at my facility, issued chronometer 01:52. I vaguely recalled Corridor 7, Gamma being somewhere to my left. As I stepped out of my lab, I turned left, taking a few absent-minded steps down the intercepting hallway. A figure materialized from the shadows further down. A security guard, moving with an unnerving silence. He was tall and bulky, his features obscured by the dim lighting. But it was his eyes that caught my attention. Even from a distance, they seemed to reflect the minimal light with an unnatural intensity, almost like an animal's. He didn't speak, didn't raise a hand. He simply stood there, blocking my path, a silent, imposing sentinel. A sudden, cold realization washed over me. This was Corridor 7 Gamma, and the time was rapidly approaching 0200. I stopped abruptly. The guard remained motionless. I could feel a prickle of sweat on my forehead. "My apologies," I mumbled, my voice sounding louder than intended in the oppressive silence. "Wrong turn." He didn't respond, didn't even nod. I backed away slowly, then turned and walked quickly in the opposite direction, the weight of his unseen gaze pressing into my back. It was a minor thing, easily dismissed as an overzealous guard or my own jumpiness in a new, strange environment. But the intensity of his stillness, the subtle wrongness in his eyes, lingered with me. It was the first concrete sign that the rules were not just words on a laminated card. They were threads in the fabric of this place, and to pull on them, even accidentally, was to invite a response. The seed of doubt, planted during Ms. Albright's briefing, had begun to sprout. This place was not just secret, it was fundamentally, deeply wrong. The weeks that followed my near transgression in Corridor 7, Gamma settled into a strange, disquieting rhythm. Life within the facility was a study in controlled monotony. The recycled air always hummed at the same low frequency. The artificial lights maintained a constant, shadowless illumination, and the meals in the designated mess hall, bland, nutritious, and invariably punctual, were consumed in a near universal silence. My colleagues, a collection of brilliant but deeply insular individuals, were not unfriendly, merely distant. Conversations rarely strayed beyond the immediate demands of our work. Personal histories, hobbies, even opinions on the weather sim, which we never experienced directly, were topics left unexplored, as if by unspoken agreement. We were cogs in a machine whose overall design remained opaque, and it seemed everyone preferred it that way, or had at least learned to feign preference. My work continued to be a dive into the esoteric. The datasets grew more complex, the patterns more elusive, and, at times, more disturbing. I was sifting through telemetry from what were described as deep or atmospheric sensors, but the readings often resembled biological signatures more than meteorological phenomena. Fluctuations in subterranean magnetic fields that correlated with local wildlife disappearances. Strange, rhythmic pulses of energy emanating from beneath the facility itself, pulses that the official documentation studiously ignored. I flagged these anomalies, submitted my reports through the secure internal network, and received only terse acknowledgments in return. No questions, no requests for elaboration. Just the silent ingestion of data into the facility's vast, unseen maw. The rules, however, never receded into the background. They were a constant, low-level hum of anxiety beneath the surface of daily routine. One afternoon, while working in Sector B, a wing primarily dedicated to materials analysis, judging by the equipment, I occasionally glimpsed through open lab doors. The overhead lights began to flicker. It wasn't a dramatic power failure type of flicker, but a subtle, almost nauseating pulse, like a failing fluorescent tube. Immediately I remembered Rule 5V: if you observe flickering in the Sector B overhead lights, do not make eye contact with your reflection in any polished surface for at least 10 minutes. My workstation monitor, currently displaying a complex waveform analysis, was a sleek black, reflective surface. The polished chrome trim on the desk, the darkened glass of a nearby instrument panel. Suddenly, the lab seemed full of treacherous mirrors. I froze, my gaze fixed on a non-reflective patch of wall. The flickering continued, a sickly yellow, green throb. I could feel my heart rate increase. The urge to glance at my screen to see if the data stream was affected was almost overwhelming. But Ms. Albright's voice, flat and devoid of emotion, echoed in my memory. Adherence is not optional. I counted the seconds, then minutes, my eyes darting around the room, carefully avoiding any surface that might betray my own image. Other personnel in the lab, I noticed, were doing the same. A woman across the aisle had her head bowed, staring intently at her lap. A man near the door was examining the scuffs of his shoes, with an almost religious focus. No one spoke. No one acknowledged the flickering lights or the collective, silent adherence to the unseen protocol. The air was thick with a shared, unspoken tension. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably closer to the prescribed 10 minutes, the flickering stopped. The lights returned to their steady, sterile glow. Slowly, cautiously, people resumed their work. The incident was never mentioned. It was as if it hadn't happened. But the image of my colleagues, all studiously avoiding their own reflections, was seared into my mind. What were we afraid of seeing? Rule 8, regarding organic matter, also had its unsettling manifestations. Never leave organic matter unattended in workspaces. It sounded like a simple hygiene rule, but its enforcement was anything but. I once saw a senior researcher, a Dr. Eris Thorne, a man known for his meticulous, almost obsessive attention to detail, accidentally leave half an apple on his workbench when called away for an urgent consultation. He was gone for no more than 5 minutes. When he returned, the apple was gone. Not eaten, not thrown away. Simply gone. Thorne's face, normally a mask of academic composure, went pale. He didn't search for it. He didn't ask if anyone had seen it. He just stood there for a moment, staring at the empty space on his bench, then meticulously wiped the area with a disinfectant cloth from a wall-mounted dispenser, his movements stiff and precise. Later that day, I saw him being escorted by 2 security personnel towards Ms. Albright's office. He looked shaken. I never saw Dr. Thorne in the mess hall or the labs again. His workstation was cleared out by the next morning, his projects silently reassigned. The swiftness and silence of his disappearance were more chilling than any overt punishment could have been. New rules would occasionally appear, deliver via the internal messaging system, always brief, always without explanation. One morning, a new directive was added to our individual access cards. Rule 11T. If you hear humming or whispered vocalizations from ventilation shafts, do not acknowledge them. Increase ambient noise levels in your immediate vicinity if possible, e.g., activate non-essential equipment. The casual mention of whispered vocalizations was profoundly disturbing. Were they auditory hallucinations? A known side effect of something in the recycled air? Or something else? The ambiguity was a form of psychological torture. The isolation began to wear on me. Days bled into weeks, marked only by the shift changes and the sterile routine. The lack of genuine human connection. The constant vigilance required to navigate the rules. The unsettling nature of my work, it all conspired to create a pervasive sense of unease. I started to notice things, or perhaps imagine them. The way shadows seemed to linger a moment, too long in the corners of my vision. A faint, almost inaudible skittering sound from within the walls of my quarters at night. The feeling of being watched, even when I was alone. Was it paranoia, brought by the oppressive atmosphere? Or was the facility itself starting to seep into my consciousness? One evening, I was reviewing a particularly troubling data set. It involved a series of deep space translations that the facility had apparently been monitoring for years. The patterns were complex, almost mathematical, but interspersed within them were sequences that felt organic, like a language, but one so alien, so utterly outside human comprehension, that it induced a profound sense of vertigo just to contemplate it. As I leaned closer to the screen, trying to isolate a recurring motif, my facility issued chronometer beeped softly 01:58. I was working late again. Suddenly, a low, resonant hum vibrated through the floor, through the desk, into my very bones. It wasn't the usual thrum of the facility's machinery. This was deeper, more powerful, and it carried a strange, discordant undertone. The lights in my lab flickered violently, then dimmed to a sickly orange glow. My monitor went blank, then flashed with a cascade of cryptic symbols I didn't recognize from any known language or coding system. And then I heard it. From the main ventilation shaft above my workstation, a sound that was not mechanical. It was a soft, wet, dragging noise, accompanied by a series of faint, almost plaintive whispers. The words were indistinct, a sibilant chorus, just beyond the threshold of understanding, but the intent behind them felt palpable. A cold, curious pressure against my mind. Rule 11 slammed into my thoughts. If you hear humming or whispered vocalizations from ventilation shafts, do not acknowledge them. Increase ambient noise levels. My hands trembled as I reached for the control panel of a nearby spectral analyzer, a piece of equipment I rarely used but which, when active, emitted a significant amount of white noise. I fumbled with the switch, my fingers slick with sweat. The dragging sound grew louder, closer. The whispers seemed to coalesce, to focus. I could feel a cold draft emanating from the vent, carrying with it a faint, charnel odor, like damp earth and something else, something metallic and sweet. With a click, the analyzer whirred to life, its fans kicking in, filling the small lab with a rushing broad spectrum hum. The whispers faltered, seemed to recede, drowned out by the mundane noise of the machine. The dragging sound faded. The lights flickered again, then returned to their normal, steady intensity. My monitor rebooted, displaying the standard login screen. The deep, resonant hum from beneath the floor subsided. I sat there for a long time, shaking, the roar of the analyzer a comforting blanket. I didn't turn it off until the first hint of the scheduled day cycle, when the corridor lights brightened marginally. The incident was another stark reminder. The rules were not arbitrary. They were a shield, a set of desperate instructions for surviving in a place where the laws of nature, as I understood them, seemed to be selectively enforced, and where something ancient, something alien, whispered from the vents and pulsed beneath the sterile floors. The facility wasn't just researching the unknown. It was built on top of it, or perhaps within it. And we, the inhabitants, were living on the very precipice of its awareness. The incident with the whispers in the vent left an indelible mark. Sleep became a shallow, restless affair, punctuated by the imagined sound of dragging from within the walls of my quarters. My focus during work hours, once sharp and analytical, was now frayed, prone to distraction. I found myself jumping at unexpected noises, scrutinizing shadows, and reading the laminated rules card with an almost obsessive frequency, as if new, more terrible directives might spontaneously materialize on its surface. The facility, which had initially felt merely strange and secretive, now felt actively hostile, a place of lurking, unseen malevolence. My attempts to find patterns in the rules themselves, to apply my analytical skills to the very framework of my confinement, yielded little. There was no discernible logic, no common thread that could explain their bizarre nature. Some seemed to relate to specific times or locations, others to sensory input, and a few, like the infamous Rule 8 about organic matter, to almost ritualistic behaviors. It was as if they were designed not by a rational mind, but by a committee of madmen, each contributing their own particular brand of paranoia. Or perhaps, and this thought was far more chilling, they were reactions to phenomena so alien that human logic simply couldn't encompass them. One day, a new rule appeared on our internal terminals, stark and unambiguous. Rule 14A. Under no circumstances are personnel to attempt access to files or archives designated level Omega redaction. Attempts to bypass security protocols will be met with immediate and permanent reassignment. Permanent reassignment. The euphemism was chillingly familiar, a direct echo of what had happened to Dr. Thorne. This new rule, unlike some of the more esoteric ones, felt targeted, a direct warning against curiosity. And, of course, it had the immediate effect of making me intensely curious about what a level Omega redaction file might contain. My work involved sifting through vast amounts of data. The system architecture was something I was becoming increasingly familiar with. The temptation to probe, to just look, was a dangerous itch. It was during a routine data sweep, analyzing cross-correlations between deep-level seismic activity and unusual atmospheric energy fluctuations, that I stumbled upon it. A data packet, flagged with a string of security protocols I'd never encountered before, and nested deep within a server directory that was by all rights supposed to be empty. Its designation, Omega Report 734. My blood ran cold. This had to be it. Rule 14 flashed in my mind, a neon warning sign. But the file was there, tantalizingly close, a digital ghost in the machine. My training, my very nature as an analyst, screamed at me to investigate. The potential consequences, however, were equally loud. I hesitated for a long moment, my cursor hovering over the file name. The logical part of my brain urged caution, retreat. But another part, a reckless, desperate part, fueled by months of suppressed questions and mounting dread, urged me forward. With a deep breath, I initiated a low-level access query, not attempting to open the file directly, but to retrieve its metadata, creation date, file size, last access. Benign, standard diagnostic commands. The system responded, but not in the way I expected. Instead of the requested information, my screen filled with a burst of visual static, a chaotic, pixelated snowstorm. Simultaneously, a harsh, grating noise erupted from my workstation speakers, not clean white noise of the spectral analyzer, but a raw, tearing sound, like fabric being ripped apart, or 1,000 voices screaming in unison, filtered through a broken microphone. The sound was agonizing, physically painful. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it seemed to resonate directly within my skull. The static on the screen pulsed in time with the noise, and for a horrifying instant, I thought I saw shapes within the chaos, distorted, elongated faces, mouths agape in silent screams, eyes like burning coals. The air in my lab grew frigid, and the metallic tang I sometimes noticed in the facility's atmosphere intensified, becoming acrid and coppery, like old blood. Panic seized me. I slammed the emergency power off button on my console. The screen went black. The terrible noise cut off abruptly, plunging the lab into an unnerving silence, broken only by my own ragged breathing and the frantic thumping of my heart. I sat there, trembling, for several minutes, expecting security to burst through the door at any moment. But nothing happened. The silence stretched, thick and heavy. Slowly, cautiously, I rebooted my system. It came back online normally. No trace of the static, no error messages. The Omega Rapa Art 734 Final Ratated file was gone. Not just inaccessible, but completely erased from the directory, as if it had never existed. It was a clean, surgical removal, far beyond any standard file deletion protocol. The experience left me deeply shaken. It wasn't just the fear of discovery and permanent reassignment. It was the nature of the system's response. The static, the noise, the fleeting, horrifying images. It wasn't a standard security measure. It was a defense mechanism, raw and visceral, as if I had poked something ancient and terrible, and it had snarled back at me. What kind of information required such a violent, almost sentient form of protection? The incident also brought a new, more personal fear. Had they noticed? Was my transgression logged somewhere, waiting to be acted upon? Ms. Albright's impassive face floated in my memory. The thought of being escorted away, like Dr. Thorne, into the facility's unknown depths was a constant, gnawing anxiety. A few days later, another rule was disseminated. This one delivered on a physical, blood-red card slipped under our living corridors during the night cycle. Rule 17T. If you encounter personnel exhibiting extreme pallor, dilated pupils, and a repetitive, soft-clicking vocalization, do not engage. Retreat to the nearest designated safe zone and report via emergency channel. Do not, under any circumstances, allow them to touch you. The specificity of it was terrifying. Extreme pallor, dilated pupils, a repetitive, soft-clicking vocalization. This wasn't a hypothetical scenario. This was a description of something they had encountered, something they expected us to encounter. The term safe zone was also new, implying that some areas of the facility were, by definition, unsafe. The red card itself felt like an omen, a stark departure from the usual sterile, digital dissemination of rules. It felt urgent, almost desperate. I began to see the other personnel differently. The quiet, insular scientists and technicians I worked alongside, were any of them close to exhibiting these symptoms? Was the pressure of this place, the constant exposure to the unknown, slowly changing us? I found myself scrutinizing faces in the mess hall, listening for faint clicking sounds in the quiet corridors. The paranoia was no longer a vague unease. It was a sharp, specific fear, a constant companion. The facility was not just a place of strange rules. It was a crucible, and I was beginning to fear what was being fought within its walls and within its inhabitants. The line between observer and subject was becoming terrifyingly blurred. The red card bearing Rule 17 became a talisman of dread. I kept it in my pocket, its sharp corners a constant reminder. The description of the afflicted personnel was so vivid, so clinically precise, that it felt less like a warning and more like an inevitable future. My observations of my colleagues intensified, bordering on obsession. Every pale complexion, every slightly too wide stare, every nervous tick sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. The mess hall, once a place of bland neutrality, now felt like a gallery of potential horrors. Was the man across the table, the one who hadn't touched his food and whose eyes seemed fixed on some distant point, merely tired? Or was he changing? The safe zones mentioned in Rule 17 began to appear on the facility schematics, accessible via our terminals. They were small, reinforced rooms, often located near major junctions or critical labs, marked with a simple green circle. Their sudden designation implied a growing instability, a tacit admission that containment, whatever it was they were containing, was becoming precarious. The facility's veneer of sterile control was cracking, and something was seeping through. My work, ironically, became my only refuge, the complex datasets a welcome distraction from the mounting fear. I was tasked with analyzing a new series of NG signatures, these ones originating not from deep space or beneath the facility, but seemingly from within the very fabric of the building itself. They were erratic, almost spastic bursts, correlating with localized temperature, drops and strange, short-lived magnetic anomalies. It felt like the building was having seizures. I dutifully logged the data, noting the increasing frequency and intensity. But the reports, as always, vanished into the digital ether without comment. One evening, as I was walking from my lab module to my quarters, I heard it. A faint, rhythmic clicking, like fingernails tapping softly on a hard surface. It was coming from a side corridor, one I rarely used, designated Sector 4, Delta, an area I knew housed some of the older, less used biological research labs. My heart hammered against my ribs. Rule 17. Common sense, every instinct for self-preservation, screamed at me to turn around, to retreat to the nearest safe zone, to report. But a morbid, almost irresistible compulsion drew me forward. I had to see. I had to know if the horrors described on that red card were real. Moving with a caution I hadn't known I possessed, I edged towards the intersection. Peeking around the corner, my breath caught in my throat. Standing in the middle of the dimly lit corridor, facing away from me, was a figure in a standard facility jumpsuit. Even from the back, there was something profoundly wrong. The posture was stiff, unnatural, the head tilted at an odd angle. And the clicking, it was definitely coming from this person. A soft, wet, chitinous sound emanating from their throat. As I watched, frozen in a mixture of terror and fascination, the figure slowly turned. It was Dr. Albright, or rather, what had been Ms. Albright. Her normally severe, controlled features were distorted into a grotesque parody. Her skin was stretched taut over her skull, possessing a waxy, corpse-like pallor. Her eyes, those cold, assessing eyes that had so unnerved me during my orientation, were now massively dilated. The irises almost entirely consumed by the blackness of her pupils, reflecting the dim corridor light with a flat, dead sheen. Her mouth was slightly open, and from it issued the relentless, soft clicking, a sound that seemed to burrow directly into my brain. She hadn't seen me. Her gaze was unfocused, directed towards the far end of the corridor. Her hands, held stiffly at her sides, twitched, her fingers clenching and unclenching in a spidery rhythm. There was an aura of profound wrongness about her, a sense that the human being I knew had been hollowed out and replaced by something utterly alien. Rule 17th: do not engage. Retreat. Do not, under any circumstances, allow them to touch you. The words were a lifeline. I began to back away, slowly, silently, my eyes still fixed on the horrifying tableau. But then, as if sensing my presence, her head snapped towards me. The movement was too fast, too jerky to be human. Those vast, black eyes locked onto mine. There was no recognition in them, no flicker of the stern administrator I knew. There was only a cold, predatory emptiness. The clicking intensified, grew louder, more urgent, and then she moved. Not walking, but lurching, her limbs moving with a disjointed, puppet-like gait, yet with an unnerving speed. She was coming towards me. Panic, stark and absolute, finally broke through my horrified paralysis. I turned and fled, my boots pounding on the concrete floor, the sound echoing in the sterile corridors. I didn't dare look back. The clicking sound pursued me, seeming to grow closer with every step. I could hear her ragged, gasping breaths, punctuated by those awful, wet clicks. I fumbled for my access card, my hands shaking so violently I could barely hold it. The nearest safe zone was 2 corridors away. It felt like an eternity. The hiss of an opening door behind me told me she was gaining. I risked a glance over my shoulder. She was closer than I thought. Her pale face a distorted mask of hunger. One hand outstretched, her fingers tipped with what looked like sharpened, discolored nails. I reached the safe zone door, slammed my card against the reader. The light flashed green. The heavy door hissed open. I threw myself inside, mashing the emergency lock button on the interior panel. The door slammed shut with a heavy, reassuring thud, just as her pale hand slapped against the reinforced viewport. I collapsed against the far wall, gasping for breath, my body trembling uncontrollably. Through the small, thick window, I could see her. Her face was pressed against the glass, her features contorted, those black eyes staring in. The clicking was a frantic, desperate rhythm against the viewport. She clawed at the door, her sharpened nails screeching against the metal, leaving faint white scratches. Then, as abruptly as it began, she stopped. Her head tilted, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. After a moment, she turned and lurched back down the corridor, the clicking sound slowly fading into the distance. I stayed in that safe zone for what felt like hours, until the day cycle began and the corridor lights brightened. I reported the incident via the emergency channel, my voice hoarse and trembling. The response was a terse, automated acknowledgement. No one came. No questions were asked. It was as if encountering a clicking, transformed. Ms. Albright was just another operational hazard in this godforsaken place. The encounter shattered the last vestiges of my denial. The rules weren't just guidelines. They were desperate measures against a tide of encroaching horror. The facility wasn't just studying the unknown. It was actively, and perhaps losing, a battle against it. And the personnel, myself included, were not just employees. We were bait, or worse, potential incubators. The cracks in reality were widening, and I could feel myself slipping. The data I analyzed, the strange energy signatures, the whispers from the vents, the redacted reports, the clicking horrors in the connected, a tapestry of madness woven into the very foundations of this place. I didn't know what the ultimate purpose of this facility was, or what lay at its heart. But I knew one thing with chilling certainty. I had to get out. The alternative was to become another rule, another red card warning, for the next unfortunate soul to be fed into the maw of the Nevada desert. I fear these may be my final coherent entries. The clicking has started to sound familiar. My name is Elias Vance. It is a name that has been signed on countless incident reports, etched onto brass plaques at ranger stations from the misty peaks of the Appalachians to the sun-scorched canyons of the Southwest, and spoken with quiet respect, I hope, by those I've had the privilege to serve alongside. For a decade, I have worn the uniform of the National Park Service, a calling that has demanded proficiency in wilderness survival, the grim arts of search and rescue, and the meticulous stewardship of our nation's natural resources. It is a life of quiet dedication, a commitment to the preservation of those few wild spaces left untamed by the relentless march of concrete and commerce. This dedication, this yearning for the profound silence and untamed heart of the wilderness, has now led me to the ultimate crucible, Denali National Park and Preserve in Alaska. I sought this assignment, sought the isolation and the challenge. There's a certain allure to Alaska, what many call the last frontier. Perhaps it's a desire to test the very limits of one's capabilities, or maybe it's a quieter, more personal quest for something lost or yet undiscovered within oneself. I had envisioned Denali as a place of stark, almost spiritual light and beauty, a landscape that could cleanse and clarify. I was selected for a specialized posting, a remote monitoring station deep within the park's interior, ostensibly for unique ecological data collection. I knew it would be solitary. I did not yet know it came with its own peculiar set of operational guidelines, rules that were not in any standard NPS manual. The final leg of my journey to Station 7, nestled in a rarely traversed valley on the north side of the Alaska Range, was by a sputtering bush plane that seemed to defy gravity more through stubbornness than aerodynamics. As we cleared the last craggy peaks, the panorama that unfolded was breathtaking, almost brutal in its scale. The Alaska Range itself was a massive wall of rock, glacial ice, and snow, a formidable spine bisecting the world. Below, the emerald halo of the boreal forest stretched as far as the eye could see, a deep, ancient green. The pilot, a man whose face was a roadmap of Alaskan winters, pointed towards a barely discernible scar in the wilderness, the station. "That's her," he grunted over the engine's roar. "Good luck, Ranger. You'll need it." Stepping out of the plane, the air was the first thing that struck me. So cold it felt like a physical presence, yet so pure it was intoxicating. It carried the unique smell of snow, a crisp, clean scent with undercurrents of damp earth and distant pine. The landscape was a masterpiece of raw, elemental power, the vast scenery that makes you feel tiny by comparison. I could see for miles across unmarred expanses of tundra and forest, a vista that initially sang of freedom. But as the drone of the departing plane faded, a silence descended, so profound it was almost a sound in itself, surreal experience of total silence I'd read about. It was then that the awe began to curdle into something else, a nascent unease. The sheer, overwhelming scale of Denali. Its ancient indifference felt less like majestic beauty and more like a slumbering beast, its gaze fixed upon me, the insignificant intruder. This place, I was beginning to understand, was a land of paradox, inviting and terrifying, accessible and remote, welcoming and isolating. The beauty was a mask, a lure. The station itself was a small, sturdy cabin, built to withstand the worst Denali could throw at it. Inside, it was Spartan but functional. There was no welcoming committee, no grizzled veteran to pass the torch. Celis, my supposed superior according to the transfer papers, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, on the rough, hewn wooden desk, lay a single, bound ledger. Its cover was plain, dark leather, worn smooth with age and handling. The title, embossed in faded gold lettering, read, Denali Station 7. Peculiar Regulations and Observations. My training had prepared me for a lot, but not for this. The paper within was thick, yellowed, and filled with typewritten entries, some supplemented by spidery, handwritten notes. These were not the standard park regulations I knew by heart. These were different. Denali Station 7, Peculiar Regulations 1. All reflective surfaces within the station cabin. Windows, mirrors, polished metal must be covered from dusk until full daylight. Verify coverage before nightfall. No exceptions too. The northern lights, aurora borealis, are not to be observed directly for more than 5 consecutive minutes. If whistling sounds akin to high frequency radio interference or faint human whistling accompany the aurora, seek immediate shelter indoors. Do not look out until the sounds have ceased for at least 1 hour. Log any such occurrence. 3. Any wildlife exhibiting behavior contrary to established Denali patterns, e.g., unnatural silence from avian populations, herds moving in perfect, uncharacteristic synchronicity, predators and prey congregating peacefully, must be reported immediately via encrypted channel. Under no circumstances are such fauna to be engaged with or approached. Log entry format, code Umbra. 4. The ancient game trails leading towards the geological formation known locally as the Bone Pass. The coordinates appended are strictly off. limits for all foot and vehicle patrols. GPS tracking units have historically shown anomalous readings and signal loss in this sector. These trails do not officially register on park maps. 5. Should you encounter man-made structures, cairns, or artifacts not documented on official park, historical surveys, or maps, particularly those appearing to be of pre-park indigenous origin, do not touch or disturb them. Leave a small, respectful offering of dried berries, tobacco, or a similar natural token as per traditional Athabascan custom, and retreat from the area by the most direct route. Document and report from a safe distance. 6. Under no circumstances are the names Gieg or Nahani to be spoken aloud. This prohibition is especially critical after dark, within earshot of running water, or during periods of unusual seismic activity. I read them again, a knot tightening in my stomach. The language was formal, almost bureaucratic. Yet the implications sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the Alaskan air. There were no explanations, no justifications, just stark, unequivocal commands. A final, typewritten note at the bottom of the last page read, "These are not suggestions, Ranger. Adherence is not discretionary. Your survival, and potentially the integrity of this sector, depends upon it. S. Blackwood, Sector Supervisor, retired. Silas Blackwood." So he existed, or had. The word retired felt ominous. These rules felt less like safety protocols and more like wards. A fragile set of instructions to navigate a minefield whose true dangers remained unnamed. It was as if someone, long ago, had encountered something here, something terrifying, and these rules were the desperate, codified remnants of that encounter. A corrupted, incomplete map of how to survive in the shadow of an unknown power. My first few days were a blur of settling in, establishing patrol routes, and trying to reconcile the breathtaking beauty of Denali with the unsettling weight of that ledger. The vastness, which I had craved, began to feel oppressive. The silence, initially a balm, now seemed to press in, amplifying every snap of a twig, every rustle of the wind through the dense spruce that crowded the lower slopes. Sometimes, I'd catch a fleeting shadow at the periphery of my vision as I navigated the subalpine scrub, only to turn and find nothing but the wind-stunted willows. Was it an animal? Or was the isolation already beginning to fray the edges of my perception? My training warned against letting the wilderness play tricks on the mind, but Denali felt different, imbued with an ancient, watchful presence. One evening, as the extraordinary Alaskan twilight began to paint the sky in hues of violet and rose, I was returning to the cabin, the light transforming the familiar landscape into something otherworldly. I glanced at the cabin window and saw my own distorted reflection staring back. Rule 1. A jolt, cold and sharp, went through me. I fumbled with the heavy blackout curtain, my heart thudding with an irrational urgency. It was just a reflection, I told myself. Just a rule. Later that night, unable to sleep, I stepped outside. The air was biting, the silence absolute. Then, carried on a breeze that seemed to spring from nowhere, I heard it, a faint, high-pitched sound, almost like distant whistling, or the whine of an old radio searching for a signal. My gaze was drawn upwards, towards the star-dusted sky, half expecting to see the shimmering dance of the aurora. Rule 2. The memory of it hit me with the force of a physical blow. I scrambled back inside, the wooden door thudding shut, the sound unnaturally loud in the vast emptiness. I didn't look out again that night. The whistling whisper on the wind a chilling lullaby. The rules were beginning to feel less ink on paper and more like living things, their unseen teeth grazing my sanity, and the ledger of peculiar regulations and observations had become my unwelcome shadow, its typewritten pronouncements echoing in the vast silences of Station 7. The initial unease had solidified into a persistent, low hum of anxiety, a counterpoint to the raw, indifferent beauty of Denali. Each sunrise, painting the colossal peaks with alpenglow, that ethereal, fiery kiss of light on snow, felt less like a new beginning and more like a temporary reprieve. The nights, even with the blackout curtains religiously drawn, as per Rule 1, were the worst. The wind, a constant presence in the Alaska range, seemed to carry whispers that were not entirely of the elements, sometimes a high, thin, keen that reminded me of the warning in Rule 2 regarding the aurora, even when the skies were clear of its spectral dance. Sleep became a shallow, restless affair, punctuated by dreams that felt too vivid, too steeped in the oppressive atmosphere of the station. I'd dream of endless, snow-filled corridors, of eyes watching from the tree line, of the ledger itself, its pages turning in a non-existent breeze, revealing new, more disturbing rules. The isolation, a companion I had once sought, now felt like a tightening vise, pressing in on my sanity. Was this the psychological hibernation some studies of polar isolation described, an emotional flattening as a coping mechanism? Or was it something else, a slow erosion caused by this place and its secrets? I threw myself into the routine of patrols, the physical exertion a welcome distraction. My designated routes took me through a variety of Denali's ecosystems, the lower taiga forests, where spruce and birch grew dense, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. The subalpine scrub, a tangle of willows and dwarf birch, and onto the exposed alpine tundra, where the ground was a carpet of hardy mosses and lichens, and the wind bit with an untamed ferocity. The ground underfoot often had a strange, springy quality, the permafrost lying just beneath the thin active layer. Sometimes, my boot would punch through into muck, overlying something hard and icy. It was during one such patrol, near the edge of a dense spruce forest that bordered a vast, open tundra, that Rule 3 slammed into my consciousness with chilling force. I'd been observing a small herd of caribou, their movements usually fluid and natural. Today they were wrong. They moved with a jerky, unnatural synchronicity, their heads all turning at the exact same instant, their usually placid eyes wide and staring, not at me, but at some fixed point beyond me in the dense woods. Then, a profound silence fell. The usual chatter of ptarmigan, the scolding of squirrels, even the incessant buzz of insects all ceased. It was as if the entire forest held its breath. My skin prickled. This was the unnatural silence from avian populations the ledger warned about. The caribou remained frozen for a long minute. Then, as one, they bolted. Not in a panicked scatter, but in a tight, perfectly formed phalanx, disappearing over a ridge with an eerie, coordinated speed. My hand trembled as I keyed the encrypted channel on my radio. Station 7 to Denali Control. Code Umbra. Repeat, Code Umbra. Sector 4, grid reference. I described the caribou behavior, the unnatural silence. The voice that crackled back was clipped. Professional, but I could detect an underlying tension. Acknowledged, Station 7. Log details. Do not investigate further. Maintain your current patrol parameters, but exercise extreme caution. Log details. I pulled out my field notebook. My fingers clumsy with cold, and a sudden visceral fear. The entry in the official station log later that day was terse, factual. But in the peculiar regulations ledger under Rule 3, I found a handwritten annotation by S. Blackwood. They see it. They know. Don't let it see you knowing. A fresh wave of cold washed over me. The incident amplified my vigilance. Every shadow seemed deeper, every rustle of leaves more sinister. The sheer scale of the landscape, which once inspired awe, now felt like a hunting ground, and I the prey. I found myself constantly scanning the tree lines, the distant ridges, my senses stretched taut. Big nature I'd read about in a ranger's blog felt less like an embrace and more like the gaping maw of something ancient and predatory. A few days later, my patrol route took me near the coordinates appended to Rule 4A. The Bone Pass. The rule was explicit. Strictly off limits. The official park maps showed nothing remarkable in this sector, just another fold in the rugged terrain. But the ledger mentioned anomalous GPS readings and signal loss. Curiosity, that dangerous human trait, gnawed at me. I didn't enter the pass itself, but I climbed a nearby ridge that offered a vantage point. The air here felt different, heavier, charged. My GPS unit, which had been functioning perfectly, flickered and died. The radio emitted a burst of static, then silence. From the ridge, I could see the entrance to the Bone Pass. It wasn't a pass in the conventional sense, more like a jagged wound in the mountainside, a narrow, shadowed defile choked with scree and ancient, twisted pines. The rocks on either side were a stark, bleached white, like weathered bones, which I supposed gave the pass its name. There was a palpable sense of desolation, of a place shunned by light and life. Even from a distance, I felt a primal urge to retreat. I remembered Blackwood's note on another rule. Some places remember, some places wait. I didn't linger. I replaced the GPS batteries later. They were fine. The unit powered up as if nothing had happened. The most unsettling encounter, however, came a week later, deep in a rarely visited section of the northern foothills. I stumbled upon it unexpectedly. A small, circular clearing, and in its center, a cairn of stones. It wasn't a trail marker. It was too deliberate, too ritualistic. The stones were dark, river smoothed, and arranged with an undeniable intentionality. It wasn't on any park survey. This was precisely what Rule 5 described: aid man. Made structures, not documented, particularly those appearing to be of park. Indigenous origin. My heart hammered. The rule was clear: do not touch or disturb them. Leave a small, respectful offering and retreat. I had a small pouch of dried berries in my pack, part of my emergency rations. With trembling hands, I placed a few at the base of the cairn, as per the Athabascan custom mentioned in the rule. As I did, I felt a distinct drop in temperature, a prickling on my skin, as if unseen eyes were watching. The silence here was different from the code Umbra silence. This was older, heavier, imbued with a sense of ancient reverence and a potent, slumbering power. I backed away slowly, then turned and retreated by the most direct route. The image of the cairn burned into my mind. I logged the incident, the coordinates, the offering. Blackwood's note for Rule 5 was chillingly simple. They are still tended. They are still sacred. Do not presume. The names. Rule 6. Under no circumstances are the names Gieg or Nahani to be spoken aloud. I'd researched them discreetly in some of the anthropological texts I had. Gieg, Nahani, spirits, or perhaps something more from Athabascan lore. The Nahani were sometimes referred to as woodsmen, spirits of those lost in the forest. Gieg was an infamous bad spirit, one whose very thought could cause sickness. The prohibition against speaking their names, especially after dark or near running water, felt like a desperate ward against summoning something terrible. The Koyukon people, whose ancestral lands these were, held deep beliefs about the spirits of the land, of animals, of the mountains themselves. Denali, the Great One, was not just a mountain, it was a presence, a power. One evening, while reviewing the station's geological surveys, trying to distract myself, a tremor ran through the cabin. It was slight, but unmistakable. Denali is a seismically active area. The lamp on the desk rattled, and in that instant, unbidden, one of the forbidden names flashed through my mind. I didn't speak it, but the mere thought, coupled with the tremor and the encroaching darkness, sent a jolt of pure terror through me. I found myself glancing at the door, half expecting to see it bulge inward. The ledger was becoming more than a set of rules. It was a chronicle of fear, a testament to something ancient and malevolent that resided in the heart of Denali. And I, Elias Vance, was now its keeper, bound by its warnings, haunted by its implications, alone in the vast, watchful wilderness. The weight of that knowledge, of those unseen eyes, was a burden heavier than any mountain, and the solitude of Station 7 was no longer a quiet companion, but a whispering tormentor. Weeks blot into a monotonous cycle of patrols, log entries, and the increasingly oppressive weight of the peculiar regulations. The vast, indifferent wilderness of Denali, once a landscape I sought for its stark beauty, now felt like a meticulously crafted prison. Its boundaries defined not by fences, but by fear and the cryptic warnings in Silas Blackwood's ledger. My sleep was a tapestry of fractured images, the unnatural stillness of the Code Umbra, Caribou the distant, Bone, White Maw of the Forbidden Pass, and the knowing, ancient eyes I sometimes felt watching from the dense spruce forests that clawed up the mountainsides. the psychological toll of extreme isolation, the kind I'd read about in studies of polar expeditions, was beginning to manifest in ways my training hadn't fully prepared me for. Was it paranoia? Or was Denali itself an active participant in this slow unraveling? The rules, once just ink on yellowed paper, now felt like sentient entities, their presence palpable in the small cabin. Rule 1, the covering of reflective surfaces, became an obsessive ritual. One evening, distracted by a flickering in the radio receiver, I was late drawing the thick blackout curtain over the main window. For a fleeting second, as the last vestiges of the Alaskan twilight painted the sky in bruised purples and oranges, I caught my reflection. But behind my shoulder, deeper in the glass, something else seemed to shift, a flicker of movement. Too tall, too gaunt to be an animal, too quick to be a trick of the fading light. I slammed the curtain across, my breath catching in my throat. The image seared into my mind. I spent the rest of that night with my back to the wall. Every creak of the cabin, every sigh of the wind amplified 100-fold. Blackwood's scrawled addendum to Rule 1 read, "They see out. Don't let them see in. What looks back is not always you." The aurora borealis, when it appeared, was no longer a celestial wonder, but a harbinger of dread. One particularly active night, the sky writhed with curtains of green and violet light. Then came the whistling, as Rule 2 warned, faint at first, like high-frequency interference, then growing more distinct, almost melodic, but utterly devoid of human warmth. It seemed to emanate not from the sky, but from the air itself, from the very fabric of the silence around the station. I retreated indoors, heart pounding, the sound seeming to probe at the cabin walls. I pressed my ear to the door, a foolish act, and heard, or thought I heard, something brush against the exterior wood, a sound like dry leaves skittering, though there were no deciduous trees close enough to account for it. The log entry for Rule 2 from Blackwood was stark. The lights danced to their tune. The whistling is their call. Don't answer. My patrols became exercises in heightened, almost painful awareness. The vast, unmarred expanses of tundra, covered in a carpet of hardy mosses and lichens that felt springy and strange underfoot due to the permafrost just inches below, felt less like open space and more like an exposed stage. The silence of the wilderness, sometimes so profound it was a physical presence, would occasionally be broken by the distant thunder of glacier calving or the Eerie creak and groan of trees in the wind, sounds that seemed to carry their own unsettling narratives in this isolated place. I found myself meticulously documenting every anomaly, my field notes becoming a mirror of the peculiar regulations. Ledger. Another, Code Umbra, event occurred near a glacial river, its waters milky with rock flour. A lone wolf, usually a creature of wary intelligence, stood stock still on the opposite bank, its gaze fixed on a point high on the mountainside, its body rigid, emitting a low, continuous growl that was more fear than aggression. Then, like the caribou, it vanished, not with the fluid grace of its kind, but with a sudden, jerky movement, as if snatched away. The ledger became my obsession. I pored over Blackwood's entries, his handwriting growing more erratic, more desperate in the later pages. He wrote of previous rangers at Station 7, some of whom had simply walked away, their gear left behind, their entries in the official log ceasing abruptly. One entry, heavily underlined, spoke of the sounds. The land here has a voice. Not just wind or water. It remembers. It calls. Some hear it more clearly than others. This resonated deeply with the Athabascan beliefs I'd researched. The idea that the land, the mountains, even the trees and streams possessed spirits. Denali, the Great One, was not just a geographical feature, it was a powerful entity. A sacred place with its own stories and its own guardians. Rule 6. The prohibition against speaking the names Giyeg, or Nahani, weighed heavily on my mind. Giyeg, the bad spirit, whose very thought could cause sickness. Nahani, the woodsman. Spirits of those lost. The Athabascan people understood the power of names, of words spoken in places of power. One night, a particularly violent tremor shook the cabin. The Denali fault system was a restless giant beneath us. In the disoriented moments that followed, the name Giyeg surfaced in my thoughts, unbidden and sharp. A wave of nausea and inexplicable dread washed over me. The oil lamp flickered violently, casting dancing, monstrous shadows, and for a terrifying instant, I thought I saw a face in the wavering flame, eyes burning with cold malice. The Bone Pass. Rule 4. Its coordinates were burned into my memory. Blackwood's notes on this were more fragmented, almost unhinged. Not a pass. A door. Older than the mountains. They don't use maps. He'd included a crude sketch, not of a trail, but of what looked like a symbol, a spiral turning inward. I found myself drawn to the official park maps, comparing them to the off-limits coordinates, searching for any hint, any geological anomaly that might explain the dread associated with the place. The area was depicted as unremarkable, just another fold in the colossal Alaska Range. Yet the pull of it, the need to understand, grew stronger with each passing day. A dangerous counterpoint to the explicit warning. My radio, my only link to the outside world, became both a comfort and a source of anxiety. Sometimes, the encrypted channel would crackle with static, and I'd hear faint, distorted voices, too garbled to understand, not listed on any official NPS frequency. Were they other isolated personnel, atmospheric tricks, or something else? The Park Service archives mentioned strange disappearances and unexplained events in Denali's history. Stories that once seemed like remote curiosities, but now felt chillingly relevant. One late afternoon, as the sun began its slow descent, casting long, skeletal shadows across the tundra, I found a loose floorboard beneath Blackwood's old bunk. Prying it up, I discovered a small, oilskin, wrapped package. Inside was a tarnished silver locket and a single, folded piece of paper. The paper contained a list of dates, and beside each, a single, spidery word: awake, watching, hungry, calling. The last date was only a few years prior, followed by a hastily scrawled, almost illegible sentence. It knows my name now. The pass is open. A cold dread, sharper and more profound than anything I had yet experienced, pierced through me. The rules were not just precautions. They were a failing defense. Blackwood hadn't just retired. He had become another story in the ledger, another whisper in the wind. And the cycle, whatever it was, seemed to be turning again. The wind picked up outside, howling around the eaves of the cabin, like a mournful chorus, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that my time of passive observation was coming to an end. Denali was no longer just watching, it was waiting. The discovery of Silas Blackwood's hidden cache, the tarnished locket, and the chilling, one-word entries culminating in, "It knows my name now. The pass is open," had irrevocably shifted my reality at Station 7. The peculiar regulations were no longer just a set of bizarre operational guidelines. They were a desperate, failing bulwark against something ancient and aware. Blackwood hadn't retired, he'd been consumed. Another victim of Denali's deep, dark heart. The isolation, once a chosen companion, now felt like a hunter's snare, tightening with each passing hour. The wind, a constant voice in the Alaska range, no longer carried mere whispers. It howled with a predatory hunger, echoing Blackwood's final, terrifying pronouncements. The days that followed were lived on a knife's edge. Sleep was a luxury I could scarcely afford, and when it came, it was plagued by visions of the Bone Pass, its bleached, skeletal rocks beckoning, and of Blackwood's scrawled spiral turning endlessly inward. The psychological hibernation I'd read about in polar isolation studies was a distant memory. My senses were raw, exposed, every nerve ending screaming. I found myself obsessively checking the blackout curtains. S-roll 20. The slightest sliver of Alaskan twilight sending jolts of adrenaline through me. The memory of that fleeting, gaunt shadow behind my reflection was a constant, unwelcome guest. The radio became my only tenuous link to sanity, though even that was fraying. The encrypted channel usually reserved for terse, code Umbra, reports crackled with increasing frequency, not with official traffic, but with bursts of static, and what sounded like distorted chanting, almost human but fundamentally other. Were these the voices Blackwood had alluded to in his ledger? The land here has a voice, it calls. The park archives mentioned unexplained disappearances, climbers and even rangers vanishing without a trace in Denali's vastness. These were no longer abstract historical accounts. They felt like imminent possibilities. One morning, the air was unnaturally still. The usual sounds of the boreal forest, the chatter of unseen creatures, the rustle of spruce and birch, were absent. It was a silence more profound, more absolute than any code Umbra event I had experienced. It felt like the entire park, from the permafrost-laden tundra with its springy carpet of mosses and lichens to the colossal, ice-sheathed peaks of the Alaska range, was holding its breath. Then, a low, guttural sound rolled through the valley. A sound that vibrated in my bones, not the thunder of glacier calving, but something more akin to a colossal sigh or a growl. My gaze was drawn inexorably toward the coordinates of the Bone Pass. Rule 40 strictly off limits. But Blackwood's words, "The pass is open," echoed in my mind with the force of a summons. The ledger, my constant, dreadful companion, lay open on the desk. Blackwood's final, almost illegible entry under Rule 4 read, "The trails don't lead out. They lead in. The old maps lie. The new maps are blind." I knew then that my time at Station 7 was no longer about observation or adherence to rules. It was about confrontation, or perhaps surrender. The pull towards the pass was no longer mere curiosity. It was a compulsion, a dark magnetism. I checked my gear: ice axe, crampons, emergency rations, the encrypted radio I no longer trusted, and, on a grim impulse, Blackwood's tarnished silver locket. I left the peculiar regulations ledger on the desk. Its warnings had failed its previous keeper. They would likely fail me. The journey to the Bone Pass was a descent into a primal landscape. The official park trails, such as they were in this remote sector, vanished. I found myself following ancient game trails, paths worn into the earth by millennia of unseen hooves and paws, leading towards that jagged wound in the mountains. The air grew colder, heavier. My GPS unit, predictably, went dead. The silence was broken only by the crunch of my boots on the scree and the pounding of my own heart. The rocks here were indeed like bone, weathered and ancient, some bearing strange, almost organic looking striations. As I neared the entrance to the defile, the sense of being watched intensified. It wasn't the fleeting peripheral shadows I'd grown accustomed to. This was a focused, malevolent scrutiny. The wind, when it gusted through the narrow opening, carried a faint charnel scent, and something else, a whisper of names. Gieg, Nahani. Rule 6 screamed in my mind, but it was too late. The names were already in the air, in my head. The entrance to the Bone Pass was darker than any natural shadow. It felt less like a geological formation and more like a maw. As I stepped across the threshold, the temperature plummeted. The faint light from the overcast sky seemed to be swallowed by the oppressive darkness within. The walls of the pass rose sheer on either side, composed of that same bone, like rock, but here it seemed to pulse with a faint, internal luminescence, revealing intricate, unsettling patterns that were not entirely natural, almost like a vast, fossilized script. I pushed deeper, the silence absolute, save for a faint, rhythmic dripping from somewhere above and a soft, almost inaudible scraping sound that seemed to come from the rock walls themselves. The air was thick, difficult to breathe, and carried that same faint, charnel undertone, now mixed with the metallic tang of something akin to old blood, and the sharp, sterile scent of deep, ancient ice. Then I saw it. Not a structure, not an artifact, but a change in the very fabric of the pass. The narrow defile opened slightly into a small, circular chamber, and in its center, the rock floor was not rock at all. It was a dark, obsidian-like surface, smooth and reflective, despite the oppressive gloom. And on its surface, faintly glowing, was the spiral Blackwood had sketched. It pulsed with a slow, hypnotic rhythm. As I stared, mesmerized, a sound emerged from the spiral, a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the stone beneath my feet and up into my chest. It was the sound of the earth itself, ancient and powerful. And from the depths of that hum, a voice, or something that mimicked a voice, spoke directly into my mind. It wasn't in English or any human language, but I understood it with a chilling, primal clarity. It spoke of hunger, of waiting, of cycles, and of names. It knew my name, Elias Vance. The locket in my pocket grew cold, so cold it burned against my skin. I pulled it out. It was vibrating in sympathy with the hum from the spiral. The last of Blackwood's scrawled words flashed in my mind. It knows my name now. The pass is open. The darkness in the chamber deepened, and from the edges of my vision, shapes began to coalesce tall. Gaunt figures, their forms indistinct, their eyes burning with the same cold, internal light as the rocks. They were the Watchers, the Guardians, or perhaps the extensions of the pass itself. They moved with an unnatural silence, their presence an overwhelming wave of ancient cold and alien intellect. I knew, with a certainty that transcended fear, that there was no retreat. The rules had been a fragile shield, now shattered. The wilderness of Denali, in its most secret heart, was not indifferent, it was aware. It was ancient, and it was hungry. The Athabascan legends spoke of Denali as the Great One, a place of immense power, a spiritual nexus. They spoke of spirits of the land, of mountains, of places that demanded respect. I had trespassed, ignored the warnings. And now the pass, the door Blackwood had written of, was indeed open. And it was calling me in. I am a ranger at Denali National Park, and I am walking into the heart of the mountain. Whether I will ever walk out is a story only Denali can tell. My name is Samuel Ayers, and I am, or perhaps was, a folklorist. Not the dusty academic kind, content with poring over ancient texts in climate-controlled libraries. No, I was the type who craved the source, the raw, untamed narrative whispered around campfires, or etched into the very landscape of a place. It was this craving that led me to my cousin, Arthur Penhaligon, and his remote cabin nestled deep within the boreal forests of northern Canada. Arthur was a recluse by nature, a man who found more solace in the company of spruce and shadow than in human interaction. His infrequent letters, penned in a spidery, archaic script, were my only link to him, and they often hinted at local legends and strange occurrences, tantalizing crumbs for a folklorist like myself. When his last letter arrived, it was different. Shorter, more urgent. He was going away for an extended period. He wrote, some unspecified research trip further north, and he needed someone to look after his cabin. He was vague about the duration, even vaguer about the destination. But he offered me the use of the place, rent-free, for as long as I wished to stay. We chance for you to soak up some authentic wilderness, Sam, he'd written, and perhaps encounter some of the local color I've mentioned. The subtext, the unspoken invitation to explore, the very things that fascinated me, was impossible to resist. The formal introduction of my name, Samuel Ayers, might seem a bit stiff here, but in the context of what followed, a degree of formality feels almost like a shield, a desperate clinging to identity before the rudeness and the rules began to strip it away. The journey to Arthur's cabin was an ordeal in itself, a multi-day affair involving a sputtering bush plane, a bone jarring truck ride over barely, their logging roads, and finally, a long hike along a winding, overgrown trail that Arthur had, with characteristic understatement, described as a bit of a ramble. The cabin itself was exactly as I'd pictured a sturdy, if somewhat dilapidated, log structure hunkered down in a small clearing, surrounded by a seemingly endless ocean of trees. It was rustic, to put it mildly. No electricity, save for a few sputtering oil lamps, and a temperamental generator Arthur used sparingly. No running water. Just a hand pump over a stone, lined well a short distance from the back door, and definitely no phone signal. The isolation was profound, the silence broken only by the sigh of the wind through the pines and the distant cry of a loon. It was, in short, perfect for my purposes. Inside, the cabin was Spartan but clean. A rough-hewn table and chairs, a stone fireplace dominating one wall, a small kitchen alcove, and a narrow bedroom. It smelled of wood smoke, pine resin, and something else, something faintly metallic and unsettling, like old blood or rust. It was on the kitchen table, weighted down by a chipped ceramic mug, that I found the list. It was a single sheet of yellowed paper, the instructions typed, concise and utterly bizarre. At the top, in Arthur's familiar hand, was scrawled, "Sam, follow these. All of them. No exceptions. Trust me on this, Arthur." The list itself was numbered, 10 rules in all. 1. Ensure all doors and windows are securely locked from sunset to sunrise. Check them twice. 2. Sweep the floors before bed. No crumbs, however small, should be left out. Store all food in the metal bins provided. 3. If you hear tapping at the windows or door after dark, and it comes in threes, ignore it. Do not acknowledge it. Never look towards the source of rhythmic tapping after dark. 4. Never enter the woodshed at the back of the cabin after sunset, no matter what you think you hear. 5. Do not whistle, hum, or sing any tune you cannot name or identify the source of. If you hear such a tune, cover your ears. 6. If you hear soft singing from the woods, especially a lullaby, close your eyes and cover your ears until it passes. Do not listen to the words. 7. Never venture beyond the old stone, well at the northern edge of the clearing. 8. If you observe unusual animal behavior, animals acting out of character, or an unnatural stillness, silence from the forest, return to the cabin immediately and lock the door. 9. If you wake to find a window open that you know you locked, close it immediately without looking outside and leave the room for at least an hour. 10. Leave a small offering on the porch, railing each evening before sunset. Dried fruit or berries are acceptable. Never meat. I read the list once, then twice, a slow smile spreading across my face. This was classic Arthur, eccentric, overly cautious, and with a flair for the dramatic. Some of the rules seemed practical enough for remote wilderness living. Rule 81 about locking up was common sense. Rule 2 about crumbs was a bit fastidious but understandable. Rule 8 about unusual animal behavior also seemed like a reasonable, if vague, caution. But the others, ignore the tapping if it comes in threes. Never enter the woodshed after sunset. Do not whistle tunes you cannot name. And the singing. This felt less like practical advice, and more like the superstitions of a man who'd spent too much time alone in the wilderness. Rule 510 about the offering made me chuckle uneasily. An offering to what? The local squirrels? Yet, as the sun began to dip below the jagged line of the spruce and pine trees, casting long, eerie shadows across the clearing, the list took on a slightly more ominous weight. The encroaching darkness was absolute, a thick, velvety blackness that seemed to press against the small windows of the cabin. I made a point of checking the locks on the end windows, as per Rule 51. Twice, I meticulously swept the floor and stored my meager provisions in the designated metal bins. I even found a small handful of dried cranberries in my pack and, feeling a bit foolish, placed them on the porch railing. The act of adhering to even these seemingly benign rules began a subtle shift within me, a quiet acknowledgement of an authority I didn't understand. That first night was a symphony of unfamiliar sounds. The wind, as Arthur's list had predicted, sighed through the dense canopy of the boreal forest, a mournful, drawn-out sound like the breathing of some colossal beast. Branches, heavy with unseen burdens, scraped against the roof and walls with an irregular rhythm. I lay in the narrow bed, every sense on high alert. A floorboard creaked in the main room. The cabin settling, I told myself. A shadow in the corner of my eye seemed to stretch and recoil, a trick of the flickering lamplight. Fatigue from the long journey, I reasoned, but the feeling of being watched, an almost tangible pressure on my skin, was harder to dismiss. I found myself listening intently, straining to decipher the myriad noises of the northern night, the rules a nagging counterpoint in the back of my mind. The wilderness outside felt vast, ancient, and utterly indifferent to my presence. Yet the cabin, with its strange list of dictates, felt like a very specific, very personal crucible. The initial bemusement I'd felt towards Arthur's list rapidly eroded over the subsequent days, replaced by a gnawing, insidious anxiety. I found myself adhering to each rule with a meticulousness bordering on obsession. The list became the silent, unyielding governor of my waking hours, its strange pronouncements dictating my movements, my thoughts, even my breathing. Each rule followed, each potential infraction avoided, seemed to reinforce its grim necessity, tightening the invisible net of unease around me. The isolation, once a romantic notion, now felt absolute, a suffocating blanket woven from silence and the endless, watching trees. Sleep became a shallow, restless affair, punctuated by the cabin's groans and the forest's nocturnal whispers. I'd wake with a start, heart hammering, convinced I'd heard the rhythmic tapping from Rule 23, or the faint strains of an unidentifiable tune that would have violated Rule 5. I started talking to myself, quiet reassurances that sounded hollow in the oppressive stillness. I even found an old, leather-bound journal of Arthur's, mostly filled with sketches of plants and observations on weather patterns, and began to jot down my own increasingly disjointed thoughts, a desperate attempt to anchor my fraying sanity. The dread associated with certain rules became particularly acute. Sunset, once a beautiful spectacle, now heralded a period of heightened tension. The woodshed's Rule 54F loomed at the back of the cabin, its shadowed doorway a gaping maw. I avoided with a superstitious diligence. Once the light began to fail, I'd find myself straining my ears after dark, trying to differentiate the innocent scrape of a branch from the deliberate, sinister tap, tap, tap that Rule 53 warned against. The simple act of walking through the cabin became a minefield of potential sonic transgressions. I moved with a self-conscious quiet, terrified of accidentally producing a whistle or a hum that might run afoul of Rule 55. This constant vigilance, this obsessive monitoring of my environment and my own behavior was exhausting. My perception sharpened to an almost painful degree. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle in the undergrowth outside, every shift in the wind's cadence became a potential harbinger of something unknown and malevolent. The line between prudent caution, as dictated by the rules, and outright paranoia was becoming dangerously blurred. The northern Canadian environment, initially a stoic, indifferent backdrop, began to feel like an active participant in my growing unease. The dense boreal forest, with its towering spruce and fir, felt less like a collection of trees and more like a silent, collective witness. The feeling of being watched, which had been a subtle undercurrent on the first night, intensified whenever I stepped outside, even in the pale light of day. It was as if the forest itself had countless unseen eyes. The nights grew colder, a biting, dry cold that seeped through the log walls and settled deep in my bones, a physical manifestation of the encroaching dread. The sounds of the wilderness, which Arthur's List had so casually mentioned, transformed. The distant rush of a stream, perhaps like the boisterous mountain stream one might hear in Nahanni National Park, now sounded like a mournful, unending lament. The chirping of unseen birds, which in another context might have been cheerful, here felt shrill, almost mocking. The wind no longer just sighed, it whispered, its passage through the white spruce, carrying sibilant murmurs that seemed to hover just beyond the edge of comprehension. Wildlife, when I encountered it, became a source of fresh anxiety. One afternoon, a massive bull moose, its antlers like a gnarled crown, emerged silently from the tree line and stood regarding the cabin with an unnerving stillness. Was this the unusual animal behavior Rule Fade alluded to? How could I possibly know? Its dark eyes seemed to hold an ancient, unsettling wisdom. Later, I noticed that the normally chattering black chickadees that frequented the clearing would fall utterly silent. Whenever I approached the northern edge, near the old stone well mentioned in Rule 7, one evening, as dusk was settling, I heard it, a distinct tap, tap, tap on the bedroom window. My blood ran cold. I froze, heart pounding, remembering Rule 3. Ignore the tapping if it comes in threes. Never look towards the source of rhythmic tapping after dark. The sound came again. Precise, insistent. I fought down the overwhelming urge to wrench back the curtain. Later, when the first rays of dawn finally broke, I examined the window from the outside. There were no branches close enough to have made such a sound. My attempts to rationalize the rules, to find logical explanations, grew increasingly feeble. I inadvertently tested a minor boundary when I found the kitchen window, which I was certain I had locked, slightly ajar one morning. Rule 89 flashed in my mind. If you wake to find a window open that you know you locked, close it immediately without looking outside, and leave the room for at least an hour. Panic seized me. I slammed the window shut, averting my eyes from the world beyond the glass, and practically fled into the main room, where I paced for what felt like an eternity, my mind racing with unspecified horrors. Nothing immediate happened, but the anxiety lingered, a toxic residue. The rules were absolute, but reality, or my perception of it, was becoming dangerously fluid. I started having vivid, unsettling dreams that seemed to bleed into my waking hours. Fleeting images of shadowy figures in the woods, the sound of soft, unintelligible singing, the oppressive feeling of being trapped. The true depth of my isolation was hammered home when I tried, in a moment of desperate hope, to use the ancient-looking telephone I'd found tucked away in a dusty corner. It was, of course, completely dead. My cell phone remained a useless brick, displaying no service, with mocking consistency. The small, battery-operated radio I'd found could only pick up crackling static, occasionally interspersed with faint, distorted music that sounded like something from a bygone era, or unsettling sequences of what seemed like numbers being read in a monotone voice. The no communication horror trope was playing out in stark reality. This technological severance from the outside world wasn't just an inconvenience. It was a profound severing from my support systems, from any semblance of normalcy, amplifying my vulnerability to an almost unbearable degree. I was utterly alone with the cabin, the list, and whatever unseen presence enforced its chilling dictates. I briefly considered making a run for it, trying to follow the track back to civilization, but the thought of venturing beyond the old stone well, Rule Pay 7, into that vast, unmarked, and increasingly menacing wilderness, was a terrifying prospect. The path I'd driven in on seemed less clear. My memory, almost as if the forest itself was actively trying to obscure it. My perception of time began to warp, days bled into one another, marked only by the relentless cycle of sunset and the anxious adherence to the rules. I started seeing fleeting movements at the periphery of my vision, hearing whispers that could have been the wind, or something far more sinister, a gradual erosion of my grip on reality. Was I going mad? Or were the rules the only fragile barrier standing between me and an unimaginable horror? The internal conflict was a constant torment. The breaking point arrived, as I suppose it inevitably must in such circumstances. It wasn't an act of foolish bravado or careless stupidity, the kind of blunder you scoff at in horror films. It was born of desperation, a frantic, clawing need to understand, to reclaim some sliver of control in a situation that had stripped me bare. For days, the soft singing mentioned in Rule 86 had been a faint, intermittent presence at the edge of my hearing, particularly as dusk settled. It was always distant, a melodic fragment that would vanish if I tried to focus on it. But on this particular evening, it was different. Closer, clearer, and imbued with an almost unbearable sorrow. It sounded like a woman humming a lullaby, a melody both beautiful and profoundly unsettling. Rule Phase 6 was explicit. If you hear soft singing from the woods, especially a lullaby, close your eyes and cover your ears until it passes. Do not listen to the words. But this time, woven into the melody, I thought I heard a word. My name. Samuel. My blood turned to ice. Was it a trick of the wind? A hallucination born of stress and isolation? Or was someone out there? Someone who knew I was here? The thought that it might be a cry for help, someone lost or injured in this vast wilderness. Warred with the primal fear the list had instilled in me. What if Arthur had returned and met with some accident? The singing grew more insistent, the melody weaving a strange, hypnotic pattern. Against every instinct that screamed caution, against the explicit command of the rule, I found myself moving towards the window, peering out into the deepening twilight. I didn't open my eyes fully, not at first, just a slit, trying to locate the source. The singing seemed to be coming from the direction of the old stone well, near the edge of the denser woods to the north, the very area rule Fate 7 forbade me to approach. And then, I did it. I opened my eyes. I listened. The consequence not immediate, not a sudden monstrous appearance. Instead, a profound coldness swept through the cabin. A chill that had nothing to do with the outside temperature and everything to do with a dawning, soul-crushing dread. The singing stopped abruptly, replaced by a silence so complete it felt like the world was holding its breath. And then, a low, guttural sound emanated from the woods near the well, a sound that was not animal, not human, something that vibrated deep in my chest and spoke of ancient, insatiable hunger. It was a sound that hinted at the Wendigo of Algonquin lore, a creature of endless winter and ravenous appetite. Or perhaps the Wahila, the great unnatural wolf, bear said to haunt the remote valleys. Whatever it was, the breaking of rule, Phase 6 had alerted it to my focused attention, perhaps even to my vulnerability. This was the true horror sets in moment, a shift from passive dread to active menace. Terror, sharp and electrifying, propelled me into a frantic search of the cabin. If Arthur had faced this, he must have left some clue, some explanation beyond the stark list. My previous cursory glances through his bong longings became a desperate ransacking. Stuffed at the bottom of an old wooden chest, beneath a pile of moth-eaten wool blankets, I found another journal, smaller and far more worn than the one with sketches. Its pages were filled with Arthur's cramped, agitated script. This was no naturalist's log. This was a record of fear. He hadn't created the rules. He'd found them, just as I had, left by a previous occupant, or perhaps occupants, stretching back into an unrecorded past. His entries detailed his own terrifying encounters, his attempts to understand the presence, as he called it. He wrote of the tapping, the singing, the oppressive feeling of being watched. He theorized about its connection to the land itself, an ancient spirit of the boreal forest, something tied to the cycles of feast and famine, life and brutal death that defined this wilderness. There were crude drawings of symbols. he'd found carved into the floorboards under his bed, or etched onto stones near the well. Symbols I now realized I'd seen myself, but dismissed as random scratches. One passage chilled me to the core. It learns. It adapts. The rules are a truce, a fragile one. Broke rule faint 4 last night. The shed god, the shed. It showed me things. I don't think I can ever unsee them. There was no further entry after that one for several weeks. Then a final, almost illegible scrawl. It knows my name now. The politeness is gone. Arthur had broken a rule, and the consequences had been dire. The journal didn't offer salvation. It offered a confirmation of the abyss. The knowledge was a double-edged sword, validating my terror while simultaneously stripping away any hope of a rational explanation or easy escape. My sanity, already frayed, began to unravel with alarming speed. The cabin itself seemed to conspire against me, its familiar dimensions subtly shifting, shadows deepening into malevolent shapes, the very air thick with an unseen antagonism. I'd experience vivid waking nightmares. The walls of the cabin would seem to breathe. The floorboards would ripple like water, and the small windows would show me glimpses of a distorted, nightmarish version of the forest outside. Periods of lost time became more frequent. I'd find myself staring blankly at a wall, with no memory of how long I'd been there. The remaining rules became both my only perceived lifelines and sources of acute, debilitating paranoia. Was it safer to remain barricaded inside, a prisoner of the list, or to risk breaking another rule in a desperate bid for an escape that seemed increasingly impossible? The face I saw in the small, cracked mirror in the bedroom was a stranger's gaunt, wild-eyed, teetering on the precipice of utter madness. The entity, whatever it was no longer content with subtle hints. It was actively besieging my mind. The final night descended upon the cabin like a physical entity, a suffocating shroud of impenetrable blackness. The wind, which had been a constant companion, died away completely, leaving an unnatural, ringing silence that was somehow more terrifying than its mournful sighs. I knew, with a certainty that settled like a stone in my gut, that this was it. The breaking of Rule Phase 6, my focused attention on the singing, had irrevocably altered the fragile D'Atenti. The entity, the enforcer of Arthur's chilling list, was no longer content to lurk at the periphery. It was coming. This was the fall. The moment where the worst thing happens, where you don't think you can get up. I dragged the heavy wooden table against the main door, wedged the armchairs against the windows, pathetic barricades against something that could seemingly manipulate the very fabric of my reality. But the act of doing something was a small rebellion against the encroaching paralysis of fear. The remaining rules flickered through my mind like failing emergency lights. Rule A1. Ensure all doors and windows are securely locked. Checked, double-checked, triple-checked, though the memory of the mysteriously opened window mocked my efforts. Rule 3. Ignore the tapping if it comes in threes. But what if it wasn't just tapping anymore? The first overt assault was auditory. A low hum started, seeming to emanate from the very walls of the cabin, a resonant frequency that vibrated through my teeth and bones. It grew in intensity, accompanied by a sound like immense wings beating slowly, rhythmically, just outside. Then came the scratching, not the familiar scrape of branches, but a deliberate claw, like scraping that moved around the cabin, testing the windows, the door. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. This was no longer just psychological. This was a siege. Then the tapping began. Not in threes. It was a frantic, irregular drumming on the main door, on the boarded-up windows, as if dozens of bony knuckles were rapping for entry. Interspersed with this was a sound that chilled me more than any other, a soft, wet, tearing sound, like fabric being slowly ripped, or something worse. I huddled in the center of the room, a rusty fire poker clutched. In my trembling hands, a useless talisman. The sensory assault was overwhelming, designed to shatter what little remained of my sanity. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the cacophony, but the sounds seemed to bypass my ears and drill directly into my skull. A sudden, sharp crack from the direction of the woodshed made me jump. Rule White 4A: never enter it after sunset, no matter what you think you hear. Arthur's journal entry about the shed flashed in my mind. It showed me things. A splintering sound followed, and then a heavy thud, as if something immense had been dislodged, or had forced its way out. The scratching at the main cabin walls intensified, now accompanied by a low, guttural snuffling, like a massive beast sniffing for a way in. I could smell it then, a rank, earthy odor, like freshly turned grave soil, mixed with something akin to spoiled meat. The entity, the enforcer, was revealing itself, not in a full visual horror, but through this terrifying sensory onslaught. A presence that hinted at something ancient and primal, something that might have crawled from the darkest legends of this land. Perhaps it was the Wahila, the great beast of the headless valleys, its form a nightmarish fusion of wolf and bear. Or perhaps it was something closer to the Kemulik, whose face was said to be beyond human comprehension, its very presence a rending of reality. The air in the cabin grew frigid, my breath pluming before me, a hallmark of the Wendigo's chilling aura. In a moment of sheer, animalistic panic, I made a decision. Staying was death, or worse, madness. The only way out was out. Rule Point 7: never venture beyond the old stone well. To hell with Rule Phase 7. I scrambled to the back door, the one leading to the woodshed, hoping it offered a less direct confrontation. My fumbling hands found the latch. As I pulled it open, a wave of the fetid odor washed over me. I didn't look into the shed. I couldn't. I burst out into the night, into the oppressive blackness of the clearing. The world outside was a maelstrom of distorted shadows and terrifying sounds. I ran blindly towards where I thought the old stone well was, the only landmark I could cling to. Behind me, I heard a sound that was not a roar, not a growl, but a deep, resonant sigh, like the sound of the forest itself, but filled with an ancient, predatory hunger. What happened next is a blur of terror and fragmented images. I remember stumbling, falling, the rough ground tearing at my hands. I remember the feeling of icy breath on the back of my neck. I remember a glimpse of something impossibly tall and emaciated moving with unnatural speed through the trees at the edge of my vision. Its limbs too long, its form shifting and indistinct. I don't know how I survived. Perhaps the entity, having broken my will and shattered my sanity, simply lost interest. Perhaps dawn, which was still hours away, but whose eventual promise might have been a deterrent, played a part. Or perhaps, in some final, desperate act of self-preservation, I simply collapsed and was mistaken for dead. My next clear memory is of lying face down in the damp earth, the first gray light of a desolate dawn filtering through the trees. The cabin was still standing, silent and brooding. The forest was quiet once more, deceptively peaceful. I was found later that day by a pair of bewildered hunters, miles from the cabin, incoherent and suffering from exposure. Arthur was never seen again. The authorities mounted a search, of course, but the northern Canadian wilderness does not give up its secrets easily. I am back in what they call civilization now, but it's a hollow existence. The doctors say it was stress, isolation, a psychotic break. They have pills for that, but they don't have pills for the rules that are now etched into the deepest recesses of my mind. I still check the locks compulsively. I flinch at the sound of tapping. I can't abide whistling. And sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet, I hear it. A faint, soft singing, carried on the wind. A lullaby with no discernible words. And just last week, a letter arrived, no return address. The paper yellowed and brittle. The handwriting spidery and disturbingly familiar. It contained a single, neatly typed line rule. Fay Levantine, some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. My name is Alistair Finch. It is with a measure of trepidation, yet an undeniable compulsion, that I commit these memories to writing. For decades, they have resided in the shadowed recesses of my mind, a collection of chilling narratives gifted to me by my paternal grandmother, Elara Finch. Most were fleeting frights, the kind that make a child wary of the dark for a night or two before fading into the general tapestry of youthful anxieties. But there was one story, one particular account, that burrowed deeper. It became an unwelcome lodger in my psyche, its tendrils entwined with the very roots of my perception. Even now, as a man who prides himself on logic and composure, the recollection of it, and the unsettling echoes it cast upon my life, can send a shiver down my spine that has nothing to do with the ambient temperature. The decision to document this is not born of a desire for notoriety, nor is it an attempt to unburden myself in any conventional therapeutic sense. Rather, it feels like a duty, a final, perhaps futile, attempt to delineate the boundaries between a story and the insidious way it can seep into the cracks of one's reality. The formality with which I approach this task is, I confess, a carefully constructed dam against the flood of unease that threatens to overwhelm me whenever I dwell too long on those formative years spent in grandmother Elara's company. It is a shield, however flimsy, against the creeping notion that some stories are more than just words. Grandmother Elara was not the archetypal purveyor of comforting bedtime tales. There were no benevolent fairies or valiant knights in her repertoire. Her domain was the twilight realm, the spaces between the known and the feared. She was a tall woman, gaunt even in her middle years, with eyes the color of a stormy sea, often holding a glint that was more unsettling than amusing. Her voice, usually a low, measured timbre drop, to a conspirial whisper when she reached the crux of a tale, drawing you in, making you lean closer, despite every instinct screaming for you to recoil. She had a way of looking at you, a penetrating gaze that seemed to suggest she knew the hidden fears you harbored, the ones you barely acknowledged yourself. Her house stood as a testament to her narratives. It was an old Victorian structure, on the outskirts of a town that had long seen better days. Set back from a seldom used road and prepped in the shadows of overgrown, ancient oaks. The paint peeled from its clapboard siding like sunburnt skin, and the porch sagged with a weary sigh. Inside, the air was always cool, tinged with the scent of dust, dried herbs, and something else, something indefinably old and still. Floors creaked with the gravitas of secrets, and the wind, as it snaked through the ill-fitting window frames, seemed to carry whispers from forgotten times. It was the perfect stage for her stories, a place where the mundane felt thin, and the extraordinary, terrifyingly plausible. I often wondered, even as a child, about the source of her tales. Were they products of a morbidly vivid imagination, or did she have some deeper, more unsettling connection to the folklore she so expertly wove? She never said. Her stories were presented as simple truths, accounts of things that had happened, or could happen, if one wasn't careful, if one strayed too far from the light. Her repertoire was extensive, a chilling library of local legends and more personal, familial hauntings. I recall one particularly bleak winter's evening, the wind howling a mournful dirge outside, when she told me of the fen walker. This was a creature, she said, that haunted the marshlands beyond our town, a gaunt, shadowy figure seen only at dusk, its feet never quite touching the sodden earth. It didn't chase or attack, not directly. It simply appeared, a silent sentinel at the edge of your vision, and those who saw it were said to slowly lose their way, not just in the physical sense, but in their minds, their memories becoming as muddled and treacherous as the bog itself. She described its eyes, or rather the lack of them, just deeper patches of shadow in its indistinct face, and how looking upon it felt like gazing into an abyss that threatened to swallow your thoughts. That night, every shadow in my small attic bedroom seemed to elongate, to take on a vaguely humanoid form, and the familiar patterns of the wallpaper twisted into grotesque, watching faces. Sleep was a distant, unattainable shore. Another time, during a stifling summer afternoon, when the air was thick and heavy with unspoken things, she spoke of the borrowed voice. This wasn't a creature, but a phenomenon. Sometimes, she explained, when you were alone in an old house, truly alone, you might hear a familiar voice call your name, your mother, your father, a sibling. But if you answered, if you called back into the silence, you invited something in. Something that had been listening, learning, waiting to mimic the sounds of safety, to lure you into its grasp. She told of a distant cousin who, as a child, had heard his deceased mother calling him from the cellar. He had answered, and though he was found unharmed, he was never quite the same. He became withdrawn, fearful of familiar sounds, and would often stare at his own family members as if they were strangers wearing ill-fitting masks. These stories, and others like them, chipped away at my childish sense of security. The world, under Grandmother Elara's tutelage, became a place far more menacing than I had previously understood. Darkness was not merely the absence of light, but a veil behind which unseen things stirred. Silence was not peace, but a listening void. The ordinary, the trusted, could at any moment reveal an unsettling, alien core. My nights were often punctuated by jolts of fear, my imagination painting monsters in the familiar gloom of my room, my ears straining for any sound that was out of place. I learned to dread the fall of dusk when her telling sessions would typically commence, usually in her high-backed armchair by the sputtering fireplace, the flickering light casting her features into a stark, almost predatory relief. Yet, for all the terror these tales induced, there was an undeniable pull, a morbid fascination that kept me returning to her side, hungry for the next chilling installment. It was a strange inheritance she was bestowing upon me, this legacy of fear, one that I both craved and loathed. But among all her narratives, all the specters and strange occurrences she catalogued with such unnerving calm, there was one that was different. She seldom told it. In fact, for many years, I only knew of its existence through oblique references. A certain shadowed tone in her voice, if a conversation veered too close to its periphery. It was her masterpiece of dread, the one story that, even in its unspoken presence, seemed to cast a longer, colder shadow than all the others combined. I sensed it was the heart of her own private darkness, a tale she perhaps wished she could forget, but was compelled to keep alive. I remember asking for it once, emboldened by a rare surge of youthful bravado. Her reaction was uncharacteristic. The usual glint in her eye vanished, replaced by something akin to genuine disquiet. She simply shook her head. Her lips pressed into a thin line and changed the subject with an abruptness that brooked no argument. This, of course, only amplified its mystique, its forbidden allure. It became, in my young mind, the ultimate horror, the secret she guarded most closely. What was it about this particular story that set it apart? What made it so potent, so seemingly dangerous in her estimation? I wouldn't find out for several more years. Not until a night when the very elements seemed to conspire to draw it from her. A night when the world outside her creaking house mirrored the tempest she was about to unleash within my soul. The anticipation of it, even now, is a cold knot in my stomach. For that was the night she finally told me the one story I would never, ever forget. And that is where the true darkness began to take root. The night Grandmother Elara finally relented, the world outside her ancient house seemed to hold its breath. It was late autumn. The kind of evening where the chill seeped not just into your bones, but into your thoughts, making them brittle. There was no dramatic storm, no howling wind to serve as a theatrical overture. Instead, a profound stillness had fallen, a silence so complete it felt like the prelude to something momentous, or perhaps something dreadful. The only sounds were the rhythmic tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hall, a sound I usually found comforting, but which that night seemed to be counting down to an unknown revelation, and the occasional crackle from the fireplace, where embers glowed like watchful eyes in the dim room. I was older then, perhaps 10 or 11, old enough to feel a more complex blend of fear and fascination, old enough to understand that some stories carried a weight that went beyond simple scares. We were in her usual spot, she in her high back chair, me on the worn rug at her feet. I hadn't asked for the story. I hadn't dared to. Not since her previous, curt refusal. But the atmosphere in the room, thick with unspoken things, and a certain distant, haunted look in her eyes, told me that tonight was different. She had been quiet for a long time, staring into the flames, her gnarled fingers laced together in her lap. When she finally spoke, her voice was lower than usual, almost a whisper. Yet it filled the oppressive silence of the room with an unnerving clarity. "There are things in this world, Alistair," she began, her gaze still fixed on the fire, "that are best left undisturbed, unacknowledged. Things that exist in the spaces we try to ignore, in the shadows of our own making." She paused, and I felt a familiar prickle of unease, the precursor to her more potent tales. But this felt different. There was no theatricality in her tone, no glint of dark amusement in her eyes when she finally turned them towards me. There was only a profound wariness, and something else, a flicker of what I can only describe as old, settled fear. "This isn't like the Fenwalker, or the whispers in an empty house," she continued, her voice raspy. "Those are echoes, remnants. This is about something that takes, something that replaces." My heart began to thud a heavy rhythm against my ribs. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the core, that she was about to unveil the story I had both craved and dreaded. "It happened a long time ago," she said, "in a village not so different from the ones you see now, nestled deep in the folds of the countryside, where the old ways still held sway, and the modern world was just a distant rumor. A place where people knew their neighbors, their histories, their secrets." She described this village, painting a picture of quaint cottages with thatched roofs, a winding cobblestone street, a small, ancient church with a leaning spire, all surrounded by dense, whispering woods and rolling fields that seemed to stretch into an eternity of green and gold. It sounded idyllic, a picture book sort of place. But as she spoke, her words began to subtly taint the image, like a drop of ink spreading in clear water. "They were a close, knit community," she said. "But even in such places, things can go unnoticed. Small changes at first, so small, you doubt your own senses, before you doubt the person before you." Her story centered on a family, a farmer, his wife, and their 2 young children. A good family, respected, ordinary. "The trouble began," she said, "with the farmer, a man named Thomas. He'd gone into the woods one evening, To retrieve a stray sheep, a common enough task. He was gone longer than expected, returning well after dusk, looking tired and a little disheveled, but otherwise himself. Or so it seemed. His wife, Mary, Grandmother Alara continued, her voice barely above a breath, was the first to feel it. A subtle off-ness. The way he looked at her. Sometimes, as if he were trying to remember who she was, or perhaps how he was supposed to look at her. He'd forget small things, a promise made, a shared memory. He'd misplace tools he'd used his entire life. Little things. Things easily dismissed. I leaned closer, captivated, the hairs on my arms standing on end. The firelight cast dancing shadows on her face, making her features seem to shift and change, her eyes like dark pools reflecting the flickering flames. "Then," she said, her voice dropping further, the children started to notice. Their father, who had always been quick with a laugh or a story, became quiet. Not a sad quiet, or an angry quiet, just an empty quiet. He would sit by the fire for hours, staring, not really seeing. His movements became a little too deliberate, his smile a little too fixed, never quite reaching his eyes. Grandmother Alara described how Mary, consumed by a growing, nameless dread, tried to talk to him, to reach him, but her words seemed to slide off him, unheeded. He would respond, yes, but his responses were echoes. Parroted phrases, sentiments that felt learned rather than felt. He was there, but he was not. The villagers began to whisper, she said. They saw Thomas in the fields, working with his usual diligence. But there was a lack of life in his movements. His eyes, they said, were like a doll's eyes, vacant, staring. He still looked like Thomas. He still sounded, mostly, like Thomas. But the Thomas they knew was hollowed out. This was the term she used, and it sent a particular chill through me. The hollowed man. She explained that this thing, this presence, didn't kill. It didn't leave a body. It emptied and occupied. It wore people like a suit of clothes, learning to mimic them, but always imperfectly. The horror wasn't in a sudden, violent attack, but in the slow, creeping realization that the person you knew, the person you loved, was being erased from within, replaced by something that looked like them, but was utterly, terrifyingly alien. Mary lived with this version of her husband for months. Grandmother Alara's voice was strained. Imagine, child, waking up next to it, eating across the table from it, hearing it use your husband's voice to speak, but knowing, deep in your soul, that it wasn't him. The children grew fearful, avoiding him. The dog, once his constant companion, would whine and slink away whenever he approached. The true terror of the story, as my grandmother related, was in this insidious replacement. There was no monster to fight, no clear enemy to confront. Just the slow, agonizing erosion of a loved one, and the dawning horror of what was taking their place. It was a psychological torment, a living nightmare where reality itself became suspect. One day, she said, her eyes locking onto mine, holding me captive, Mary found Thomas, or what looked like Thomas, standing in front of a mirror. He wasn't looking at his reflection. He was studying it, intently. like an actor learning a role. His head was tilted, his expression one of intense concentration, as if he were trying to perfect the minute details of being Thomas. And then he smiled. But the smile was wrong. It was too wide. The eyes remained cold, and, for a fleeting second, she saw something flicker. Behind those eyes, something ancient, and empty, and utterly inhuman. I could almost see it, the quiet room, the man at the mirror, the horrifyingly wrong smile. My own reflection in the darkened window pane seemed to waver. Mary finally broke. Grandmother Alara said. She couldn't bear it any longer. She took the children and fled the village in the dead of night, leaving everything behind. She never looked back. No one knows what became of the thing wearing Thomas's skin. Some say it eventually, tired of the charade, and simply walked away. Back into the woods, perhaps to find another vessel. Others say it still lives in that old farmhouse, a perfect, empty replica of a man who once was waiting. She paused, the silence in the room pressing in on me. The story didn't have a neat ending. No vanquishing of the evil. No restoration of what was lost. Just a lingering, awful uncertainty. The hollowed man, she whispered, the name itself seeming to carry a chill. It doesn't want your life, Alistair. It wants your you. It empties you out, bit by bit, memory by memory, feeling by feeling, until all that's left is a shell for it to inhabit. And the worst part is, sometimes, those closest to the hollowed man, they start to forget what the real person was like. The imitation, however flawed, becomes the new reality. The true person is not just replaced, but erased from memory itself. She fell silent then. The fire had died down to glowing embers, and the room was colder. I sat there, frozen, the story coiling in my stomach like a cold serpent. It wasn't the goriest story she had ever told, nor the one with the most dramatic scares. But it was, by far, the most profoundly disturbing. The idea of being slowly erased, replaced by a hollow imitation of your loved ones not even realizing, or worse, slowly forgetting you. It touched a primal fear I hadn't known I possessed. Unlike her other stories, which often left me with a jumpy, immediate fear of the dark or strange noises, this one settled deeper. It wasn't about what might be lurking outside, but what might be happening inside someone, or even, terrifyingly, inside oneself. The thought was a cold sliver of ice in my mind. Grandmother Alara finally stirred, her gaze softening slightly as she looked at me, though the wariness remained. It's just a story, Alistair, she said, her voice regaining some of its usual timbre. But there was no conviction in her words. We both knew in that moment that it felt like much more than that. That night, sleep was impossible. Every familiar shadow in my room seemed to hold a new, more subtle menace. I looked at my own reflection in the darkened glass of my window, and for a terrifying instant, wondered if my smile was quite right, if my eyes looked back at me with my own thoughts. The tale of the hollowed man had not just been heard, it had been absorbed. It had found a place within me, a dark seed planted in the fertile soil of my young imagination, and I had a dreadful premonition that it was there to stay, to grow, The true inheritance of fear had just begun to reveal its depth. The days immediately following Grandmother Alara's telling of the hollowed man were lived under a subtle, pervasive pall. It wasn't the sharp, immediate terror of her other tales, the kind that made me jump at sudden noises or peer nervously into darkened corners. This was different. This was a quiet, gnawing unease that settled in the pit of my stomach and tinted my perception of everything and everyone around me. The world, which had once felt solid and predictable, now seemed to possess a disconcerting fragility, as if its familiar facade could at any moment crack to reveal something unsettling beneath. I found myself observing people with an intensity that was new and disturbing to me. Not just strangers, but my parents, my school teachers, even my friends. I'd watch their expressions, their gestures, the way their eyes met mine, searching for what I didn't quite know. A flicker of vacancy, a smile that didn't quite reach the eyes, a moment of hesitation that seemed too long, a response that felt slightly rehearsed. The story had armed me with a terrible new vocabulary of suspicion. Every minor inconsistency, every forgotten name or misplaced object, every slightly off moment that I would have previously dismissed without a second thought, now snagged in my mind. A potential clue, a whisper of the hollowed man. My own reflection became a source of anxiety. I'd catch myself in mirrors, in shop windows, in the dark screen of the television, and a cold dread would wash over me. Was that truly me looking back? Or was it a clever imitation, already beginning its insidious work? I'd force a smile, then scrutinize it. Did it look genuine? Or was it, like the hollowed man's, a little too wide, a little too fixed? I'd try to recall specific memories, testing myself. A desperate attempt to anchor my sense of self, to prove I was still me. The fear of being hollowed out, of my own essence being slowly siphoned away and replaced, became a quiet torment. Grandmother Alara never mentioned the story again. In the days that followed, she reverted to her usual repertoire of less exciting, surely terrifying goals and local legends. But her silence on the hollowed man was, in its own way, more unsettling than if she had discussed it further. It was as if she had unlocked a forbidden door and then simply walked away, leaving me to contend with whatever had slithered out. Sometimes, I would catch her looking at me with that strange, knowing expression of hers, and I'd wonder if she saw the story's shadow clinging to me, if she knew the depth of the disquiet she had instilled. Her house, already a place of shadows and secrets, now felt even more charged, as if the very walls were listening, aware of the seed of dread she had planted. I remember one particular incident a few weeks after she told the tale. It was a gray, drizzly afternoon, and I was walking home from school, my head down, lost in the usual churn of hollowed man anxieties. A man was walking towards me on the otherwise empty pavement. He was unremarkable, middle-aged, dressed in a drab raincoat, carrying a worn briefcase. As he drew nearer, he looked up, and his eyes met mine. For a fleeting moment, his expression was utterly blank, his eyes like polished stones, reflecting nothing. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, A smile spread across his face, a wide, amiable, perfectly normal smile. He nodded a polite greeting and walked past. It was nothing. A momentary lapse in expression, perhaps. He was probably lost in thought, his face slackening before he registered my presence. That's what logic told me. But the image of that brief, terrifying blankness, that momentary absence Hood, seared itself into my memory. It was the hollowed man's vacant stare, the look Mary had seen in Thomas before the ill-fitting mask of his personality had been reapplied. My heart hammered against my ribs, and I broke into a run, not stopping, until I reached the relative safety of my own home. The image of the man's empty eyes burning behind my eyelids. Was he one of them? Or was my imagination, supercharged by my grandmother's tale, simply painting monsters onto ordinary people? I had no way of knowing, and that uncertainty was a torment in itself. This became the pattern of my young life. The acute fear gradually subsided, but it left behind a residue, a chronic, low-level suspicion of the world. I became quieter, more observant, more prone to introspection. The easy, unthinking trust of childhood had been irrevocably fractured. I learned to navigate social interactions with a certain guardedness, always a part of me standing back, analyzing, searching for the subtle tells, the cracks in the performance. It was an exhausting way to live, and it isolated me in ways I didn't fully understand at the time. The story of the hollowed man didn't just teach me to fear a specific entity. It taught me to fear the potential for emptiness, for imitation within the familiar. It suggested that the people we knew and loved could be shells, their true selves eroded and replaced by something that only wore their likeness. This concept, far more than any feigned monster or spectral apparition, was what truly haunted me. It was a deeply personal horror, one that attacked the very foundations of identity and relationship. As I grew older, moving into adolescence, the fear became less a conscious preoccupation and more an undercurrent, a permanent filter through which I viewed the world. It manifested as a kind of existential wariness, a difficulty in forming deep connections, a persistent feeling of being an outsider looking in. The world often felt like a stage, and people, actors playing their parts with varying degrees of skill. And always, in the periphery of my awareness, lurked the shadow of the hollowed man, a silent reminder that appearances could be deceiving, that the self could be stolen, that the familiar could be a carefully constructed lie. Grandmother Alara passed away when I was in my late teens. I attended her funeral, stood by her graveside in the old, windswept cemetery, and felt a complex mixture of grief, relief, and a lingering, unshakable dread. With her went her stories, her chilling voice, her knowing eyes. But the story of the hollowed man, her final, most potent gift, remained. It was embedded too deeply, its roots too thoroughly entwined with my own. It had become a part of me, a dark lens shaping my perception, a constant, quiet whisper in the back of my mind, questioning the authenticity of everything and everyone I encountered. The inheritance of fear was complete, and its terms were lifelong. The shadow in the periphery was not just an external observation. It was a reflection of an internal landscape, forever altered by a story told on a still, autumn night. Years unfurled, as they are wont to do, carrying me from adolescence into the ostensibly more rational realm of adulthood. I pursued a career in archival research, a profession that, in retrospect, seems almost a perverse irony. My days were spent sifting through the detritus of other people's lives, piecing together narratives from faded letters, brittle photographs, and forgotten documents. It was a quiet, solitary existence, one that suited the man the hollowed man story had made of me: observant, meticulous, and perpetually at a slight remove from the vibrant, messy business of living. The acute paranoia of my youth had dulled, or so I told myself, transforming into a kind of ingrained cynicism, a habit of looking for the subtext, the discrepancy, the crack in the veneer of everyday life. The hollowed man was no longer a constant specter at my shoulder, but rather a silent, unacknowledged lens through which I viewed the world. It was in this carefully curated solitude that I met Arthur. He was a fellow researcher, assigned to a project adjacent to mine in the hushed halls of the city archive. Arthur was, in many ways, my antithesis. Where I was reserved, he was effusive. Where I was analytical, he was intuitive. He possessed an easy charm, a quick laugh, and a way of speaking about his passions, obscure historical figures, the migration patterns of forgotten tribes, the evolution of cartography that was genuinely infectious. For the first time in many years, I found myself lowering my guard, drawn to his warmth in the uncomplicated way. He seemed to inhabit his own skin. We developed a friendship, then something more. It was a slow, cautious unfolding on my part. But Arthur was patient, his presence a steady, reassuring light in the carefully managed twilight of my existence. For a time, the shadow of the hollowed man seemed to recede entirely. With Arthur, the world felt real, solid. His laughter was genuine. His anger, when it occasionally flared over some bureaucratic inefficiency, was authentic. His memories of his own past, which he shared freely, were detailed and consistent. I allowed myself to believe that the story was finally just that, a story. A dark fable from a childhood, steeped in my grandmother's unsettling narratives. The first tremor occurred on a Tuesday. It was insignificant, a detail so minor that anyone else would have dismissed it instantly. We were discussing a film we had both seen the previous weekend. I mentioned a particular scene, one that had resonated with me. Arthur frowned, a slight, almost imperceptible furrowing of his brow. "I don't recall that part," he said, his voice tinged with a faint note of confusion. I described it again, adding more detail. He shook his head, a small, dismissive gesture. "No, I'm quite sure that wasn't in the version we saw. It was a small thing." Perhaps he had been distracted during that part of the film. Perhaps my memory was faulty. But a cold tendril of unease, horribly familiar, snaked its way into my chest. It was the way he'd said it, the certainty in his tone, coupled with that fleeting look of blankness before his usual amiable expression had clicked back into place. It reminded me, with a sickening lurch, of Grandmother Elara's description of Thomas the farmer, forgetting small, shared things. I tried to dismiss it. I did dismiss it outwardly. But the seed of doubt once planted began to germinate in the fertile ground of my old fears. I started to watch Arthur more closely. A resurgence of my childhood vigilance that I had thought long dormant. I told myself it was absurd, a product of an overactive imagination, conditioned by years of morbid introspection. Yet I couldn't stop. Other inconsistencies followed, small at first, then more pronounced. He'd forget an anecdote he'd told me only weeks before, then recount it, later as if it were entirely new, sometimes with subtle but significant details altered. He'd misremember the names of places we'd visited together, or the sequence of events on a shared holiday. When I gently pointed these discrepancies out, he would either brush them off with a laugh that didn't quite reach his eyes, or look at me with a flicker of that same nerving blankness, followed by a carefully constructed expression of mild bewilderment. His physical presence, too, began to feel subtly different. It was nothing I could pinpoint, nothing tangible. But sometimes, when he thought I wasn't looking, his posture would seem a little too stiff, his movements a fraction too deliberate, as if he were consciously piloting a body that was not entirely his own. His smile, once so open and spontaneous, occasionally seemed to linger a moment too long, becoming a rictus that felt more like a mimicry of warmth than the genuine article. The most disturbing change was in his eyes. Arthur had always had expressive eyes, full of light and intelligence. But increasingly, I would catch moments when they seemed vacant. Not merely unfocused, but empty. Like windows into a room where the lights had been extinguished. It would last only a second or two. However, a fleeting glimpse into an unnerving stillness before the familiar spark returned, leaving me to wonder if I had imagined it. I began to document these instances in a small journal, my handwriting growing increasingly agitated. The act of writing them down felt like a desperate attempt to impose order on a reality that was beginning to fray at the edges. Was Arthur ill? Was he under some immense stress he wasn't sharing? Or was something far more sinister? Something straight from the pages of my grandmother's most terrifying tale, unfolding before my very eyes. The memory of Mary, Thomas's wife, haunted me. Her dawning horror, her isolation, the slow, agonizing realization that the man she loved was being erased from within. Was I now Mary? Was Arthur becoming hollowed? The breaking point came during what should have been an ordinary evening. We were at home, a quiet dinner. I was recounting a memory from my childhood, a trivial but specific event involving grandmother Alara and one of her less terrifying stories. Arthur listened, his head tilted, an expression of polite interest on his face. When I finished, he smiled that slightly too wide, slightly too fixed smile that had become increasingly common. "That's a charming story, Alistair," he said, his voice smooth, perfectly modulated. "But you told it to me last month, remember? By the old oak tree in Regent's Park." A cold shock coursed through me. I had never told him that story before. I was certain of it. And we had never been to Regent's Park together. and discussed such things by an oak tree. The details were specific, yet utterly, demonstrably false. "No, Arthur," I said, my voice trembling slightly. "I've never told you this before. And we haven't been to Regent's Park in months. And certainly not to discuss my grandmother." He looked at me, and for a horrifying, protracted moment, his face was a complete blank. The smile vanished, the light in his eyes extinguished. There was nothing there. Just a smooth, empty canvas where Arthur should have been. Then, slowly, painstakingly, an expression of gentle concern assembled itself on his features. "Alistair," he said, his voice soft, pitying. "Are you feeling all right? You seem forgetful lately." Grandmother Alara's words echoed in my mind. And the worst part is, sometimes, those closest to the hollowed man, they start to forget what the real person was like. The imitation, however flawed, becomes the new reality. The true person is not just replaced, but erased from memory itself. Why? Is it happening to me? Was I the one whose memory was failing? Was this thing, this hollowed man, not only replacing Arthur, but also rewriting my own past, making me doubt my sanity, my own perceptions? The story was no longer just a story. It was an active, malevolent force, unmaking my world, unmaking me. I don't know what happened to Arthur, or the thing that wore his face. One morning, he was simply gone. No note, no explanation. His belongings were still in place, as if he had merely stepped out for a moment. But he never returned. The authorities found no trace. It was as if he had evaporated. Or perhaps as if the imitation, having served its purpose, or perhaps having become too flawed, had simply been withdrawn. I am alone now, more alone than ever before. The archive, once a place of quiet refuge, now feels like a mausoleum of forgotten selves. I look at the faces of strangers on the street, at my colleagues, even at my own reflection, and the question always burns. Is it you? Or is it the hollowed man, looking back with eyes that are not its own? The story my grandmother told me has consumed my life. Or perhaps, it has given my life its only true, terrible meaning. I write this now, not as a warning, for what good are warnings against such an insidious threat? I write this because I must. Because the act of telling, of recording, is the only thing that assures me that I, Alistair Finch, still exist. But even as I write these words, a cold thought takes root. What if this account is not my own? What if the hollowed man is not a creature that replaces others, but a story that replaces its tellers, hollowing them out and filling them with its own narrative, ensuring its own survival through an endless succession of haunted voices? What if I am merely its latest vessel? My memories, my fears, my very identity, nothing more than the latest, meticulously crafted performance. The pen feels heavy in my hand. The words on the page seem to stare back at me, alien and unfamiliar. The reflection in the darkened window, it smiles. But the smile doesn't quite reach its eyes. My name is Michael Keane. As of 08 Fudger hours on October 12th, I have officially assumed the duties of Park Ranger, GS Hauser 25-9, at Archwood National Park. This transfer follows a 6-year tenure at Yosemite, a posting I valued immensely. However, Due to personal matters requiring proximity to family on the East Coast, I requested a reassignment. The Office of Personnel Management, in its wisdom, assigned me to Archwood, a place I had, until recently, only known as a name on a list of federal park resources. My responsibilities, as per the position classification standard, remain consistent with my previous role to supervise and perform work in the conservation and use of park resources. This includes, but is not limited to, natural and cultural resource management, the operation of interpretive programs for the benefit of the visiting public, visitor protection services, and enforcement of laws and regulations pertinent to the Park Service. I am a man who believes in procedure, in the clear, delineated lines of authority and responsibility that allow us to safeguard these national treasures. There is a form for every incident, a protocol for every emergency. This structure is not just bureaucracy. It is the bedrock of order in the face of nature's inherent chaos. Archwood, I was told, is one of the more remote postings in the eastern United States, nestled deep in the oldest parts of the Appalachian Mountains. It is a world away from the granite majesty of Yosemite. The final 20 miles of the drive were on an unpaved service road that seemed to shed the modern world with every turn. The ranger station itself is a relic, a sturdy, two-story log structure built by the Civilian Conservation Corps in the 1930s, updated over the decades but still retaining an air of profound isolation. My predecessor, a man named Thompson, according to the transfer documents, had left the place in immaculate order. The generator was full. The radio equipment passed its diagnostics, and the supply pantry was stocked for the winter. The first day was spent in methodical routine. I conducted a full inventory, cross-referencing the physical assets with the station's logbook. I walked the perimeter, checking the shutters and the integrity of the bear-proof waste containers. The air here is different. It's heavy, thick with the smell of rich, damp earth, and what can only be described as centuries of decay. The trees, towering oaks, maples, and hemlocks, form what the trail guides call a green tunnel, and even in the bright afternoon sun, the forest floor was a tapestry of deep shadows. These mountains feel ancient in a way the Sierra Nevada never did. They feel less like rock and more like sleeping giants, their stony bones covered in a thin blanket of soil and trees. There is a silence here that is not merely an absence of noise, but a presence in itself, a profound, listening quiet that seems to absorb sound before it can travel far. It was in the late afternoon, as I was organizing the kitchen, that I found it. Taped to the inside of the upper cabinet, right next to the mugs, was a single sheet of yellowed legal paper, folded twice. The paper was soft, almost cloth-like from handling, and covered in a frantic, spidery handwriting. At the top, in thick, underlined letters, were the words, "Things you ought to know. For your own good." I chuckled, assuming it was a list of local quirks, or perhaps a good-natured hazing from Ranger Thompson. I poured myself a cup of coffee and sat down at the small kitchen table to read it. The generator needs to be checked at 2200. Not a minute before, not a minute after. Top it off if needed. 2. If you hear whistling at night, go inside and lock the door. That song isn't for you. 3. The trail camera on Ridge 4 sometimes picks up static. If you see a file with a corrupted timestamp, delete it without viewing. Never try to recover it. 4. If you find animal remains with no visible wounds, leave them at the base of the large, weeping willow by the creek. Do not report it. Do not try to figure out what killed it. 5. Some nights you might see lights over Brown Mountain. Don't watch them for more than a minute. They notice when you're looking. 6. If you get a call on the radio and it's just silence, say, "The line is clear," and hang up. Don't wait for a reply. 7. NVR use the emergency flare gun, unless the fire is something you can see. 8. There is a set of stone stairs deep in the North Woods that doesn't lead anywhere. You've seen them on the map. Do not go near them. If a hiker reports them, tell them they are mistaken. Log it as a false report. 9. If you see a man with a face that looks or blurry, do not make eye contact. He is not lost. He knows exactly where he is. Turn around and walk away. Don't leave food out for the bears, especially not the one that walks on 2 legs. I read the list twice. My initial amusement curdled into a kind of professional annoyance. This was precisely the sort of thing that gave rangers in remote posts a bad name. Succumbing to isolation, spinning folk tales, and blurring the lines between superstition and safety protocol. The reference to the Brown Mountain lights was a known piece of local folklore, easily explained by atmospheric phenomena or distant vehicle lights. The stairs in the woods was a recurring theme in online horror stories, a modern urban legend for the digital age. And the rest, vague, unhelpful, and frankly, unprofessional. What if a hiker was genuinely in distress and I hung up because of some silent call? Rule. What if the blurry-faced man was a stroke victim in desperate need of medical attention? My job is to provide assistance, to investigate, to be a beacon of calm authority in the wilderness. These rules were a direct contradiction of my duties. They encouraged dereliction, misdirection, and the abandonment of the very people I was sworn to protect. I considered throwing the list away, but something stayed my hand. It was a curiosity, a relic of my predecessor's apparent decline into paranoia. I folded it carefully and tucked it into the back of the station's official logbook. Later that evening, I made my first formal entry, October 12, 2030, all systems operational. Station inventory complete. No unusual incidents to report. Note, predecessor left a list of unofficial protocols. Appears to be a mix of local folklore and potential stress-related ideation. Will adhere strictly to established NPS guidelines and procedures. The safety of the public and the integrity of park resources are paramount and cannot be compromised by unsubstantiated local legends. Keen M. Park Ranger. As I wrote, I felt a sense of satisfaction. I was re-establishing order. I was a professional, a man of science and regulation. A place had clearly gotten the better of my predecessor. I would not make the same mistakes. I would not make the silence and the shadows play tricks on my mind. Here, in Archwood, the rules were clear. They were written in federal code, printed in manuals, and backed by the full authority of the United States government. Those were the only rules that mattered. That night, the wind picked up, and the ancient trees around the station began to creak and groan like the timbers of a sinking ship. I dismissed the sounds, finished my coffee, and prepared for my first full day in the woods. I was confident. I was prepared. I was, in hindsight, a fool. The first official day of patrol began as expected. The morning air was sharp and cold, carrying the scent of damp soil and pine. My agenda was straightforward: a full circuit of the park's primary northern loop, checking trail conditions, looking for signs of illegal trapping, and generally establishing a presence. I am, by nature and by training, a creature of habit and procedure. My predecessor's list of nonsensical rules was a footnote in my logbook, an amusing anecdote to perhaps share at a future regional meeting, but nothing more. My focus was on the tangible, the observable, the tasks outlined in the Park Ranger GSO 25 position description. It was mid-morning when I made the first discovery. On the bank of a fast, running creek, half in a thicket of rhododendron, lay the carcass of a large white-tailed deer. Standard procedure dictates a thorough examination and report. I unslung my pack and pulled on a pair of latex gloves. As I approached, a line from the yellowed paper surfaced in my mind unbidden. Rule Feint 4. If you find animal remains with no visible wounds, leave them at the base of the large, weeping willow by the creek. Do not report it. I scanned the area. Sure enough, about 50 yards downstream, a massive weeping willow drooped over the water. A coincidence. I knelt by the deer. It was a healthy-looking buck, its coat sleek, its eyes glassy but clear. I spent 20 minutes performing a meticulous inspection. There were no puncture wounds, no signs of a predator attack, no bullet holes, no evidence of arrow or bolt. Its legs weren't broken from a fall. It was simply dead. I've seen animals die from disease, from freak accidents, from starvation. There is always a sign, a physical clue. Here, there was nothing. It was as if the life had just been neatly extracted from it. The professional in me documented the finding, took photographs, and logged the coordinates. The man standing alone in the deep woods felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. I did not move the carcass to the willow tree. I reported it as per federal guidelines. I continued my patrol, the silence of the forest pressing in. It's a different kind of quiet here than in Yosemite. The Sierra Nevada has a clean, vast silence. This is a heavy, listening silence, as if the trees and the moss and the ancient rock are holding their breath, waiting. My route took me toward the northern boundary, into a section of old-growth forest marked on the map as largely undeveloped. And there, on the map, was the anomaly that corresponded with another of Thompson's rules, a small icon denoting a man-made structure with no label. Rule 88. There is a set of stone stairs deep in the north woods that doesn't lead anywhere. Do not go near them. My duty is to inventory and assess all park features, marked or unmarked. To ignore it would be negligent. I left the main trail and pushed through dense undergrowth, following my compass bearing. After a half hour of hiking, I found them. They were exactly as the urban legends describe: a flight of stone stairs, perhaps 40 steps in total, rising from the forest floor and ending abruptly in midair. They were covered in moss and ancient grime, the stones expertly cut, but clearly centuries old. They led to nothing. There was no collapsed ruin, no foundation, no clearing, just more forest. It was a profound and unsettling violation of logic. Stairs are a tool of transition, meant to connect a lower place to a higher one. These connected nothing to nowhere. I walked around them, touching the cold, damp stone. No birds sang. I felt a powerful, irrational sense of being watched, of trespassing in a place I was not meant to be. I took a photo for the official record, my hand shaking slightly as I put the camera away. I wrote it off as a historical curiosity, a forgotten folly from some long, dead settler. But the explanation felt thin, a flimsy shield against a creeping dread. Back at the station that evening, the sun bled out of the sky, leaving the mountains in shades of bruised purple and black. I was finalizing my patrol report when the radio crackled to life. It wasn't the clean burst of a call from dispatch, but a hiss of empty air. Then silence. A dead channel. I waited. Rule Phase 6. If you get a call on the radio and it's just silence, say, "The line is clear," and hang up. This was absurd. It could be a lost hiker with a failing battery, their last desperate attempt to make contact. This is Ranger Keene at Archwood Station. I have an open line with static. Please repeat your transmission, over. I spoke with the calm, measured authority my training dictated. The only reply was the continued, profound silence. It felt different from an empty channel. It felt weighted, like a held breath. If you can hear me and are unable to transmit, try keying your microphone twice. Nothing. After 5 minutes of attempting to establish contact according to protocol, the line clicked off. I sat back. The silence of the room, now feeling as charged as the one on the radio. A deep sense of unease washed over me. Had I done the right thing? Later, as I was cleaning my dinner plate, I heard it. A faint, melodic sound drifting on the night air. Whistling. I froze, every muscle tensed. Rule Fate 2. If you hear whistling at night, go inside and lock the door. That song isn't for you. I was already inside, but the sound made the sturdy log walls of the station feel paper thin. It wasn't a tune I recognized. It was intricate, with strange, lilting trills and deep, mournful notes that seemed to hang in the air. It sounded inhuman. The whistling moved around the station, a slow, deliberate circuit. My heart hammered against my ribs. I was a federal officer. I was armed. But my hand went to the deadbolt on the main door and twisted it. The solid thunk of the bolt sliding home was a small comfort. I crept to the window, peering out into the impenetrable darkness beyond the station's porch light. I saw nothing but the swaying silhouettes of the trees. Then, as suddenly as it began, the whistling stopped. The ensuing silence was somehow worse, filled with a terrifying sense of anticipation. I tried to rationalize it. The wind, a strange bird. My own mind, stressed and isolated, playing tricks on me. I needed to reassert control. To ground myself in the logical, I looked at the clock. 21:55. My eyes fell on the list, which I'd left on the table. Rule Fe 1. The generator needs to be checked at 2200. Not a minute before, not a minute after. A wave of defiant anger washed over me. This was the final absurdity. A diesel generator does not operate on magical timetables. I would check it now. I would prove to myself that these rules were the product of a lonely man's fractured psyche. I grabbed my high lumen flashlight, took a deep breath, and unlocked the door. The night air was frigid, and the darkness was absolute. A physical presence that seemed to swallow the light from the porch. The generator shed was 100 feet from the station. I walked down the steps, my boots crunching on the gravel path. I swept the beam of my flashlight across the tree line, the light cutting a sharp, white blade through the black. And then it stopped. The beam landed on a figure standing just at the edge of the woods. It was tall, impossibly so, and stood on two long legs. It was not a bear. It was not a man. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing, to fit it into a known category. And then I saw its face, or rather, where its face should have been. It was a shifting, indistinct blur like a photograph horribly out of focus. Rule 89. If you see a man with a face that looks wrong or blurry, do not make eye contact. He is not lost. He knows exactly where he is. Turn around and walk away. My blood ran cold. My feet were rooted to the spot, every instinct screaming at me to run. Yet my professional duty to investigate held me captive. The blurry-faced man did not move. He just stood there, in the silent, listening darkness of Archwood Park, and he was looking right at me. Time, as a measurable concept, ceased to exist. My world compressed to the space between my own frantic heartbeats and the static figure at the edge of the woods. It was a violation of all known categories, a walking, breathing impossibility. My training, my years of service, every protocol I had ever memorized, provided no framework for a man with a face that wasn't a face. It was a vortex, a smudge in the fabric of reality, and it was looking at me. Rule 89. If you see a man with a face that looks wrong or blurry, do not make eye contact. The warning screamed in my mind, but it was too late. I had looked, I had been seen. A cold, analytical part of my brain, the part that writes incident reports and testifies in court, tried to assert itself. Subject is approximately 2 meters tall, bipedal, exhibiting no discernible facial features. Possible visual hallucination induced by stress and isolation. But I knew it wasn't a hallucination. The sheer presence of the thing was a weight on the air, a pressure against my senses. It didn't move, it didn't make a sound. But I felt a sense of profound, ancient scrutiny, as if I were a microbe being examined under a microscope. Turn around and walk away. The second part of the rule. My legs were leaden, my muscles locked in a primal freeze response. To turn my back on it felt like the most profound folly imaginable. But the alternative, to stand there until it decided to act, was unthinkable. With a surge of will that felt like tearing my own skin, I broke my gaze, focusing on the gravel path in front of me. I turned, my movements stiff and robotic, and began to walk back toward the station. I did not run. Running felt like an admission of prey status. Every step was a deliberate, measured act of defiance against the terror that was screaming at me to flee. The 100-foot walk back to the cabin became the longest journey of my life. The night, which had been filled with the familiar sounds of wind and rustling leaves, was now utterly silent. Or perhaps the roaring in my ears simply drowned everything else out. I felt its gaze on my back, a physical weight that threatened to crush me. I didn't dare look back. I reached the porch, fumbled with the doorknob, stumbled inside, slamming the heavy oak door and throwing the deadbolt with a crash that echoed in the sudden stillness. I leaned against the door, my breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. My professional composure was not just cracked, it was shattered. I slid down the door to the floor, my sidearm feeling like a useless toy against whatever was out there. After several minutes, I managed to get to my feet and stumbled to the kitchen table. I pulled the yellowed list from the logbook. It was no longer a relic of my predecessor's paranoia. It was a testament, a survival guide. I read it again, and this time, the words were not suggestions, but commandments etched in fire. Rule Why 4 high, animal remains with no visible wounds. The deer. I had logged it, reported it. A violation. Rule Height 80, the stone stairs. I had approached them, photographed them. A violation. Rule Face 6C, the silent radio call. I had tried to respond, to follow protocol. A violation. Rule Faith 2, the whistling. I had locked the door, but I had listened. Rule Whence the generator. I had deliberately gone out at 21:55, 5 minutes early, in a fit of professional pique. And it had been waiting for me. My arrogance, my rigid adherence to a set of rules, designed for a world that apparently did not exist here, had led me directly into the path of these things. Thompson hadn't been crazy. He had been trying to survive. A flicker of movement outside the window caught my eye. I crept towards it, my heart in my throat. High above the dark silhouette of Brown Mountain, a series of glowing orbs danced in the sky. They pulsed with a soft, internal light, moving in silent, impossible patterns, drifting, hovering, then darting at incredible speeds. Rule Fay 5. Some nights, you might see lights over Brown Mountain. Don't watch them for more than a minute. They notice when you're looking. I felt a strange pull, a hypnotic fascination. But the memory of the blurry face was still seared into my mind. I counted to 60. My lips moving silently, then tore my eyes away from the window. My skin crawling with the renewed sensation of being watched. I spent the next few hours in a state of vigilant terror, jumping at every creak of the old cabin. Sleep was an impossibility. Just after 0200, a new sound began. A loud, rhythmic banging from the direction of the waste disposal area. It wasn't the sound of a foraging animal. It was heavy, metallic, and deliberate. Clang. BNG. I crawled to the small window on the far side of the station that overlooked the bear-proof dumpsters. Peering through the glass, I saw it. A hulking shape, silhouetted against the faint starlight. It was massive, far larger than any black bear in these mountains, and it was standing on two legs. It moved with a lurching, unnatural gait, tearing at the reinforced steel lid of a dumpster with thick, clawed hands. Rule Fe 10. Don't leave food out for the bears. Especially not the one that walks on two legs. I shrank back from the window, my breath catching in my chest. It was methodically trying to get into the trash, a grotesque parody of a common raccoon, and the sheer, brutal strength it was exerting was terrifying. The rest of the night passed in a blur of fear, when the first gray light of dawn finally filtered through the trees. It felt less like a sunrise and more like a temporary ceasefire. I was exhausted, but my mind was racing. I had to maintain some semblance of my duties, if only to keep myself from completely breaking down. I powered on my station computer to download the data from the park's trail cameras. A routine task that now felt fraught with peril. I clicked through the files: a fox trotting down a path, a doe and her fawn, a raccoon, normalcy. Then I got to the folder for Ridge 4. My blood ran cold. There it was. A single video file, time-stamped with a string of corrupted characters, 26188. Rule 23. If you see a file with a corrupted timestamp, delete it without viewing. Envier, try to recover it. My training, the very core of my professional identity, screamed at me to do the opposite. This was data, an anomaly. It needed to be analyzed, understood, reported. What if it was evidence of a poacher using a signal jammer? What if it was a clue to a missing hiker? But the list, Thompson's list, was just as loud in my head. Envier, try to recover it. I stared at the file name, my hand trembling on the mouse. My entire worldview had been upended in less than 24 hours. The man of science and regulation was at war with the terrified survivor. What unknown horror was contained in that file? So terrible that the only safe course of action was to pretend it never existed. With a choked sob, I clicked on the file and dragged it to the trash icon. I emptied the trash, then ran a secure delete function, erasing every trace of it from the system. The act was a surrender. I was no longer Ranger Keen, GS Yauder 25-9. I was just a man in a wooden box, surrounded by things that defied explanation. And the only rules that mattered now were the ones written on a sheet of yellowed paper. I sat back, shaking, the silence of the station pressing in on me. I had to document this. I opened the official log. My hands hovered over the keyboard, but the formal language of reports felt like a foreign tongue. What could I possibly write? Observed bipedal ursine entity. Witnessed anomalous aerial phenomena. Erased corrupted data file based on unofficial, superstitious protocol. They would pull me for a psych evaluation. I typed, deleted, and typed again, finally settling on a single, frantic line. October 13, 06 and 30. The rules are real, all of them. As I stared at the words on the screen, a new sound started. It was soft, rhythmic. Thump. Thump. It came from the wall behind me. It wasn't a knock. It wasn't an animal scratching. It was the sound of something heavy and soft, patiently, deliberately, bumping against the outside of the cabin, as if testing the strength of the logs. And it didn't stop. The thumping against the log wall was soft, yet it resonated through the cabin like a heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. It was patient, methodical. Not the frantic scrabbling of an animal, but the deliberate testing of a structure by something that had all the time in the world. I remained frozen, a statue carved from fear, my back pressed against the opposite wall. My mind, once a fortress of regulations and scientific reason, was now a wasteland. The only thoughts that remained were the frantic, spidery words on the yellowed paper. The list was no longer a guide, it was the only reality. The thumping moved along the exterior of the station, a slow, investigative circuit. It paused at the window, and I held my breath, expecting the glass to shatter. But it didn't. The sound simply moved on, continuing its patient, rhythmic probing. I was prey in a box, and the predator was inspecting the trap. The night stretched into an eternity of listening, every creak of the old building a potential prelude to annihilation. Sleep was a forgotten luxury. I sat at the kitchen table, the useless weight of my service pistol on my hip, my gaze fixed on the list as if it were a holy text that could somehow ward off the encroaching darkness. When dawn finally broke, it brought no relief, only a gray, washed-out light that made the world look sick and tired. The thumping had stopped hours ago, but the silence it left behind was heavy with menace. I was a prisoner. To flee into the woods was to run into the arms of the things that hunted there. To stay was to wait for the walls to finally give way. My professional training was a mockery. What good was a course on visitor, protection against a thing with a blurry face? What was the protocol for a bear that walked on two legs and had the strength to peel steel? It was then that I heard it, a new sound piercing the morning quiet. It was the sound of a child crying. My blood ran cold. It wasn't a faint, looping cry like the one from the Saar story I'd once heard. This sounded real, desperate, and achingly human. It came from the direction of the creek, somewhere deep in the woods. Every instinct, every fiber of my being as a park ranger, screamed at me to respond. This was my core function: to render aid, to protect the vulnerable. I remembered the case file from my predecessor's time. The little boy taken by the bear man, who had a weird face. Was this another child, another victim? I grabbed the radio, my hands shaking. Archwood Station to dispatch. Do you copy? Static. Only static. I tried again, my voice cracking. This is Ranger Keene. I have a possible child in distress, requesting immediate assistance. Over. The silence that answered was absolute, a void that swallowed my words. I was alone. Utterly and completely alone. The crying grew louder, more insistent. It was a sound of pure terror and pain, a sound designed to trigger an immediate, protective response in any decent human being. I looked at the list. There was no rule for a crying child. It was an unforeseen variable, a test that fell outside the established parameters of this nightmare. My mind raced, trying to find a loophole, a justification. My duty was clear, but the woods were not. My eyes fell on the emergency kit mounted on the wall. Inside, nestled in its foam casing, was the flare gun. And the final, untested rule slammed into my consciousness. Rule Feint 7. MVR: use the emergency flare gun, unless the fire is something you can SEE. The conflict was a physical agony. To abandon a child was to abandon my oath, my very identity. but to break a rule on this list. Every violation so far had led to a more direct, more terrifying consequence. The crying became a wail, a raw plea for help that tore at my soul. I had to do something. I couldn't just sit here and let a child die. A desperate rationalization formed in my shattered mind. A fire you can see. An emergency is a fire. A child in mortal danger is the biggest fire of all. I could see it in my mind. A clear and present blaze that I was duty-bound to extinguish. It was a flimsy argument, a lawyer's trick played on the devil, but it was all I had. With a guttural cry, I grabbed the kit, ripped open the latch, and seized the flare gun. I burst out of the station door, the cold morning air hitting my face. The child's cries seemed to come from everywhere at once. Now, I didn't hesitate. I raised the pistol to the sky, pulled the trigger, and fired. A brilliant red star shot into the air, leaving a trail of smoke. It reached its apex and hung there for a moment, a beautiful, defiant symbol of hope against the oppressive gray sky. And the crying stopped. For a single, blessed second, there was silence. A profound, peaceful quiet. I felt a wave of relief so powerful it almost brought me to my knees. I had done it. I had acted. I had chosen humanity over fear. Then, the new sound began. A low, resonant hum that seemed to come not from the woods, but from the sky itself. It grew in intensity, vibrating in my bones, in my teeth. I looked up. The lights I had seen over Brown Mountain were back. But they were not distant anymore. They were descending, dozens of them, glowing orbs of silent, cold light converging on my position. The flare hadn't been a call for help. It was a beacon, a dinner bell, the fire you can see. The horrifying, literal truth crashed down on me. The flare was a fire. I had lit a fire in the sky, and now they could see it. They descended into the clearing around the station, silent and terrible. In the cold, alien light, I saw them. The blurry, faced man was there, standing impassively at the edge of the trees. The bipedal bear emerged from the shadows, its claws scraping softly on the rock. And there were others. Shapes that twisted and broke the laws of geometry. Things that my mind refused to fully process. They were not of this world. They were the reason for the rules. The rules weren't a defense. They were a treaty. A list of ways to avoid notice. And I had just announced my presence to all of them. With the last dregs of my adrenaline, I scrambled back inside the station, slamming and bolting the door. The hum was deafening now. The entire cabin began to vibrate. The light pouring through the windows was blinding. I knew the walls wouldn't hold. I knew I was already dead. But there was one last thing I had to do. One final act of a park ranger. I lunged for the logbook, for the yellowed paper tucked inside. I grabbed a pen, my hand shaking uncontrollably, and scrawled a final entry. A last desperate warning to whoever came next. October 14, 0915. The rules are real. All of them. I broke rule phase 7. The flare is the fire. It's not a signal. It's a summons. They see it. They come for it. Don't make my mistake. My name is Arthur Wells. For the better part of 2 decades, I served as a senior archivist for a modest university library, a role I found deeply satisfying. My days were spent amidst the quiet rustle of turning pages and the unique, dry scent of aging paper, a sanctuary of order and accumulated knowledge. I have always been a man of quiet habits, preferring the meticulous organization of facts and histories to the often chaotic interactions of the wider world. The decision to seek employment as a fire lookout was, therefore, somewhat out of character. Yet it stemmed from a profound need for an even deeper solitude. The recent passing of my mother, herself a woman of reclusive tendencies, had left me with a small inheritance and an even larger silence in my life. The relentless thrum of the city, once a background hum, had become an irritant, and the prospect of a season spent in the remote wilderness, surrounded by nothing but trees and sky, held an undeniable, almost medicinal allure. I imagined it as a period of quiet contemplation, a balm for a mind weary of noise and the subtle complexities of grief. The journey to Blackwood Peak Lookout was an exercise in progressive isolation. It began on a state highway, then devolved to a winding county road, its asphalt cracked and patched. This, in turn, gave way to a gravel track that rattled the old Forest Service pickup truck. Henderson, the district ranger, was driving. Henderson was a man of few words, his face a roadmap of sun and wind, and he seemed to regard my city-bred quietness with a sort of wary acceptance. Finally, the gravel surrendered to a rutted dirt path barely wide enough for the vehicle, clawing its way up the mountainside. The last mile, Henderson informed me with a grunt, was on foot. He left me at a small, sun-dappled clearing with my modest rucksack and a final, appraising look. "She's all yours," he'd said, gesturing vaguely upwards with his chin before retreating in the rattling truck, the sound of its engine slowly fading until it was swallowed entirely by the vast, indifferent silence of the forest. The tower itself, when I finally reached it after a steep, breath-stealing climb, was an impressive, if somewhat unsettling, structure. It was an older model, all steel girders and weathered wood. Perhaps an Aeromotor MC-39 or something similar from that era, perched on the very apex of Blackwood Peak like a skeletal raptor. It rose a good 60 feet from its concrete footing, a narrow, enclosed cabin at its summit, surrounded by a railed catwalk. The view was, as promised, panoramic. An endless, undulating ocean of green stretched in every direction. The distant peaks of other mountains, hazy blue against the horizon. It was beautiful, certainly, but also profoundly daunting. There was a palpable sense of being utterly alone, a tiny, insignificant speck on this mountaintop fortress, as the previous lookout had apparently called it in the logbook. Henderson had mentioned him briefly, a young man, eager at first, who had left in a bit of a hurry, his contract unfulfilled. Didn't take to the quiet, I suppose. Henderson had mused, though his tone suggested there might have been more to it. The cabin was Spartan but functional. A built-in bunk, a small wood burning stove, a desk bolted to the floor, and the all-important Osborne fire finder. Its brass, gleaming dully in the afternoon light. After stowing my gear, a selection of books I deemed suitably contemplative, a sturdy thermos and practical, if unexciting, outdoor clothing, I began a more thorough inspection. It was then, tacked neatly to the back of the cabin door, with 4 tarnished thumbtacks, that I found it. A single sheet of thick, slightly yellowed paper, protected by a surprisingly robust laminate. Typed neatly across the top was the heading, "The Blackwood Peak Lookout Official Regulations," and conduct. My eyebrows rose. Henderson had given me the standard Forest Service manual, a hefty tome detailing everything from radio protocols to wildfire suppression techniques. This, however, was something else entirely. I unpinned it and read 1. Never acknowledge the whistling you hear after sunset. It is not the wind. 2. The western window shutter must remain bolted from dusk until dawn. No exceptions. 3. If the radio broadcasts a children's song between 300 a.m. and 3:15 a.m., turn it off immediately. Do not listen to the end. Under no circumstances attempt to identify the source. 4. You may see a single light moving through the trees far below, especially on moonless nights. Do not report it. It is not a lost hiker. Do not attempt to signal it. 5. Should you find any carvings or symbols etched into the tower structure that were not there previously, report their appearance and exact location in the logbook. Do not touch them. 6. If you hear knocking on the trapdoor to the catwalk after midnight, ignore it. You are alone. 7. Food supplies are to be stored in the provided metal containers only. Ensure they are sealed tightly each night. This is not solely for rodent prevention. If you wake to find all your books rearranged on the shelves, leave the cabin for 1 hour, regardless of the weather. Do not attempt to put them back in order until you return. 9. The old generator may sometimes run erratically. However, if it stops completely during a clear night with no wind, do not attempt to restart it until sunrise. 10. Do not speak of what you see or hear during the deep hours of the night to anyone over the radio, unless it is a confirmed fire. Some things listen. I read the list twice, a faint smile playing on my lips. It was, I concluded, a rather elaborate piece of hazing for the new man. Or perhaps the literary efforts of a predecessor whose solitude had frayed the edges of his sanity. The almost bureaucratic presentation, the lamination, the neat typing, only added to the absurdity. Rodent prevention, indeed. I was a man of logic, an archivist. My concerns were with verifiable facts, with the documented procedures in the official manual. I pinned the list back onto the door, a curious relic of someone else's anxieties, and turned my attention to the more pressing matters of settling in. The first night descended with an almost theatrical grandeur. The sun bled crimson and gold across the western sky before sinking behind the distant ranges, and the stars emerged with a brilliance I hadn't witnessed in decades, undimmed by city haze. The silence was profound, a living entity that pressed in from all sides. I made a few entries in the official logbook, familiarized myself with the radio call signs, and read a chapter of Marcus Aurelius by the light of a kerosene lamp. The generator, a temperamental beast according to Henderson, I decided to save for when truly necessary. As the hours deepened, I found myself listening more intently than usual. The wind, a constant presence at this altitude, sighed and moaned around the cabin, occasionally rattling a loose pane of glass in its frame. Once, I thought I heard a faint, high-pitched sound, a thin thread of noise that seemed to weave through the deeper tones of the wind. Rule 1 flickered at the edge of my memory. It is not the wind. I dismissed it. An animal, perhaps, or merely the tower settling? Its steel contracting in the cooling air. Such structures were known for their peculiar acoustics. Later, as I was drifting towards sleep on the narrow bunk, the radio crackled. A burst of static, sharp and sudden. My eyes snapped open. It was just shy of 300 a.m. Rule 3, a children's song between 300 a.m. and 3:15 a.m. I held my breath, listening. More static, then silence. Just interference, I told myself, common in these remote, mountainous regions. Still, a faint prickle of unease traced its way down my spine. An unwelcome sensation I attributed to fatigue and the unfamiliar surroundings. Just before I finally succumbed to sleep, I was looking out the eastern window, towards the pale wash of the pre-dawn sky. At the very periphery of my vision, something seemed to flicker among the dark, unmoving shapes of the trees far below. A brief, indistinct movement. When I turned my head to focus, there was nothing but the impenetrable blackness of the forest. An optical illusion, I reasoned. A trick of tired eyes in the low light. The mind, especially one accustomed to the constant stimulus of urban life, could play strange games when confronted with such profound sensory stillness. The previous lookout, I mused, had likely fallen prey to such imaginings, his isolation breeding phantoms from the mundane. I resolved then to be more disciplined, to not allow the vast emptiness to populate itself with unwarranted fears. I was Arthur Wells, a man of reason. And reason, I was certain, would prevail. The following days settled into a peculiar rhythm. A blend of the mundane tasks of a lookout and the subtle, persistent hum of the unexplained that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of Blackwood Peak. I diligently performed my duties. Regular sweeps of the horizon with the binoculars, meticulous recording of weather patterns, wind speed, direction, temperature, cloud cover, and the obligatory radio check. Ins with Henderson, whose gruff voice was a strangely comforting, if distant, link to the ordinary world. I spent a good deal of time studying the topographical maps, familiarizing myself with the names of distant ridges, valleys, and the intricate network of creeks that spiderwebbed across the vast green expanse. This was, after all, my primary function, the reason for my presence here. Yet, the official regulations and conduct list, still tacked to the door, exerted a subtle influence, a kind of cognitive itch. I found my gaze drawn to it more often than I cared to admit. Each rule, initially dismissed as a prank or the ramblings of a disturbed mind, began to take on a more insidious quality as small, inexplicable events chipped away at my determined rationalism. The whistling, for instance. Rule 1T. Never acknowledge the whistling you hear after sunset. It is not the wind. It returned the second night, and the third. It was not the mournful sigh of wind through the steel girders of the tower, nor the rustle of air through the dense pine needles. This was a distinct, almost melodic sound, yet utterly devoid of warmth or human intention. It seemed to drift from the deep woods to the north, a series of rising and falling notes that were too patterned, too deliberate, to be a natural phenomenon. The first time I heard it clearly, a shiver traced its way down my spine, despite the residual warmth from the small wood stove. I found myself consciously turning my attention elsewhere, focusing intently on a passage. In Seneca, the Stoic philosophy, a deliberate counterpoint to the unsettling sound. I did not acknowledge it, just as the rule dictated, but the effort of not acknowledging it was, in itself, a form of acknowledgement. The western window shutter, Rule 20. The western window shutter must remain closed and bolted from dusk until dawn. No exceptions. Became a focal point of a strange, self-imposed vigilance. It was a heavy wooden shutter, reinforced with iron bands and secured from the inside by 2 thick bolts. Each evening as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, I would ensure those bolts were firmly in place. There was no logical reason for this particular window to be singled out. All the windows were of similar construction, offering similar views. Yet, the specificity of the rule gnawed at me. One evening, driven by a perverse curiosity I immediately regretted, I delayed bolting it by a mere 10 minutes past dusk. Nothing happened. The forest outside remained dark and silent, save for the usual nocturnal chorus of insects and the distant hoot of an owl. And yet, when I finally slid the bolts home, the sense of relief was disproportionate, almost shameful. It was as if, by obeying the arbitrary instruction, I had narrowly averted some unseen, unspecified consequence. The radio, Rule 3. If the radio broadcasts a children's song between 300 a.m. and 3:15 a.m., turn it off immediately. Do not listen to the end. Under no circumstances attempt to identify the set. Remained silent during those proscribed early morning hours for several nights. After the initial burst of static, I found myself waking instinctively a few minutes before 3000 a.m., a knot of anxiety in my stomach. Listening to the faint hiss of the receiver, the silence was almost worse than the static had been. It was a loaded silence, pregnant with a possibility I was trying to deny. I told myself it was the power of suggestion, the list planting seeds of unease. In my mind, my subconscious fabricating these anxieties from the thin air of solitude, the single light in the trees. Rule 40. You may see a single light moving through the trees far below, especially on moonless nights. Do not report it. It is not a lost hiker. Do not attempt to signal it. Did appear. It was on the 4th night, a night of inky blackness, with no moon to silver the landscape. I was on the catwalk, taking in the cool night air, the vastness of the starry sky a dizzying spectacle. Then I saw it, a small, steady yellow light, like a lantern, moving slowly and deliberately through the dense forest on the lower slope of the eastern ridge. My first instinct, the ingrained response of any responsible lookout, was to grab the binoculars to try and ascertain its nature. A lost hiker, poachers, but the rule, stark and unequivocal, flashed in my mind. It is not a lost hiker. I watched it for several minutes, a cold dread creeping into me. It moved with an unnatural smoothness, not bobbing or wavering, as a handheld lantern would. It simply glided, a solitary spark in the immense darkness, before disappearing behind a thick stand of firs. I did not report it. I did not signal it. I retreated into the cabin, the image of that silent, purposeful light burning in my memory. The carvings, Rule 5e. Should you find any carvings or symbols etched into the tower structure that were not there previously, report their appearance and exact location in the logbook. Do not touch them. They were perhaps the most overtly unsettling development. On the morning of the 5th day, as I was conducting my routine inspection of the tower's exterior, I found one. It was on the steel support beam of the northeast leg, about 10 feet from the ground, a crude, spiral symbol, about the size of my palm, freshly gouged into the metal. It hadn't been there the day before. I was certain of it. My archival training had instilled in me a keen eye for detail, for changes in the state of objects. This was new. The metal around the edges of the carving was bright, almost gleaming where the weathered paint and rust had been scraped away. It was not a symbol I recognized from any known iconography, though it had a vaguely unsettling, organic quality to it. My heart hammered against my ribs. I meticulously recorded its appearance and location in the official logbook, as instructed. My hand surprisingly unsteady. New carving NE support approx. Tef from base, spiral pattern. I wrote, the words looking stark and inadequate on the page. I resisted the urge to touch it, the cold metal seeming to radiate a faint, almost imperceptible wrongness. The knocking rule 6c. If you hear knocking on the trapdoor to the catwalk after midnight, ignore it. You are alone, began on the 6th night. I was reading. The silence of the cabin, broken only by the rhythmic tick of my watch and the occasional creak of the tower settling. It was well past midnight. Then a distinct, deliberate thump, thump, thump from directly above me, on the trapdoor that provided access to the catwalk from within the cabin. My blood ran cold. I froze, the book slipping from my fingers. You are alone. The words from the list echoed in my mind, a chilling affirmation. The knocking came again, louder this time, more insistent. Thump, TUMP, thump. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an animal. It sounded like knuckles on wood, a human sound. Yet there was no one else for miles, a fact Henderson had repeatedly, if indirectly, emphasized. My breath hitched in my throat. I sat there, rigid, for what felt like an eternity, every nerve ending screaming. I did not move. I did not make a sound. Eventually, the knocking ceased, leaving a silence that was somehow more terrifying than the sound itself. Sleep was impossible that night. I sat at the desk, the kerosene lamp casting flickering shadows, till the first gray light of dawn began to seep through the eastern window. My carefully constructed edifice of logic was beginning to crumble. These were not isolated incidents easily dismissed. They were a pattern, a series of occurrences that directly corresponded to that bizarre list on the door. The previous lookout, the young man who had left in a bit of a hurry. His departure suddenly seemed less about an aversion to quiet and more about an encounter with something else. The solitude I had craved was transforming. The silence no longer peaceful, but filled with an expectant, predatory quality. I found myself jumping at sudden noises, my senses on high alert, the familiar comfort of my books offering less and less solace. The wilderness, once a symbol of contemplative retreat, now felt vast, ancient, and indifferent to my civilized sensibilities, perhaps even actively hostile. The thought that I was merely a temporary, unwelcome intrusion in a place with its own ancient, unknowable rules was beginning to take root in my mind, a seed of primal fear. And the season had only just begun. The 7th day at Blackwood Peak. Lookout dawned gray and oppressive. The sky a bruised blanket that mirrored the growing turmoil within me. My meticulously kept logbook, once a testament to my orderly mind, now contained entries that seemed to belong to a different man, a man teetering on the edge of an abyss I had never known existed. The neat, precise script of my early days had become slightly more erratic, the ink sometimes smudged as if by a trembling hand. Sleep was a scarce commodity, snatched in brief, anxious bursts, and the solitude I had once romanticized now felt like a suffocating shroud. Rule 7. Regarding the food containers. Food supplies are to be stored in the provided metal containers only. Ensure they are sealed tightly each night. This is not solely for rodent prevention. Had taken on a new, sinister dimension. I had, of course, followed it diligently from the start. They were standard Forest Service issue. Heavy, gauge steel with tight, fitting lids and sturdy latches. Rodents, even bears, would have found them a challenge. Yet, on the morning of the 7th day, I found the container, holding my supply of dried beans and rice subtly disturbed. The latches were still fastened, but the lid was slightly askew, as if something had tried, with considerable force, to pry it open from one side, then given up. There were no claw marks, no teeth marks. Just a faint indentation along the rim where some immense pressure had been applied. More unsettling were the faint, almost greasy fingerprints, or what looked like fingerprints, though they were too long, too thin, smudged on the dusty metal. I felt a wave of nausea. This was no animal. The phrase, not solely for rodent prevention, echoed with chilling understatement. I checked the other containers. They were untouched. But the message was clear: something new, where my sustenance was, and it was capable of interacting with my environment in a disturbingly intelligent way. That afternoon, the generators, Rule 90. The old generator may sometimes run erratically. However, if it stops completely during a clear night with no wind, do not attempt to restart it until sunrise. Decided to test my resolve. The day had remained unnervingly still, the air heavy and stagnant, not a breath of wind stirring the pines. The sky, though overcast, showed no sign of an impending storm. I had switched on the generator for an hour to recharge the radio battery and my small reading lamp. It chugged along with its usual cacophony for about 40 minutes, then, with a sputtering cough, fell silent. The sudden absence of its roar was deafening, amplifying the oppressive stillness of the forest. I checked the fuel ample. I checked the connections secure. There was no discernible reason for it to stop. The conditions of the rule were perfectly met. A clear, though overcast, not stormy day, no wind, and a complete cessation of function. The urge to tinker with it, to coax it back to life, was strong. It was a mechanical problem, surely, something a logical mind could diagnose and fix. But the rule, and the growing catalog of inexplicable events, stayed my hand. I left it, a silent, inert lump of metal, and the cabin felt darker, more vulnerable, without its potential for light and communication. The most profound violation of my personal space, however, came that night, or rather, in the small hours of the morning. Rule 8. If you wake to find all your books rearranged on the shelves, leave the cabin for 1 hour, regardless of the weather. Do not attempt to put them back in order until you return. My books, they were my companions. My link to the world of reason and intellect I felt slipping away. I had arranged them meticulously on the small, built-in shelf. Philosophy, history, a few volumes of classic literature. I awoke with a start, a sense of profound unease washing over me, even before my eyes focused. The kerosene lamp, which I now left burning low all night, cast a feeble, flickering glow, and there they were, my books. Every single one had been pulled from the shelf and stacked in a haphazard, teetering tower in the center of the small cabin floor. Not just rearranged, but desecrated, their order violated in a way that felt deeply personal, almost mocking. A cold fury mixed with a primal fear coursed through me. This was not a subtle creak or a distant sound. This was a direct, tangible act within my sanctuary. My first instinct was to rush forward, to restore order, to reclaim that small piece of my sanity. But the rule, stark and absolute, held me back. Leave the cabin for 1 hour, regardless of the weather. The wind had picked up, howling around the tower now, and a thin, icy rain had begun to fall, lashing against the windows. To go out onto that exposed catwalk, 60 feet above the ground, in this weather, in the dead of night, was madness. Yet, the alternative, to defy the rule, to remain in the cabin with whatever entity had demonstrated such intimate access to my space, felt even more dangerous. My hands trembled as I pulled on my boots and raincoat. The metal of the trapdoor handle was cold, shockingly so. Stepping out onto the catwalk was like stepping into another world, a realm of shrieking wind and stinging rain. The narrow walkway offered little protection. I clung to the railing, the steel vibrating with the force of the gale, and made my slow, terrifying circuit of the cabin. The forest below was a black, roaring abyss. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into a watching presence. Every gust of wind felt like an icy breath on my neck. The hours stretched into an eternity. I was exposed, vulnerable, a tiny, insignificant figure pitted against the vast, indifferent power of the storm, and whatever unseen things inhabited this peak. The fear was a living thing, coiling in my gut, constricting my chest. Was this the point? To drive me out, to test my obedience, to show me how utterly powerless I was? When the hour was finally, agonizingly up, I timed it on my watch. Its luminous dial a small beacon of order in the chaos. I practically fell back into the cabin, soaked, shivering, and utterly demoralized. The tower of books still stood in the center of the floor. I waited until the first hint of gray dawn touched the eastern sky before I dared to touch them. My hands still shaking as I restored them to their proper places on the shelf. But they no longer felt like my companions. They felt like objects that had been touched, tainted by something alien and unknowable. My attempts to communicate, my growing unease to Henderson during our scheduled radio check-ins were met with a frustratingly laconic dismissal. Rule 10's do not speak of what you see or during the deep hours of the night to anyone over the radio, unless it is a confirmed fire. Some things listen was a constant, nagging deterrent. How could I even begin to explain the whistling, the light, the carvings, the knocking, the rearranged books, without sounding like I had succumbed to cabin fever? I tried to be subtle. Conditions up here are a bit unusual, Henderson, I'd said one morning, my voice carefully neutral. "Oh, how so, Wells?" he'd replied, his tone flat. "Just. The quiet seems to have a peculiar quality to it some nights." A pause, then Henderson's dry chuckle. "It's a quiet place, Wells. That's the point. See any smoke, you let me know. Otherwise, enjoy the peace." The enjoy the peace. The irony was a bitter pill. The peace was a lie. The silence was a canvas upon which my deepest fears, and perhaps something far more real, were painting a terrifying masterpiece. I began to study the old logbooks, left by previous lookouts with a new intensity. Most entries were mundane weather reports, sightings of deer or elk, notes on maintenance. But then, tucked into the back of a logbook from a prior, I found a series of entries from a lookout named Thomas Ashton. His handwriting, initially neat, grew increasingly agitated. He mentioned unsettling sounds, a feeling of being watched, and, most chillingly, the rules don't make sense until they start to apply to you. His last entry was a single, scrawled sentence. "It knows I'm here. It knows my name." After that, the logbook pages were blank for several weeks, until a new lookout began making entries, noting that the previous occupant had departed unexpectedly. A cold dread settled in my stomach. Ashton hadn't just left. He had fled, and whatever he had fled from was still here, with me. The list of rules was not a prank. It was a survival guide, a set of arcane protocols for coexisting with something ancient and malevolent that considered Blackwood Peak its domain. And I, Arthur Wells, the archivist, the man of logic, was now a character in a story far older and more terrifying than any I had ever catalogued. The question was no longer whether I could rationalize these events, but whether I could survive them. The deep hours of the night, once a time for quiet contemplation, were now a period of heightened vigilance, of listening for the whistle, for the knock, for the subtle signs that the rules were about to be enforced. And the thought that some things listen was a constant, paralyzing presence in the back of my mind. The discovery of Thomas Ashton's fragmented, terrified entries in the old logbook marked a turning point. My carefully constructed skepticism had been eroded, replaced by a gnawing dread. The rules were not a prank. They were a litany of warnings. a desperate attempt by those who had come before to codify the terrors of Blackwood Peak. Each rule now felt like a scar, a testament to some past horror. The official regulations and conduct sheet, once an object of mild amusement, now seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, a constant reminder of the precariousness of my situation. The following nights were a blur of heightened anxiety and fractured sleep. Every creak of the tower, every sigh of the wind, every rustle in the surrounding forest sent jolts of adrenaline through me. I found myself obsessively checking the bolts on the western shutter, my gaze constantly darting to the trapdoor, my ears straining for the first hint of the whistling or the dreaded knocking. The silence between these events was almost worse, filled with a suffocating anticipation. My books, once a source of comfort, now seemed to mock me with their ordered rationality in the face of such primal, inexplicable fear. Rule 10. Do not speak of what you see or hear during the deep hours of the night to anyone over the radio, unless it is a confirmed fire. Some things listened became the most insidious of all. It isolated me completely, trapping me in a solitary confinement of terror. When Henderson's voice crackled over the radio for the routine check-ins, I would report, "All quiet," my voice a hollow echo of the truth. How could I articulate the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes? The chilling certainty that the rearranged books were a deliberate, intelligent act of intimidation, or the unnatural smoothness of the light moving through the trees. He would think I was losing my mind, another city dweller succumbing to the pressures of isolation, and perhaps I was. The line between the real and the imagined was becoming increasingly blurred. One particularly brutal night, the wind howled like a banshee, rattling the tower with such violence, I feared it might be torn from its moorings. Rain lashed against the windows in horizontal sheets, and the entire structure groaned and swayed. Sleep was out of the question. I sat at the desk, the kerosene lamp casting wild, dancing shadows. My knuckles white as I gripped a heavy iron skillet, the closest thing I had to a weapon. Around 200 a.m. Amidst the storm's fury, I heard it, a sound that chilled me to the bone, despite the stove's warmth. It was a soft, rhythmic scratching, seemingly coming from inside the walls of the cabin. Not the frantic scrabbling of an animal, but a deliberate, methodical sound, like fingernails dragging slowly across wood. It moved, circumnavigating the small room, sometimes fading, sometimes growing louder, a horrifying accompaniment to the storm outside. I pressed myself against the far wall, skillet held aloft, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. I was 60 feet in the air, in a metal cage, surrounded by an elemental fury and something else. The scratching continued for what felt like hours, a relentless torment that frayed my already tattered nerves. I didn't dare investigate. I simply endured, a prisoner of my fear. The next morning, exhausted and hollow-eyed, I found new carvings on the inside of the cabin door, just below the laminated list of rules. They were smaller than the one on the tower leg, more intricate, a series of jagged, interlocking lines that seemed to form a grotesque, unblinking eye. My stomach churned. It had been inside with me, or at least something capable of marking the interior of my sanctuary while I cowered mere feet away. The logbook entry for that day was brief. My handwriting barely legible. Severe storm. Unusual noises. New carvings on door interior. It was the radio incident, however, that truly pushed me to the brink. It happened on a still, moonless night. The kind where the silence of the forest felt absolute and watchful. I had actually managed to drift into a light, uneasy sleep when the radio crackled to life. My eyes snapped open. The luminous dial of my watch read 3:07 a.m. Rule 3. A children's song. But it wasn't a song. It was a voice. A child's voice, distorted and filled with a chilling, artificial sweetness. Arthur. It whispered, the sound seeming to come from inches away, though the radio was across the room. Arthur, let me in. It's cold out here. My blood turned to ice. It knew my name. Thomas Ashton's final scrawled entry flashed in my mind. It knows my name. This wasn't random. This was personal. The voice was soft, pleading, yet utterly devoid of genuine emotion. It was the most terrifying sound I had ever heard. I'm lost, Arthur. The voice continued. A faint, almost inaudible sobbing sound in the background. Please, just open the door. I'm so alone. My hand shot out and slammed the power switch on the radio, plunging the cabin back into silence. But the voice lingered in my ears, a venomous echo. I sat bolt upright in my bunk, trembling uncontrollably. This was no longer about strange occurrences or unsettling noises. This was a direct, targeted assault. The rules were not just guidelines. They were the only flimsy barrier between me and whatever this entity was. I knew then that I couldn't stay. My carefully constructed solitude had become a torture chamber. The peace I had sought was a monstrous illusion. The inheritance from my mother. The desire for quiet contemplation. It all seemed like a distant, naive dream. The only thing that mattered now was survival. The next morning, at first light, I began to pack. My movements were hurried, frantic. I didn't care about fulfilling my contract. I didn't care about Henderson's reaction. I threw my few belongings into my rucksack, my eyes constantly darting to the windows, to the trapdoor, expecting at any moment some new horror to manifest. The list of rules on the door seemed to mock me with its calm, typed instructions. As I was about to descend the tower for the last time, my gaze fell upon the official logbook. With a shaking hand, I opened it to a fresh page. I paused, then wrote, to whoever finds this, the rules are real. Follow them. Do not try to understand. Do not try to rationalize. Just obey. Your sanity, perhaps your life, depends on it. It knows. I didn't sign my name. The journey down the mountain was a paranoid flight. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every rustling leaf sounded like approaching footsteps. I didn't stop until I reached the clearing where Henderson had left me, what felt like a lifetime ago. The hike to the gravel road, and then to the county road, was fueled by a desperate, primal urge to escape. I didn't look back. I never told anyone the full story of what happened at Blackwood Peak Lookout. Who would believe me? They would say it was stress, isolation, an overactive imagination. But I know what I experienced. I know the cold dread that settled in my soul, the certainty of a malevolent presence. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls outside my city apartment, I think I can hear a faint, high-pitched whistling. And sometimes, when I'm on the edge of sleep, I hear a child's voice whispering my name. The Blackwood Peak lookout still stands, I assume, waiting for its next occupant. And the list of rules, I have no doubt, is still tacked to the door, a silent, chilling invitation to a world where logic holds no sway, and the deep hours of the night belong to things that listen. My name is Dr. Elias Thorne. I hold a doctorate in forest ecology from Colorado State University, with a postdoctoral focus on disturbance-driven ecosystems, particularly pyrophytic succession in the Southern Rockies ecoregion. This document is not a plea for help, nor is it a confession whispered from a padded cell. It is a report. It is the final, and only, truthful account of the events that transpired during my assignment in the Uncompahgre Pike Consolidated District from October to November of 2024. I have been deemed psychologically unfit for duty. My meticulously recorded findings dismissed as trauma-induced fantasy, the product of isolation and a mind unmoored. But the data does not lie. The measurements, the photographs, the coordinates, they are immutable. I am presenting my findings here, exactly as I recorded them in my field journal, before they are systematically buried under the weight of official denial and redacted into oblivion. My mission, on paper, was straightforward and, to me, deeply fulfilling: to conduct a multi-year ecological survey within a designated burn scar, a vast wound in the landscape left by the Hayman Fire years prior. The U.S. Forest Service required a comprehensive analysis of vegetation regrowth and faunal repopulation across several critical elevation zones. My study area was a remote, rugged section of the Pike National Forest, a place of dramatic verticality where the land climbs from the rolling foothills at 7,000 feet to the stark, wind-scarred peaks approaching 12,000 feet. It is a world stratified by altitude, a living laboratory of ecological succession. The lower elevations are characterized by open ponderosa pine savannas, their long taproots anchoring them in the dry, windswept soil, their barks smelling faintly of vanilla in the warm afternoon sun. They are resilient, fire-adapted giants. Higher up, these give way to dense, almost claustrophobic stands of lodgepole pine, a forest born of fire, their serotinous cones waiting patiently for the heat that will release their seeds and begin the cycle anew. Above 9,000 feet, you enter the subalpine zone, a dark, primeval world of Engelmann spruce and subalpine fir, where the air grows thin and cold, and the forest floor is a deep, damp carpet of fallen needles. Here, snowpack can persist in shaded hollows well into the summer, and the silence is so profound it feels like a physical presence. It is a landscape of profound beauty and unforgiving harshness, a mosaic of life zones, dictated by elevation, aspect, and the brutal whims of climate. My job was to quantify this recovery, to translate the forest's slow, silent, and tenacious rebirth into charts, figures, and pure, reviewed papers. I was a man of science, of empirical observation. I believed that everything, given enough study, could be measured, categorized, and ultimately explained. The first 2 weeks were a balm to my soul, a routine of demanding physical labor and mental peace. I established my base camp in a small, isolated Forest Service cabin, a sturdy but lonely structure of peeled logs and a green metal roof, and began the arduous task of laying out my transect lines. The work was a familiar meditation, driving steel posts into the rocky soil, stretching a surveyor's tape between them, and meticulously documenting every plant, every track, every sign of life within the prescribed area. The silence of the high country was absolute, broken only by the sighing of the wind in the pines and the distant, territorial call of a Steller's jay. The initial anomalies were subtle, easily dismissed as quirks of the wilderness. On the 3rd of October, I hiked to Transect 7, a line of marked steel posts, running through a recovering stand of quaking aspen. The 7th marker post, a 40-pound piece of steel I had pounded 2 feet into the ground myself, had been moved. It was not bent or knocked over, as if by a curious bear or a winter blowdown. It had been pulled cleanly from the earth and placed, with impossible care, 15 meters to the west. Around its base, a collection of milky quartz stones, gathered from a nearby creek bed, had been arranged in a neat, deliberate spiral. I cursed the thought of local vandals, logged it as such, and spent an irritated hour resetting the post, my scientific serenity momentarily disturbed. The first carcass appeared a week later, and with it, the first true tremor of cognitive dissonance. It was a mature bull elk, discovered in a high meadow of late blooming wild flowers near the edge of the subalpine zone. From a distance, it looked as if it were merely sleeping in the sun. As I drew closer, the wrongness of the scene became a physical pressure against my skin, a cold knot in my stomach. There were no signs of a struggle, no torn earth, no broken branches, no tracks, not from a mountain lion, not from a bear, not even the scuffed hoof prints of the elk itself. Most unnervingly, there was no blood. The ground beneath the animal, a carpet of Indian paintbrush and lupine, was pristine. The wound itself was a masterpiece of grotesque precision. The soft tissue from the jaw to the upper neck, including the tongue and larynx, had been excised, removed. The cut was a clean, almost cauterized line, exposing the white bone of the mandible. It looked less like the work of a predator and more like a surgical procedure, performed with an instrument of impossible sharpness and heat. It was reminiscent of the lurid tales I'd heard from the San Luis Valley, stories of mutilated cattle and a horse named Snippy, which I had always dismissed as rural folklore. Over the next 10 days, I found 2 more, a doe and a yearling, in different locations but in the exact same state of bloodless, surgical mutilation. The sites shared an eerie, uniform quality, an unnatural, sterile silence. No birds sang in the surrounding trees. No squirrels chattered from the branches. The ubiquitous forest scavengers, coyotes, vultures, even the carrion beetles and flies, were conspicuously absent. It was as if a sterile bubble, had been placed over these locations, preserving them in a state of perfect, morbid stillness. My scientific mind reeled, desperately searching for a rational cause. A new, highly localized pathogen that caused rapid, bloodless decay. A typical predation by an unknown animal with an unheard of method of killing. Ritualistic activity by a local cult, perhaps one of the fringe groups, rumored to habit the woods around Manitou Springs, a place with its own strange legends of witches and animal remains. Every hypothesis crumbled against the sheer, defiant impossibility of the evidence. To process the growing cognitive dissonance, to try and force the phenomena back into the neat boxes of my worldview, I began a formal anomaly log in my field journal. It was a desperate attempt to impose order on the encroaching chaos, but the entries only chronicled my descent into the inexplicable. The first entry, on October 3rd, noted the moved transect marker, T7, now surrounded by a precise spiral of rocks. I'd labeled it as potential vandalism, but the anomalous factors were glaring. No tracks, human or animal, and the 40-pound post had been pulled cleanly from the earth. Then came the carcasses. On October 9th, I logged the first bull elk, hypothesizing an atypical poacher or an unknown predator, yet the evidence defied this. There was no blood spatter, no entry wound, no tracks of any kind, and a complete, unnatural absence of scavengers. By October 12th, I had found 2 more identically mutilated elk, a doe and a yearling. I speculated about a fast, acting pathogen or even ritualistic activity by a cult. But the sheer precision of the cuts and the continued lack of any human evidence rendered these ideas useless. The log did not help. It only served to starkly illustrate the failure of my framework. The impossibility escalated on October 15th, when all 10 markers on Transect 7 were rearranged overnight into a large, complex geometric pattern resembling a starburst. A coordinated team would have been required, working for hours in the dark. Yet they left no tire tracks on the access road. Not a single footprint. The final entry before I stopped writing was from October 17th. One of my subterranean soil probes, buried 30 centimeters deep, recorded an instantaneous temperature spike to 150 degrees Celsius at 20:14 a.m. The event lasted 3.2 seconds. It was a localized, inexplicable burst of intense energy, as there had been no storm, and no other probes were affected. This catalog of impossibilities mocked my attempts at rational explanation. The world I knew, a world governed by predictable, physical laws and biological imperatives, was beginning to fray at the edges, unraveling like a poorly woven tapestry. I felt a new kind of cold settle deep into my bones, one that had nothing to do with the falling autumn temperatures and the shortening days. It was the cold, primal dread of realizing you are not merely observer of a system, but a tiny, insignificant component within a system that is actively, intelligently, and silently observing you back. The profound silence of the ponderosa pines was no longer peaceful. It was watchful. The phenomena escalated, shifting their focus. They moved from the tangible, static evidence of carcasses and moved markers to a direct and sustained assault on my senses. A psychological siege designed to dismantle my sanity piece by piece. The attacks began at night, alone in my cabin, miles from any other human soul, surrounded by an ocean of black forest. I started to hear things. At first, it was a faint, discordant melody that seemed to drift on the wind, like the sound of a distant orchestra, tuning up in a vast, empty concert hall. I would stand at the cabin's single pane window, peering into the impenetrable blackness of the spruce forest, my breath fogging the cold glass, trying to locate a source. A radio. Late-night campers with peculiar taste in music. But the sound was too clean, too ethereal, and it seemed to come from all directions at once. A non-localized acoustic anomaly that defied the physics of sound propagation. It was the exact type of auditory hallucination reported by the Lee family in the infamous Black Forest haunting, a case I'd read about with detached, academic curiosity. Then came the metallic sounds. A heavy, rhythmic rattling, like someone dragging immense, rusted chains across the granite bedrock of the mountainside. It was a sound from another age, a sound of dungeons and medieval ghosts, utterly alien to this wilderness of pine and stone. I would lie in my bunk, rigid, my muscles clenched, listening to it echo canyons for minutes at a time, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. But the worst sound, the one that scraped at the deepest, most primal parts of my brain, was the scream. It would erupt from the darkness without warning, a sound that tore at the very fabric of the night. It was not the cry of any known animal in North America. It was a horrifying hybrid, a fusion of a woman's terrified, piercing shriek and the guttural, predatory roar of a large carnivore. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated terror and incandescent rage, and it echoed for what felt like an eternity before being abruptly swallowed by the oppressive silence that followed. During the day, the auditory assault was replaced by a crushing, psychic weight, a constant, prickling sensation of being watched. I'd be kneeling to check a soil moisture sensor or documenting the regrowth of fireweed, and the feeling would descend upon me like a shroud. A cold, absolute certainty that unseen eyes were following my every move from the dense, shadowy cover of the trees. I started finding things on the rough hewn porch of my cabin, small, strange offerings left during the night. A perfectly spherical river stone, polished to a glassy smoothness, beyond what any natural tumbling could achieve. A single, iridescent raven feather placed dead center on my doormat. A small, intricately carved piece of wood that looked vaguely like a stylized human figure, its proportions unsettlingly long and thin. They were not overtly threatening, but they were deeply, profoundly unsettling. Messages from an unknown and unknowable intelligence. After a week of this relentless psychological warfare, I was fraying, sleep-deprived and perpetually on edge. My scientific objectivity shattered. I drove my forest service truck down the winding, corrugated dirt road to the nearest town, a small, historic place called Alma, clinging precariously to the side of the mountains. I needed supplies, but more than that, I needed the reassuring presence of other people, the mundane noise of civilization, to convince myself I wasn't losing my mind. Seeking some context, anything to anchor my experiences in a shared reality. I visited the town's small, dusty mining museum and historical society. The archives were a cramped back room, smelling of decaying paper and time. A collection of settler diaries, mining company ledgers, and brittle local newspapers dating back to the 1880s. What I found there did not comfort me. It terrified me because it validated my experiences. I found stories of my forest, stories that mirrored my own with chilling, uncanny accuracy. An 1890s article from a defunct newspaper, the Park County Prospector, spoke of a creature the lumberjacks called the Slide Rock Bolter, a ravenous monster of local folklore, said to inhabit the steepest slopes, blamed for the mysterious disappearance of tools, supplies, and occasionally livestock. Miners' journals from the turn of the century were filled with hushed, fearful accounts of tummy knockers, mischievous or malevolent spirits they blamed for strange knocking sounds deep within the earth. Sounds that sometimes warned of cave-ins, or sometimes seemed to lure men towards collapsed tunnels and their doom. Then I found the file. It was a thin, manila folder, tucked away in a box of miscellaneous county records, simply labeled Unexplained Disappearances, Pike District. Inside were brittle, yellowed reports typed on manual typewriters. A family of 4 vanished from their locked cabin in the winter of 1888, leaving a full, steaming dinner on the table. A prospector named Silas Kane, who went looking for a hidden gold mine in the Flatirons and was never seen again. His mule found wandering weeks later, its saddlebags empty. And then, the one that made my blood run cold, a 4-year-old boy named Alfred Bale Hartz, who disappeared from a family picnic near Fall River in 1938. The search was one of the largest in the state's history. The detail that seized my attention was a witness report from 2 hikers who, days later, claimed to have seen a small boy high on an inaccessible, sheer rock ledge they called the Devil's Nest. The reports noted a disturbing pattern, one that researcher David Paulides would later codify and name Missing 411 OS. The victims often vanished near boulder fields or creeks, in areas of significant Native American importance, places the Ute tribes considered sacred or taboo. My cabin, my base of operations, was less than 2 miles from a large, glacial boulder field situated right next to Tarryall Creek. In a box of miscellaneous historical pamphlets, I found one published by a local Ute cultural group. It was poorly translated, but its message was stark and clear. It spoke of the mountains not as inert rock, but as sacred, living beings. It warned against disturbing certain valleys and canyons, which it called places of emergence, where the veil between the spirit world and the physical world was thin. It spoke of a tragedy at Grand Lake, where the spirits of drowned Ute women and children were said to wail beneath the winter ice, a place the Utes considered bad medicine and avoided for generations. My study area, I realized with a jolt of ice, water dread, was not just a recovering ecosystem. It was considered sacred, forbidden ground. I drove back to my cabin as dusk was falling, my mind a chaotic whirlwind of folklore, history, and encroaching fear. I pulled over at a scenic overlook to watch the last rays of sun paint the jagged peaks in hues of incandescent orange and deep purple. The landscape was achingly beautiful, but it no longer felt benign or neutral. It felt ancient, aware, and predatory. And that's when I saw it. On a high, distant ridge, silhouetted against the fading, bruised twilight, a figure stood. It was tall, impossibly so, and stick-thin, its limbs elongated and angular. It was not a man, not a bear, not a deer. It moved with a swift, disjointed, unnatural gait, like a broken marionette or a glitching frame in a film. It took too long, loping, strides that covered an impossible distance, and then it simply vanished over the crest of the ridge. The sighting lasted no more than 5 seconds, but it was absolute, burned onto my retinas. My scientific skepticism, my carefully constructed worldview, shattered into a million irreparable pieces. I was no longer dealing with vandals or strange weather patterns, or my own fracturing psyche. I was dealing with a thing, and it knew I was here. The sighting of the figure on the ridge changed everything. The detached curiosity of the scientist was burned away by a white, hot flash of primal fear. It was replaced by the knowing, visceral terror of prey that has finally seen its predator. But fear is a powerful catalyst. It can paralyze, or it can propel. For me, it clarified. The scattered, terrifying phenomena were no longer random. They were pieces of a puzzle, and I now held the central, connecting piece. My rational mind, though battered and bruised, latched onto the one tangible clue. From my frantic research in the Alma archives, Devil's Nest, the name of the inaccessible ledge where the lost boy, Alfred Bale Hartz, was supposedly seen in 1938. I spread my topographical maps across the cabin's small table, my hands shaking slightly. There it was, a deep, isolated, and unnamed canyon in the most remote sector of my study area. But scrawled in faint pencil on this old Forest Service map was the same name, Devil's Nest. It was the epicenter. I knew, with a chilling certainty that defied logic and reason, that all the phenomena, the surgically precise carcasses, the impossible sounds, the watchful silence, the stick-thin figure, emanated from that place. I had to go there. I packed a light but essential kit: extra water, high energy rations, my GPS unit, a reliable magnetic compass, a headlamp, and my geology hammer, its weight a small comfort in my hand. I set out at dawn, the air crisp and cold, under a sky the color of steel. The hike into the canyon was a descent into another world, a journey backward in time. As I dropped in elevation, the familiar ponderosa and lodgepole pines of the montane zone gave way to an ancient, towering forest of Engelmann spruce and subalpine fir. Their branches, heavy with thick, green moss, intertwined overhead, blocking out the sun and creating a perpetual, gloomy twilight on the forest floor. The temperature plummeted, a sudden, unnatural cold that had nothing to do with the altitude or the shade. My breath plumed in front of my face in thick, white clouds. Then, my equipment, my tethers to the modern, rational world, began to fail. The screen on my GPS flickered erratically, displaying a scramble of nonsensical characters, before going completely dead. I pulled out my compass. The needle, instead of pointing resolutely north, spun uselessly, rotating in slow, lazy circles as if searching for a pole that no longer existed. I was navigating by instinct alone, drawn deeper into the canyon by a force I couldn't explain. The trees themselves seemed warped and diseased, their trunks twisted into agonized, spiraling shapes, as if they had grown in a place where the laws of physics were bent. It was then that I began to see the lights. At first, they were faint, ephemeral pulses in my peripheral vision, easily dismissed as phosphenes from exhaustion. But as I went deeper, they became bold and distinct, shimmering, silent orbs of cobalt blue, emerald green, and bled red light that danced and weaved between the ancient trees. They moved with a silent, intelligent purpose, weaving intricate, geometric patterns in the gloom, sometimes hovering motionless before darting away into the shadows. I remembered reading the account of the Lee family, who experienced a terrifying haunting in the Black Forest. They described flashing lights like the 4th of July in their living room, phenomena a Hopi shaman had attributed to something he called a rainbow vortex, a gateway, a place where the membrane between the world of the living and the world of the dead was thin and permeable. I was walking through that vortex now. The air itself felt thick and heavy, charged with static electricity that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. A low, subsonic hum vibrated up through the soles of my boots, a sound I felt in my bones and teeth more than I heard with my ears. After what felt like hours of navigating this disorienting, luminous landscape, I reached the canyon floor. The sight that greeted me stopped me dead in my tracks, my breath catching in my throat. In the center of the valley was a perfect circle of barren, scorched earth, roughly 50 meters in diameter. Not a single blade of grass, not a single weed, not even a patch of moss grew within its sharply defined boundary. The air inside the circle shimmered with a visible, heatless energy, and the low hum was now a palpable, physical force that made my vision vibrate at the edges. And in the absolute center of the circle stood the source. It was a monolith, a 10-foot tall, perfectly smooth, metallic rectangle, its surface a polished, non-reflective black that seemed to drink the dim light around it, creating a void in space. It was utterly featureless, seamless, and cold to the touch. It was identical in description to the mysterious object that had recently appeared and disappeared on a hill near Fort Collins. An object that had baffled the media and authorities before it was quietly removed. But this was no modern art installation or college prank. This felt ancient, eternal. It was a machine. It was a terminal. It was a doorway. I knew, with a sudden, terrifying clarity that bypassed all my years of scientific training and logical deduction, what this place was. This was the Sipapu, the place of emergence from the old Ute and Navajo legends I had read about, the place where they believed their ancestors were led underground by, and people, to escape a great cataclysm, the place where the Star People were said to enter our reality aboard flying seed pods. It wasn't a myth. It was a physical location, a functioning terminal between worlds, and it was active. As the sun began to set, its last rays unable to penetrate the deep canyon, casting long, distorted shadows across the valley. The monolith began to thrum with greater intensity. The hum rose in pitch, becoming a low, resonant tone. And then, they emerged. They did not come from the monolith itself, but materialized from the deepest shadows at the edge of the clearing, drawn to the structure's energy, like nocturnal insects to a bug zapper. My mind, my poor, scientifically trained human mind, struggled to categorize the impossible. Parade of creatures that shambled, skittered, and strode into the open. There was a hulking, bipedal form covered in shaggy, dark hair, its massive shoulders slumped as it moved with a surprisingly fluid, silent grace. Its sheer size and ape-like shape were unmistakable, a Sasquatch, a creature of campfire stories and grainy photographs, real and solid and smelling of damp earth and musk. Behind it, two gaunt, pale figures moved with the same disjointed stop motion speed as the thing I had seen on the ridge. Their limbs were too long. Their joints seemed to bend at impossible, backward angles. Skinwalkers, the shapeshifters of nightmare legend. Their eyes black and devoid of any light or soul. From the gnarled roots of the ancient spruce trees, a group of small, twisted humanoids scurried forth, their eyes glowing with a faint, malevolent phosphorescence. They were bent, monstrous caricatures of the wee tricksters, the old Cornish miners called tomahawkers, their faces wizened and cruel. And there were others, things made of shadow and flickering light, things that defied geometry, things for which our language had no words. They were not a pack or a herd. They were a collection, a horrifying menagerie of Colorado's darkest legends and cryptids, all gathered in one impossible place. They ignored me completely, their attention fixed on the humming monolith, as if waiting for a signal, waiting for the door to fully open. In that moment of pure, undiluted terror, I understood. The legends weren't separate stories. They were all true, all facets of a single, horrifying, intersecting reality. This valley wasn't haunted. It was a habitat, and I was trespassing. I was crouched behind a large, moss-covered boulder at the edge of the clearing, my body frozen in a state of absolute terror, my mind screaming. The creatures continued their silent, patient vigil around the humming black monolith, a congregation of impossibilities under the deepening twilight. The air grew colder, the resonant tone from the black slab deepening in pitch, vibrating in my chest cavity. I don't know how long I watched them, paralyzed by a fear so profound it felt like a physical weight pressing me into the earth. An hour, a lifetime, then a single, fatal mistake. Shifting my weight to relieve a cramping muscle, my boot dislodged a small, loose stone. It skittered across the face of the boulder and landed on the barren, scorched earth of the clearing with a soft click. The sound was insignificant, a tiny punctuation mark in the vast wilderness. Yet in the charged, humming silence of that valley, it was as loud as a gunshot. Every head turned, every pair of glowing black, or multi-faced eyes, snapped towards my hiding place in perfect, horrifying unison. The collective weight of their attention was a physical blow, a wave of malevolence that struck me with the force of a hurricane. The hunt began. I scrambled backwards, crab, walking away from the boulder, then turned and ran, my lungs screaming for air that felt too thin to sustain life. The forest that had been merely unsettling on the way down was now actively, malevolently hostile. The faint path I had followed was gone, vanished as if it had never existed. Trees seemed to shift and wreathe in my peripheral vision, their low, hanging branches grabbing at my clothes like skeletal hands. The ground itself became treacherous, roots snaking out from the earth to trip me, rocks turning under my feet. I felt a profound sense of temporal distortion, a waking nightmare. I ran for what felt like hours, my legs burning, my lungs on fire. Yet the sliver of moon remained fixed in the sky, refusing to move. It was the legend of Boulder's enchanted mesa, made terrifyingly real. A place where time itself became a fluid, predatory trap. Behind me, I could hear them coming. The heavy, thudding footfalls of the Sasquatch, crashing through the undergrowth. The dry, skittering sounds of the smaller, gnarled creatures. And worst of all, that horrifying, part human, part animal screech echoing through the twisted trees. A sound of pure, murderous rage. I was not going to outrun them. I was not going to outfight them. My only hope, my only chance at survival, was to outthink them. My panicked mind, in a moment of desperate clarity, latched onto my training, my knowledge of the land. I remembered the geology of the region's steep, unstable scree slopes, a consequence of the rapid tectonic uplift of the Rockies. The canyon I had descended was a natural bottleneck, its walls sheer and fractured. An idea, born of pure desperation, formed in my mind. I veered off my frantic, pathless flight, scrambling directly up a steep, loose rock face, pulling myself upward with bleeding hands. The creatures followed, their unnatural agility allowing them to scale the treacherous incline with terrifying ease. I could hear them closing the distance. I reached a point just below the canyon rim, a section of heavily fractured granite and loose shale I had noted on my way down as being dangerously unstable. I pulled my geology hammer from my belt. With the last of my adrenaline-fueled strength, I began striking at the key stress points in the rock face. The sound of steel on stone ringing out like a frantic alarm bell in the night. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a deep, grinding groan that seemed to come from the heart of the mountain itself, the rock face began to move. A cascade of small rocks turned into an avalanche of massive boulders, a roaring, grinding river of stone and earth that poured down into the narrow canyon entrance below. I heard a final, collective screech of fury and frustration from the darkness before it was abruptly cut off by the deafening thunder of the landslide. I had buried the valley. I had sealed the door. I stumbled through the wilderness for 2 more days, delirious from exhaustion, dehydration, and profound shock. A pair of hikers found me on a roadside, miles from my truck, my clothes torn, my face and hands bloody, rambling incoherently about monoliths and monsters in a place called Devil's Nest. My official debriefing with my superiors at the Forest Service was a quiet, humiliating disaster. I presented my logbook, my frantic sketches of the creatures, my soil temperature data, my disjointed but earnest report. They listened with polite, pitying expressions, exchanging glances that spoke volumes. The official conclusion, typed up and placed in my permanent file, was trauma-induced psychosis brought on by prolonged isolation and high-altitude stress. I was placed on indefinite medical leave. My career, my life's work, over in an instant. The day before I was scheduled to be driven off the mountain, 2 men visited my cabin. They were not from the Forest Service. They wore plain, dark, ill-fitting suits that looked utterly out of place in the rustic setting. They didn't ask about my mental state or offer condolences. They asked very specific, very calm, and very unnerving questions. Daguerre. Thorn, the first one said, his eyes cold and analytical, described the sound the monolith made. Was it a steady hum? Or did it pulse at a measurable frequency? The second one asked, his voice devoid of emotion, the lights you saw in the canyon, did they react to your presence, or did they follow a predetermined path? They listened intently to my answers, nodding slowly, making no notes. They suggested, in a placid, reasonable tone that was more terrifying than any scream, that what I had experienced might have been the result of or conventional atmospheric testing from one of the nearby military installations, or perhaps a mass hallucination induced by localized infrasound phenomena from geological instability. Their calm, knowing denial was more chilling than the screech of any creature. They were not there to debunk my story. They were there to contain it. They confiscated my journal, my samples, and every photograph I had taken, citing national security. I am writing this now, years later, from a small, rented house in a flat, featureless landscape, as far from the mountains and their watchful silence as I can get. I no longer look at a forest and see an ecosystem of trees and animals. I see a veil. My final conclusion, the one I could not put in my official report, the one that keeps me awake at night, is this: all of it is true. The Ute legends of the Sipapu and the Star People, in their flying seed pods, the settlers' tales of the Slide, Rock Bolter, and the Tommy Knockers, the modern accounts of Bigfoot sightings, of surgically mutilated cattle, of the strange, dancing lights o' the San Luis Valley, of the ghosts on Riverdale Road, and the witches of Manitou. They are not separate myths. They are different people from different centuries, with different languages and belief systems, all trying to describe the same fundamental, impossible, and terrifying truth. There are places in this world, deep in the ancient forests of Colorado, where our reality wears thin. These are not places that are haunted by the spirits of the dead. They are places that are inhabited by another kind of life, a complete and parallel ecosystem that operates by a different set of physical and biological laws, one that sometimes bleeds through into our own. I did not discover a monster. I stumbled into a habitat. I escaped, and I sealed one of its entrances. But I know the monolith is still there, humming in the eternal dark, beneath 1,000,000 tons of rock. And I know that the deep, profound silence of the ponderosa pines is not empty. It is waiting. My name is Liam, and it is important to state from the outset that I did not go to sea seeking adventure. There was no romance in my decision, no siren call of the exotic ports, or the boundless, blue freedom of the ocean. For me, the sea was an escape, a place vast and indifferent enough to swallow the noise of a life I had comprehensively wrecked ashore. I sought the anonymity of a grueling, repetitive job, a routine so physically demanding it would leave no room for memory or regret. The maritime industry, I discovered, asks for little more than a strong back, a clean bill of health, and a willingness to trade months of your life for a paycheck and the obliteration of distance. I had all three in abundance. After securing the necessary credentials, a process that involved more paperwork than I'd anticipated, and a 5-day basic safety training course that taught me more ways to die at sea than I cared to know, I signed on as an ordinary seaman, an OS, the lowest rung on the deck department's ladder. My duties would be simple, mindless, and dirty: chipping rust, painting, greasing gear, and standing watch. It was perfect. The vessel I was assigned to was a container ship, a veteran of the seas named the MV Airbus. The name, I would later learn, was not a coincidence. It was a warning. Boarding the Airbus for the first time was an exercise in humility. It wasn't just a ship. It was a floating metropolis of steel, a moving mountain range of cargo containers, stacked 7 high, each one a mystery box of global commerce. The air was thick with the smells of salt, diesel exhaust, and something else, a deeper, metallic scent of decay, as if the rust was a kind of living organism slowly consuming the vessel from within. A constant, low-frequency hum vibrated up through the soles of my boots, the ceaseless heartbeat of the engines deep in the ship's guts. It was a sound I would come to associate with a very specific kind of dread. The living conditions were as Spartan as I had hoped. My cabin was a small, steel-walled box with a bunk, a small desk, and a porthole that offered a view of more steel. Privacy was a luxury afforded by a closed door, but never by silence. The ship groaned and creaked around me, a constant symphony of stress and strain. The other crew members were a collection of ghosts in boiler suits. They were professionals, Filipino, Russian, Ukrainian, men with wary eyes and an insular quietness born of long contracts and immense fatigue. They moved with an economy of motion, their faces set in masks of grim endurance. There were no friendly welcomes, only curt nods and a shared understanding that we were all here to do a job that took us thousands of miles from anyone who mattered. We were a community of isolates, sharing a floating prison. On my first day, after stowing my meager belongings, I was summoned to the bridge. The journey there was a disorienting trek through a labyrinth of narrow corridors and steep ladders. The bridge itself was a stark contrast to the rest of the aging vessel. It was a bubble of modern technology, a darkened room illuminated by the soft, multicolored glow of radar screens, GPS plotters, and digital charts. It was the ship's brain, a place of quiet, focused tension. Standing at the center of it all was the captain. He was an older man, perhaps in his late 60s, with a face that looked like it had been carved from driftwood and left out in the sun. His authority was absolute, an invisible pressure in the room that demanded silence and obedience. He didn't offer a handshake or a greeting. He simply turned his pale, assessing eyes on me, and for a long moment, he said nothing. I felt like a specimen under a microscope. "You are the new OS," he stated. It wasn't a question. His voice was gravelly, a low rumble like stones grinding together. "Yes, Captain," I replied. He gestured to the chart table. Lying there was not a modern binder or a clipboard, but a large, heavy ledger. It was bound in dark, cracked leather, the kind of antique you'd expect to find in a dusty archive, not on the bridge of a working cargo ship. Its pages were yellowed with age, and the brass corners were tarnished green. "Your predecessor was careless," the captain said, his gaze never leaving mine. He failed to appreciate the importance of procedure. This vessel operates on a strict set of protocols. They are not suggestions. They are the terms of our survival. He opened the ledger. The pages were filled with entries, in a dizzying array of handwriting, some inelegant, looping cursive, others in a frantic, spidery scrawl. It was a log, but it spanned decades, maybe longer. He turned to a specific page, marked with a faded red ribbon. The heading was written in stark, block letters. "Ambiance far nebu hence." "Read," he commanded. I leaned over the table, my initial thought being that this was some kind of elaborate hazing ritual, a tradition to spook the new guy. But the captain's face was devoid of any humor. It was a mask of grim finality. I looked down at the handwritten rules. The ink faded but perfectly legible. 1. Your watch schedule is non-negotiable. Be on deck 5 minutes early. Never be late. Tardiness is an invitation. 2. All maintenance, chipping rust, painting must be performed from bow to stern during daylight. Never work towards the bow. Never work after the sun has set. It notices movement in the dark. 3. If you hear a song that sounds like a woman humming from a ventilation shaft, find the nearest sealed room and do not leave for 10 minutes. Do not listen to the melody. 4. The ship's manifest is a lie. The containers in Bay 12 are not to be inspected, secured, or approached for any reason. The chief mate handles Bay 12. 5. If, during your watch, you see a man on deck in a soaked, dark peacoat, do not make eye contact. Do not speak to him. He is not part of this crew. He is looking for his ship. Do not help him find it. 6. Never enter the chart room alone between the hours of L100 or 200 and the O24 C100. The old maps are being consulted. 7. If a crewmate offers you a piece of salt beef after evening quarters, refuse it politely. That crewmate is no longer who you think they are. Report it to the chief mate using the code. The larder is spoiled. 8. Do not look at your reflection in the black water of the open ocean at night. It might not be your reflection looking back. I finished reading and looked up, a nervous laugh threatening to escape my lips. The rules were absurd, a collection of sailors, superstitions, and cryptic warnings that belonged in a cheap horror novel, not a ship's official orders. Rule 23 sounded like a garbled version of the Siren myth. Rule 5, a ghost story about the Flying Dutchman. The one about the salt beef was pure paranoia, designed to sow distrust among a crew already isolated from the world. "Is this a joke, Captain?" I asked, trying to keep my tone respectful. The captain's expression did not change. If anything, it hardened. "Do I look like a man who jokes, Mr. Nolan?" he asked, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "There are forces in this world, especially in the deep places of the ocean, that defy easy explanation. This ship, the Erebus, has an arrangement with them. These rules are not for my benefit. They are for yours. They are the difference between you finishing your contract and being listed in this ledger as lost at sea." He closed the heavy book with a soft, final thud that seemed to echo in the silent bridge. The sound seemed to seal my fate. "You will learn them. You will obey them," he continued, his eyes boring into me. "And you will never, ever speak of them to anyone outside of this vessel. The world ashore is not ready for these truths. Your duties begin with the morning watch. Do not be late." He turned away, dismissing me. I walked out of the bridge and back into the groaning steel corridors of the ship. The captain's words and the impossible list of rules churning in my mind. The low hum of the engines seemed deeper now, more menacing. The smell of decay felt stronger. I had come to the sea to escape the ghosts of my past, but as the Erebus slid silently through the dark water, I had the sinking feeling that I had just signed on to a vessel that was haunted by something far, far worse. The first week at sea was a blur of exhaustion and punishing physical labor. My life shrank to the rhythm of the watch schedule. 4 hours on, 8 hours off, a cycle dictated by the ship's bell that cared nothing for day or night. As an ordinary seaman, I was at the beck and call of the bosun, a burly, taciturn Filipino man, whose hands were like leather mallets. My duties were the dirtiest on the ship. I chipped away endless patches of rust that bloomed like a disease on the steel decks. The rhythmic tink, tink of my hammer a pathetic counterpoint to the engine's deep thrum. I painted over the exposed metal with thick, acrid-smelling primer. I greased winches, coiled ropes, and scrubbed decks until my back screamed, and my hands were raw. It was exactly the kind of mindless oblivion I had craved. During the day, under the vast, indifferent sky, I could almost forget the captain's ledger and its list of impossible rules. I tried to convince myself it was an elaborate, cruel joke, a psychological test for the new man. But the behavior of the crew was a constant, unsettling reminder. They were a quiet, almost monastic brotherhood of the weary. They performed their duties with a grim efficiency that left no room for error or deviation. I noticed it most during the daily maintenance. The bosun would start us at the very tip of the bow, and we would work our way aft towards the stern. No one ever questioned it. No one ever suggested a more efficient pattern. If a tool was dropped, you walked the long way around to retrieve it, always keeping the work behind you. You never, ever worked towards the bow. And as the sun began to dip towards the horizon, a palpable tension would ripple through the men on deck. Tools were collected with a quiet urgency. Work stopped a full hour before sunset, no matter the task's state of completion. The second rule from the ledger: never work after the sun has set. It notices movement in the dark, was observed with the absolute devotion of religious law. My first test came on the 5th day. We were painting a section of railing on the main deck. The afternoon was hot, the work was slow, and I was lost in the repetitive motion of the roller. I didn't notice the sun bleeding orange and purple across the waves until the bosun barked an order to pack up. In my haste, I knocked over a can of gray paint, sending a puddle spreading across the deck plates. "Idiot!" the bosun hissed, his eyes wide with something more than just anger. It was fear. "I'll clean it up," I said quickly, grabbing a handful of rags. "No time," he snapped, grabbing my arm. "We go now." "But it'll ruin the deck," I protested, pulling away. The sun was still a sliver above the water. We had a few minutes. He didn't argue. He simply pointed towards the stern with a trembling finger. I followed his gaze. The ship's shadow was stretching, long and black, across the water. But it was the shadow on the deck that held his attention. It was crawling, elongating unnaturally fast, consuming the light. And where the shadow fell, the air grew still and cold. The low hum of the engines seemed to dip, to become distorted, as if passing through water. I felt a pressure in my ears, a profound and unnerving silence that was somehow louder than the noise it replaced. I looked back at the spilled paint. In the dying light, for a split second, I thought I saw the puddle ripple, not from the ship's motion, but as if something had stirred beneath its surface. I didn't need another warning. I dropped the rags and practically ran after the rest of the crew, my heart hammering against my ribs. No one spoke as we secured the gear and retreated into the lighted superstructure of the ship. The heavy steel door slammed shut behind us, and the normal sounds of the Airbus rushed back in, chasing away the terrible silence. The bosun shot me a look of pure venom and said, "You are lucky. It was not fully dark." He never mentioned the incident again, but after that, I was the first to pack up my tools. The rules were real. That chilling realization poisoned the sense of escape I had sought. The ship was no longer a refuge. It was a cage, and we were trapped inside with things that followed a set of ancient, malevolent agreements. My sleep became shallow, punctuated by the groans and creaks of the ship, each sound a potential threat. It was during one of these fitful nights, lying in my bunk, that I encountered the third rule. If you hear a song that sounds like a woman humming from a ventilation shaft, find the nearest sealed room and do not leave for 10 minutes. Do not listen to the melody. It started faintly, a high, sweet sound that I first mistook for the whine of a distant pump. But it grew steadily, resolving itself into a clear, melodic humming. It was a simple, beautiful tune, a lullaby that seemed to tug at a half-forgotten childhood memory. It was deeply comforting, and my exhausted mind yearned to drift off to it. I felt my eyelids grow heavy, a pleasant warmth spreading through my limbs. The sound was coming from the small, circular vent above my desk. Without thinking, I sat up, wanting to hear it more clearly, wanting to place the familiar, lovely tune. Then, the captain's words echoed in my head. Do not listen to the melody. Ice flooded my veins. I scrambled out of my bunk, my heart seizing with panic. The melody seemed to grow louder, more insistent, wrapping around me like a physical presence. It was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard, and every instinct told me to stay, to listen, to let it soothe away the fear and the fatigue. It promised peace. It promised rest. I clamped my hands over my ears and stumbled out of my cabin into the dim, red-lit corridor. The humming was everywhere now, seeping from every vent, vibrating in the steel plates beneath my bare feet. Find the nearest sealed room. My cabin door wasn't sealed. The corridor was a tunnel of the sound. A small supply closet stood 20 feet away. I lunged for it, my breath catching in my throat. The handle was cold and stiff. I threw my shoulder against the door, wrenched the handle, and tumbled inside, pulling the heavy door shut behind me. I was plunged into absolute darkness and a silence broken only by my own ragged breathing. The closet smelled of rust and cleaning chemicals. I pressed my back against the door, my body trembling uncontrollably. Outside, the humming continued. It changed then, the beautiful melody twisting into something discordant and searching. I could feel it probing at the door, a pressure against the steel, seeking a crack, a way in. I squeezed my eyes shut, counting the seconds, my mind replaying the tune, fighting the urge to hum it myself. It felt like an eternity, but eventually, the pressure receded. The sound faded, leaving behind the familiar, groaning heartbeat of the Erebus. I stayed in that closet for a full half hour before I dared to open the door. The next day, I saw Andrei, a veteran Russian AB, checking the lashings on a stack of containers. His face was a roadmap of exhaustion, but his eyes were sharp. I approached him, desperate for some kind of explanation, some human connection in this shared nightmare. Andrei, I began, my voice low. Last night, the humming. His head snapped up. The casual wariness in his eyes was replaced by a stark, cold fear. He glanced around the empty deck, then grabbed my arm in a grip of steel. He pulled me behind a container, out of sight of the bridge. "You do not speak of it," he whispered, his Russian accent thick and harsh. "You heard it. You locked the door." I nodded, my throat dry. "Good," he grunted, releasing me. "You are not as stupid as you look. You follow the rules. All of them. You do not ask questions. You do your work, you take your pay, and you pray you see land again. That is all." He turned and walked away, leaving me alone with the chilling finality of his words. There was no help to be had. There was only obedience. That night, I had the midnight to 4 a.m. watch. The sea was a vast, featureless expanse of black, indistinguishable from the starless, overcast sky. The air was cold and damp. I stood on the bridge wing, the wind whipping at my jacket, my senses on high alert. I thought of the man in the peacoat, of the salt beef, of the chart room I was forbidden to enter. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking shape. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. To steady myself, I leaned on the railing, staring down at the dark water churning alongside the hull. And then, I remembered the last rule. Do not look at your reflection in the black water of the open ocean at night. It might not be your reflection looking back. A cold dread, worse than anything I had felt before, washed over me. I had been staring at the water for a full minute. Slowly, against every screaming instinct, I forced my eyes downward. The ship's lights cast a faint, distorted glow on the waves. I could see a vague shape there, a pale oval of a face, dark smudges for eyes and a mouth. My reflection, it was just me. A wave of relief so powerful, it made me dizzy, washed through me. It was just a superstition, after all. I smiled, a weak, trembling thing. And in the black water below, my reflection smiled back. But it wasn't my smile. It was wide and utterly, terrifyingly hungry. I scrambled backward from the railing, my boots slipping on the damp steel of the bridge wing. My breath came in ragged, panicked gasps. The image was seared onto the inside of my eyelids, the pale, watery oval of my face twisted into a grin of pure, predatory hunger. It was a violation, a deep and personal mockery of my very existence. For the rest of my watch, I was useless. I stood with my back pressed against the bulkhead of the superstructure, my gaze fixed firmly on the deck, tracing the patterns of rust and old paint. I refused to look at the ocean. I couldn't. The fear was too great that I would see it again, that this time it would wave back with my own hand. Was I going mad? The thought was a cold comfort. Madness would be an explanation, a rational diagnosis for an irrational experience. But deep in my gut, I knew I wasn't mad. The ship was real, the rules were real, and the things they were meant to protect us from were real, too. The Erebus was a vessel sailing, not just on the ocean, but on a sea of dark agreements and ancient, hungry things. The hungry smile I saw was not a hallucination. It was a promise. The days that followed were a slow descent into paranoia. Sleep offered no escape, only a shallow, dream-haunted reprieve. Every creak of the ship's hull was a footstep in the corridor. Every shadow in a corner was a waiting figure. I performed my duties on autopilot, my mind a frantic loop of the captain's rules. I chipped rust, I painted, I greased gears, always moving from bow to stern, always finishing before the sun bled out across the horizon. I became a model of obedience, because obedience was the only shield I had. The crew remained a collection of strangers, but now my isolation felt different. It was no longer just the professional distance of men doing a hard job. It was a tactical necessity. I watched them from the corner of my eye, studying their faces, their movements. Who among them had heard the humming? Who had seen the man in the peacoat? Who had refused the salt beef? The seventh rule had burrowed into my mind, transforming the mess hall from a place of brief respite into a minefield of potential threats. If a crewmate offers you a piece of salt beef, after evening quarters, refuse it politely. That crewmate is no longer who you think they are. Report it to the chief mate using the code. The larder is spoiled. It happened a week after I saw my reflection. We were in the mess, the air thick with the smell of boiled potatoes and stew. I was hunched over my tray, forcing down the bland food, when one of the Ukrainian ABs, a man named Sasha, sat opposite me. He was a big man with a perpetually tired face, but he'd always given me a curt, non-hostile nod when we passed. He was as close to a friend as I had on this floating purgatory. He slid a small, greasy piece of dark meat across the table toward me. "Extra ration," he said, his voice a low rumble. "You are skinny. Need meat on your bones." I froze, my spoon halfway to my mouth. It was salt beef. My blood ran cold. I looked at Sasha's face. His eyes were the same tired blue they had always been. There was a faint, almost friendly smile on his lips. Nothing seemed out of place, but the rule was absolute.
"No, thank you,"
I said, my voice barely a whisper. I cleared my throat, trying to sound casual. "My stomach, it is not good today." Sasha's smile didn't falter, but his eyes held mine for a fraction too long. An unnerving stillness settled over him. "As good?" he insisted, pushing the meat a little closer. "Good salt."
"Curacao."
"I can't," I said, more forcefully this time, pushing the small plate back towards him. "Thank you, but no." For a long moment, he just stared at me. The ambient noise of the mess hall, the clatter of cutlery, the low murmur of conversations in a half-dozen languages seemed to fade away. It was just me and Sasha, and the piece of meat between us. Then, the moment broke. He shrugged, a gesture that seemed almost too casual, and popped the piece of beef into his own mouth. He chewed slowly, his eyes never leaving mine. I felt a profound, animal terror. I mumbled an excuse and fled the mess hall, the feeling of his gaze burning into my back. I knew what I had to do. The chief mate was the ship's second in command, a wary, hawk-faced Filipino man who moved with a silent, coiled intensity. He was even more remote than the captain. A man who seemed to communicate only in orders and disapproving glares. Finding him alone was difficult, but I eventually cornered him as he was leaving the chart room. "Chief mate," I said, my heart hammering. He turned, his expression one of pure annoyance. "What?" I swallowed hard, the coded words feeling foolish and theatrical on my tongue. "Sir, the larder is spoiled." The change was instantaneous and terrifying. The annoyance in his eyes was extinguished, replaced by an expression of absolute, cold gravity. It was the look of a man hearing a confirmed casualty report. He didn't ask who, or when, or how I knew. He didn't have to. He simply gave a single, sharp nod. "Understood," he said, his voice low and devoid of any emotion. "Go to your cabin. You were never here. This conversation did not happen. You will not speak of this to anyone. Ever." He turned and walked away, leaving me trembling in the corridor. The next day, Sasha was gone. I didn't see him on deck, or in the mess hall, or in the passageways. It was as if he had never existed. I asked another seaman about him, a Russian I'd worked with. The man just gave me a blank look. "Sasha. There is no Sasha in this crew." The denial was so flat, so complete, that I almost believed him. I started to doubt my own memory, my own sanity. Had I invented him? But I knew I hadn't. The Erebus wasn't just haunted. It was actively editing itself, pruning its crew, erasing its history. My duties became my only anchor to reality. A few days later, the bosun assigned me to a chipping and painting detail on the aft deck, near Bay 12. The name sent a fresh spike of fear through me. Rule 14. The ship's manifest is a lie. The containers in Bay 12 are not to be inspected. secured, or approached for any reason. The chief mate handles Bay 12. The containers in Bay 12 were different from the others. They were older, a mottled collection of rust-streaked, unmarked boxes that looked like they had been at sea for 100 years. They bore no logos, no serial numbers. They were anonymous, silent monoliths. I tried to keep my distance, focusing on my work. The rhythmic tink, tink, tink of my hammer, the only sound besides the endless rush of the sea. But then I heard another sound. It was faint at first, a soft, rhythmic scratching coming from inside one of the containers. Scratch, pause, scratch, pause. It was a sound that did not belong, the sound of a trapped animal. My blood froze. I lowered my hammer, listening. The scratching was steady, patient, and it was coming from the container closest to me. I took an involuntary step closer, my mind screaming at me to run. As I hesitated, I saw the chief mate approaching. He was carrying a heavy, lumpy canvas sack over his shoulder. He didn't seem to see me. He moved with a grim purpose, heading directly for the container that was making the noise. He pulled a heavy, old-fashioned key from his pocket and fitted it into the container's locking mechanism. I ducked behind a winch, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. The chief mate grunted with effort as he swung the heavy steel door open. The scratching sound stopped instantly. For a single, horrifying second, I saw a glimpse of the interior before the door blocked my view. It wasn't filled with cargo. It was empty. The steel walls stained with something dark and covered in deep, frantic gouges, as if a beast had been clawing at the metal for an eternity. The chief mate hefted the canvas sack from his shoulder. It squirmed in his grip. He threw it into the darkness of the container. I heard a soft, wet thud, followed by a new sound. A low, guttural tearing, and a thick, slurping noise that made my stomach heave. The chief mate slammed the door shut, the heavy bolt clicking into place with a sound of absolute finality. He stood for a moment, his back to me, before turning and walking away, leaving me alone with the silence and the horrifying knowledge of what the Erebus was truly carrying. It wasn't cargo. It was food. The knowledge of what was in Bay 12 festered inside me like a sickness. The ship was no longer just a haunted vessel. It was a mobile abattoir, a charnel house, sailing a predetermined course of sacrifice. My work became a hollow pantomime. I chipped rust and painted steel, but my mind was filled with the sound of scratching from within a metal box, the wet thud of the canvas sack, and the slurping, tearing noises that followed. I was now an accomplice. My silence was complicity. The remaining week of our voyage was steeped in a suffocating tension. The other crew members, who had once been merely distant, now actively avoided me. Their eyes would slide away when I approached. Conversations would cease. I realized they knew I had seen the chief mate. I had witnessed the feeding. In the unspoken hierarchy of this ship, I had crossed a line. I was no longer just a new hand learning the ropes. I was a witness, a loose thread in the tightly woven fabric of their monstrous secret. The isolation I had once craved had become a form of solitary confinement, and I was terrified of what sentence would be passed. My fear was a physical thing, a cold weight in my stomach that never left. I ate little, slept less. The rules, which had once been my shield, now felt like the bars of my cage. I found myself reciting them in my head, a frantic mantra against the encroaching madness. Do not listen to the melody. Do not speak to the man in the peacoat. Do not look at your reflection. But there was no rule for what I had seen. There was no protocol for knowing that we were ferrying caged gods or devils across the ocean, and that their sustenance was the flesh of the disappeared. The night before we were due to make port, my terror finally curdled into a desperate, reckless need for answers. I couldn't bear the not knowing anymore. I couldn't face the idea of stepping back onto dry land with this horror locked behind my teeth, wondering if I would be allowed to leave, or if I would simply be raced, like Sasha. There was one rule I had yet to break, one sanctuary of secrets I had yet to violate. Never enter the chart room alone between the hours of 0200 and 0400. The old maps are being consulted. At 0230, when the ship was deep in the belly of the night watch, I slipped out of my cabin. The corridors were lit with the same dim, red emergency lights, but they seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. The hum of the engines felt like a predator's purr. I made my way to the bridge, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The chart room door was unlocked. I pushed it open and stepped inside, pulling it softly shut behind me. The room was unnaturally cold. The air was still and heavy, like in a crypt. And on the large, wooden chart table, illuminated by a single low, hanging lamp, lay the ledger. It was open. Beside it, spread out like ancient scrolls, were not modern nautical charts, but old hand-drawn maps made of vellum or animal hide. They depicted coastlines I didn't recognize, with continents shaped strangely, as if from a forgotten age of the world. And in the middle of a vast, empty expanse of ocean, a location was circled in faded, brownish red ink. There were no coordinates, only a name written in archaic script: Leviathan's Rest. My hands trembling, I leaned over the ledger. It was open to a page filled with names, dozens of them, each followed by a date and a short, chilling epitaph. Lost at sea storm. Lost at sea accident. Lost at sea carelessness. I found the entry for my predecessor, Thomas Miller. Lost at sea, failed to observe protocol. He hadn't been careless. He had broken the rules. He had learned the truth. I flipped through the brittle pages, a history of dread and death spanning centuries. The handwriting changed, the ink faded, but the story was the same. This ship, or one like it, had been sailing this route for a very, very long time. It was a prison, a duty, a curse passed down through generations of sailors who were trapped by what they knew. The old maps are not for living eyes, Mr. Nolan. The captain's voice came from the darkness behind me. I didn't jump. The sound was so quiet, so final, it felt it had always been there. I turned slowly. He stood in the doorway, his face a mask of ancient wariness. He wasn't angry. He was just sad. "What is this ship?" I whispered, my voice cracking. "It is a necessity," he said, stepping into the light. "There are things in this world, Mr. Nolan, that were here long before us. things that sleep in the deep places. So long as they sleep, the world is safe. But they hunger, even in their slumber. The Erebus is not a cargo ship. It is a key. It is a promise. We sail the old routes, the forgotten lines of power, and we keep the peace. We deliver the offering, so that they do not wake and come ashore to collect it themselves. My mind reeled. The containers in Bay 12, the scratching, Sasha. It all clicked into place with a horrifying, soul-crushing logic. We weren't just feeding them. We were jailers, wardens of a planetary prison. So, what happens now? I ask, my gaze falling back to the ledger, to the long list of the lost. Am I to be an accident? Another entry in your book. Your fate is not yet written, the captain said, his voice softening. But you cannot go back. You know the truth. The world ashore cannot handle this truth. It is a fragile, brittle thing, their reality. It would shatter. He walked to the table and turned the final page of the great ledger. There, on the last page, written in the same stark block letters as the heading for the rules, was a single, final regulation. It was unnumbered, an addendum to the covenant. THEC must es par. The chief mate has served his term, the captain said, his pale eyes meeting mine. He has performed his duties. He has earned his rest. He will go ashore. And he will speak of this to no one, because he knows the consequences. But the larder must still be tended. The offering must be made. The ship must have a keeper, someone who understands the weight of the task, someone who has seen the blood drained from my face, the canvas sack, the key, the tearing sounds. It was a job, a position, a life sentence. The next morning, the Erebus docked. The familiar sounds of port, the shouting of dock workers, the screech of cranes, felt alien, like sounds from another world. I stood on the deck and watched as the crew disembarked. The men who had avoided my gaze for a week now walked past me, their faces blank, their bags slung over their shoulders. They were free. The chief mate was the last to leave. He was dressed in civilian clothes, looking like any other man. He didn't look at me as he walked down the gangplank and vanished into the crowd. A ghost returning to a life I could no longer have. The captain came and stood beside me. He held out a set of large, old-fashioned iron keys. In the other hand, he held a heavy, empty canvas sack. The new hands will be boarding soon, he said quietly. They will need their rules. I didn't move. I couldn't. I was paralyzed by the sheer, crushing weight of my new reality. I had come to sea to escape my ghosts, and in doing so, I had become one. I looked down at my hands, and then at my faint reflection in the polished brass of the bridge window. The face that looked back was pale and thin, but for a fleeting, horrifying moment, I saw its lips pull back into a smile. It was wide and sharp and utterly, terrifyingly hungry. I had found my place on the Airbus. I took the keys. My name is Elias Thorne. I am a park ranger, specializing in resource management for the National Park Service, a position I have held for the better part of 2 decades. My official duties are varied, encompassing backcountry patrols, ecological surveys, and the inventory and protection of the natural and historical features contained within the vast tracts of wilderness, entrusted to our care. It is a role I consider less a job and more a stewardship, a commitment to the profound, silent majesty of these ancient mountains. Many of my colleagues prefer the more populated park areas, the visitor centers and scenic drives where they can engage with the public. I am not one of them. My temperament is better suited to the deep solitude of the backcountry, to the long weeks spent alone in remote mountain posts where the only voices are the wind in the hemlocks and the rush of a cold stream. This preference for isolation is not misanthropy. It is a professional asset, a prerequisite for the kind of work that requires immense patience and a deep, abiding comfort with one's own company. There is a psychological resilience demanded by this life, a quiet strength that I have cultivated over many years of walking these trails alone, a reality echoed in the memoirs of rangers who have come before me. My current assignment was the culmination of this career path, a multi-week solo expedition into a rarely patrolled sector of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. This area, a labyrinth of steep gorges and high ridges, was once the heart of the Little River Lumber Company's aggressive logging operations in the early 20th century. Between 1901 and 1939, they carved through this wilderness, leaving scars that are only now beginning to heal. The land was absorbed into the park in the 1930s, but its remoteness has left it largely untouched by modern park infrastructure. My mission was twofold: to document the state of forest regeneration and to identify and catalog any remaining unmapped structures from the logging era. These relics, old cabins, forgotten equipment, decaying bridges, needed to be assessed as neither potential hazards to be removed or historical artifacts to be preserved. The first few days of the trek were arduous but familiar. I pushed deep into the park's green heart, following the faint indentations of old logging railroad grades, now little more than shallow ditches in the forest floor, almost entirely reclaimed by a century of leaf, fall, and root growth. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying wood. This was the Appalachian forest in its full, overwhelming glory, one of the most biologically diverse temperate regions on the planet. The landscape was a constant series of long, broad ridges, steep slopes, deep gorges, and wide intermountain valleys. A topography that has fostered an incredible array of life over millennia of geologic stability. The dominant canopy was a mix of oak, hickory, and ancient stands of eastern hemlock that had, by some miracle, escaped the logger's saw. The understory was a riot of endemic flora, a living museum of rare species: the delicate, drooping heads of American lily, of valley, the ghostly white of trailing monkshood, and the waxy leaves of galax carpeting the ground in dense colonies. Navigating this terrain was a constant battle. The old railbeds often disappeared into what the old-timers called rhododendron hells. These were not the manicured shrubs of suburban gardens, but monstrous thickets of rhododendron maximum, some reaching heights of 20 feet or more. Their branches, thick as a man's arm, twisted together into an impenetrable lattice that blocked out the sun and deadened all sound. to get through them. I often had to abandon walking and resort to crawling on my hands and knees, my pack snagging on the gnarled wood. The world reduced to a claustrophobic, green-tinged twilight. It was in these hells that you could truly appreciate the wildness of this place. The feeling that you were an intruder in a world that had its own ancient, implacable rules. On the 5th day, after forcing my way through a particularly nasty slick that left my arms and face crisscrossed with scratches, I emerged onto the lip of a gorge wider and deeper than any I had yet encountered. And spanning it was a skeletal apparition that made me stop dead in my tracks. It was a bridge, a massive wooden railroad trestle, stretching at least 200 feet across the chasm. Its dark form a stark, geometric scar against the verdant wilderness. It was not on any of my maps, modern or historical. Using my binoculars, I surveyed its construction with a ranger's eye for detail and decay. It was a classic timber trestle, a series of rigid A-frame supports called bents, marching across the gorge, each one a complex latticework of heavy posts and diagonal sway braces. The timbers were enormous, likely old growth oak or Douglas fir, hewn from the very giants that once stood on these slopes. They were blackened to the color of charcoal, preserved by a century of saturation with creosote. Even from a distance, I could almost smell the acrid, chemical tang of it, a scent that never truly leaves the wood. Heavy iron bolts and plates clamped the joints together, rusted but still holding fast. It was a monument to a brutal kind of ingenuity, built not for elegance, but to bear the crushing weight of the geared shay locomotives that once hauled fortunes in timber out of these mountains. The structure was a place of inherent conflict, a violent line of industrial ambition drawn across a landscape that measured time in millennia. It felt wrong, an unhealed wound. I made my way down to the approach. The ground here was soft and damp, a thick carpet of moss growing over the compacted earth where the tracks once lay. And that's when I saw them. Footprints. A single set leading onto the bridge. The tread pattern was modern, a Vibram sole or something similar, pressed clearly into the moss. My first thought was of a lost hiker, a Turon, who had wandered dangerously off trail. Though how they could have gotten this deep into a closed sector was a mystery in itself. I followed the prints with my eyes. They proceeded in a steady, confident line of steps out onto the wooden decking of the bridge. They passed the first bent, the second, the third. They continued toward the very center of the span, a point suspended more than 100 feet above the rock-strewn creek below. And then they stopped. I don't mean they scuffed, or turned, or stumbled. They simply ceased to exist. One moment there was a clear print of a right boot, the next, nothing but the weathered, gray wood of the bridge deck. It was as if the person who made them had been lifted straight up into the sky, vanishing without a trace. I stood there for a long time, the silence of the gorge pressing in on me. I scanned the chasm below, my heart beginning to beat a little faster. There was no body, no splash of color from a backpack or jacket, no broken branches on the steep, wooded slopes to mark a fall. The railings of the bridge, from what I could see, were weathered but intact. I looked back and forth along the decking. There was no second set of prints, no return journey. It was a physical impossibility. A scene without a story. A line drawn in the dirt that led directly to nowhere. And as a cold knot of unease tightened in my stomach, I had the distinct and unwelcome feeling that I had just stumbled upon a place where the normal rules of the world had been suspended. My training kicked in, overriding the primal alarm bells ringing in the back of my mind. A park ranger is, above all, a pragmatist. We are trained to observe, document, and analyze before we conclude. There had to be a logical explanation. A fall was the most obvious, despite the lack of evidence. I unslung my pack and took out my high-powered binoculars, scanning the gorge below with methodical precision. I traced the line from the last footprint down to the creek bed. 100 feet of empty air. Nothing. No snagged clothing on the rhododendron-choked slopes. No unnatural depression in the leaf litter. No splash of color from a discarded pack. The creek, shallow and clear, flowed over a bed of smooth, gray stones. There was no body. I turned my attention back to the bridge itself. Perhaps the person had climbed over the railing and shimmied along the outside of the structure, though to what end I couldn't imagine. I zoomed in on the massive creosote-soaked timbers of the bents. The wood was ancient and weathered, but the iron bolts holding the sway braces and posts together seemed solid, their rust a mere surface stain. There were no fresh scrape marks, no broken splinters, nothing to indicate a recent climb. The railings, simple thick beams, running the length of the span, were intact. There were no reports of missing persons in this sector. But this area was so remote. It could be weeks or months before anyone was noticed missing. I took out my camera and began documenting the scene. Just as procedure dictated, wide shots of the bridge and gorge, then detailed shots of the footprints, each one a perfect, muddy testament leading to its own negation. The professional in me was satisfied. I had my report, my evidence. I could turn back now, hike the 5 days to my station, and file a report that would baffle my superiors and likely get filed away as an unsolved anomaly. But the man in me, the one who had spent 20 years learning the rhythms and secrets of these mountains, couldn't let it go. It felt like a personal challenge, a riddle posed by the wilderness itself. The silence of the gorge was no longer peaceful. It was expectant. It was waiting for my next move. My decision was made before I was even fully conscious of it. I had to cross. Or at least, I had to walk to the point where the footprints vanished. I double-checked my pack, securing every strap and buckle. The thought of my own gear snagging on some rotten piece of wood was a persistent worry. I took a deep breath. The air tasting of damp, moss, and that faint, chemical tang of the creosote, and stepped onto the bridge. The timbers beneath my boots were solid, far more so than I'd expected. The railroad ties were spaced about a foot apart, with a decking of thick planks laid over them. The wood was silvered with age, but the preservative treatment had done its job, warding off a century of rot. Still, each step was a conscious deliberate act. I kept my eyes fixed on the structure, testing my weight on each plank before committing. The gorge fell away on either side, a dizzying drop that I forced myself to ignore. The only sounds were the soft tread of my boots and the faint, rhythmic creak of the old wood, a sound like a deep, slow sigh. I followed the footprints. Left, right, left, right. A steady, even gait. Whoever this person was, they hadn't been hesitant. They had walked with a purpose. I passed the first massive A, frame bent, then the second. The wind picked up, whistling through the complex lattice of the trestle supports, creating a low, mournful hum. It was a lonely, desolate sound that seemed to amplify the profound isolation of the place. I was a single, small figure suspended between two sides of an ancient ravine, on a structure that had no business still being here. As I approached the center of the bridge, the point where the final right footprint was pressed into a patch of dried moss, a strange sensation began to creep over me. It started with the sound. The wind didn't die down, but the noise it made seemed to change, the humming deepening into a low frequency, thrum that I felt more in my bones than heard with my ears. It was like standing too close to a massive, unseen engine. My ears popped, as if from a sudden change in pressure. Then my vision began to swim. The air directly ahead of me, right over the spot where the trail ended, seemed to shimmer, like heat haze on a summer road. But the air was cold, carrying the chill of the deep shade and the running water below. The edges of the bridge, the distant trees, the very texture of the wood under my feet. It all seemed to momentarily lose its focus, wavering as if I were looking at a reflection in disturbed water. I stopped, planting my feet, shaking my head to clear it. I blamed it on vertigo, a trick of the height, and the hypnotic pattern of the railroad ties. I took one more step, bringing me to the edge of the last footprint. The thrumming intensified, and a wave of intense, unnatural cold washed over me. It was a deep, penetrating chill that had nothing to do with the ambient temperature. My breath plumed in front of my face. Goosebumps erupted on my arms. The shimmering in the air grew more pronounced, and for a terrifying second, the world through that distortion seemed different. The colors of the forest on the far side of the gorge were subtly wrong. The greens too vibrant, the shadows too deep. It was as if I were looking through a flawed piece of glass into another world, one that was an imperfect copy of our own. A feeling of profound and irrational dread seized me. It was a primal fear, the kind an animal feels when it senses a predator it cannot see. My ingrained comfort with solitude evaporated, replaced by the crushing certainty that I was not alone. There was a presence here, something ancient and vast, and utterly indifferent to me. It wasn't malicious, not in a way I could understand. It was simply other. I felt a strange, disorienting sense of temporal displacement, as if I were a single note held too long, a moment stretched into an eternity. The thought, nonsensical and terrifying, flashed through my mind. This place eats time. I backed away. Slowly, deliberately, one step at a time, my eyes locked on the shimmering patch of air. I didn't turn my back on it. until my feet were firmly on the mossy ground of the gorge's edge. I stumbled back several yards and leaned against a hemlock, my heart hammering against my ribs. I was breathing heavily, my body trembling from the cold and the adrenaline. I checked my instruments. My compass needle spun uselessly for a moment before settling on north. My GPS was searching for a signal, which wasn't unusual in these deep gorges, but it felt ominous now. I looked at the photos on my digital camera. The footprints were there, clear and sharp, but the shots I had taken looking across the bridge showed nothing unusual, no shimmer, no distortion. My rational mind scrambled for purchase, hallucination. Sensory deprivation and isolation could do strange things to the brain. I had been alone for 5 days, pushing myself physically. Maybe my mind had simply created a phantom to explain the impossible. It was a plausible theory, one that I desperately wanted to believe. But as I sat there, trying to calm my racing pulse, a fragment of forgotten history surfaced in my memory. It was from an old book I'd read years ago, while researching the area, a 1797 account by the naturalist Benjamin Smith Barton. He wrote of the Cherokee legends of the people who inhabited these mountains before them. A strange, pale race they called the moon-eyed people, because their eyes were sensitive to the sun and they could only see well at night. The legends claimed the Cherokee had fought a great battle with them and expelled them from the region. But other versions of the story were vaguer, saying the moon-eyed people had simply vanished. I had dismissed it as fascinating folklore at the time, another local legend, like the Wampus Cat or the Mothman. But now, sitting in the oppressive silence of this forgotten gorge, the story took on a chilling new resonance. A people who couldn't bear the daylight. A people who vanished. I looked at the bridge, a stark, black line drawn across the landscape. A path that led halfway to nowhere. I decided against pushing onward. Instead, I would make camp here, a safe distance from the bridge, and observe. As dusk began to settle, draping the mountains in shades of purple and gray, the forest came alive with its usual chorus of insects and night birds. But tonight, every sound felt freighted with meaning. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, made me jump. The familiar wilderness now felt alien and menacing. I built a small, smokeless fire, more for the comfort of its light than for warmth, and sat with my back against a solid wall of rock. My gaze remained fixed on the bridge, a skeletal silhouette against the darkening sky, waiting for the full moon to rise, and wondering what might come out when it did. Night fell like a shroud over the gorge. The moon, a day past full, rose above the sharp silhouette of the eastern ridge, bathing the landscape in a sterile, silver light. My small fire was a lonely spark of orange against the overwhelming dark. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the undergrowth, sent a jolt through my system. The familiar sounds of the Appalachian night, usually a comfort, now seemed like a language I couldn't understand, full of whispers and warnings. My training as a ranger, my years of cultivating a deep, seated calm in the face of isolation, felt like a thin veneer over a much more primal fear. I was an intruder, here, and I was beginning to understand that the wilderness was not just indifferent to my presence, it was actively hostile. My gaze was fixed on the bridge. In the moonlight, it looked even more skeletal, a ribcage of ancient, creosoted timbers picked clean by time. And at its center, exactly where the footprints had vanished, the air began to shimmer again. It was more pronounced now, less like heat haze, and more like a tear in the fabric of the night. A wound in the world through which the cold moonlight seemed to bend and distort. The low thrumming returned, a vibration that resonated deep in my chest, a audible frequency that felt like the world's lowest note being played on some colossal, unseen instrument. I raised my binoculars, my hands unsteady. The shimmering patch of air was no longer just a visual distortion. Through the lenses, I could see things moving within it. Not clearly, but as fleeting, translucent shapes, like faulty projections on a screen of smoke. They were figures, I thought, tall and gaunt, moving with a jerky, unnatural rhythm. They seemed to be working, engaged in some frantic, silent labor upon the bridge that wasn't there. Then came the sounds. At first, it was faint, carried on the wind, the distant, metallic clang of a hammer on steel. Then, the unmistakable, rhythmic chuffing of a steam engine. A sound that had not been heard in these mountains for nearly a century. It grew louder, closer, accompanied by the screech of wheels on rails and the sharp, piercing blast of a locomotive's whistle. My rational mind screamed at me, auditory hallucination, the product of isolation, stress, and the power of suggestion in a place steeped in history. But the sounds were too real, too layered. I could hear the shouts of men, their voices thin and reedy, lost in the cacophony of the phantom industry. I could almost smell the coal smoke and hot metal, a ghost of the Little River lumber company's brutal assault on this wilderness. The logging camps of that era were notoriously dangerous places. Men were maimed and killed with terrifying regularity, crushed by falling trees, mangled in the gears of steam, powered skidders, or lost in the frequent, deadly railroad accidents. This bridge, a monument to that ambition, must have claimed its share of lives. Was this what I was witnessing? A replay of some long-forgotten tragedy, trapped in a loop by the strange properties of this place. A localized temporal anomaly, as the physicists might call it. A place where time itself was broken. The shimmering intensified, and the figures within it became marginally clearer. They were not just loggers. Among the spectral forms of men in overalls and heavy boots, I saw others. They were smaller, paler, their movements furtive and strange. They seemed to be fleeing from the industrial phantoms, their forms dissolving and reforming in the distorted air. The moon-eyed people. The Cherokee legend had said they were driven from these mountains, expelled by the Cherokee themselves. But what if that wasn't the whole story? What if they had simply retreated into a place the Cherokee could not follow? A place between places. The legend claimed a Cherokee had attacked them on a night of the full moon because their sensitive eyes couldn't bear the bright light. And here I was, under a brilliant moon, watching their ghostly forms flicker in and out of existence. The thought that had chilled me earlier returned with the force of a physical blow. This place eats time. It didn't just record it. It consumed it, trapping echoes of the past. The loggers, the moon-eyed people, the hiker who had left his footprints. In this one, terrible spot. Suddenly, the cacophony of the phantom train ceased. The silence that fell was absolute and profound, more complete than any natural quiet I had ever experienced. The shimmering on the bridge pulsed once, violently, and then stabilized, a placid, wavering window in the center of the span. The thrumming in my chest subsided. For a long moment, nothing happened. The gorge was still, holding its breath. Then, from the heart of the shimmer, a single figure emerged. It was not a ghost. It was solid, three-dimensional, and it stepped out of the distortion and onto the solid timbers of the bridge. It was small and slender, wrapped in what looked like dark, heavy furs, its face obscured by a deep hood. It stood perfectly still at the exact midpoint of the bridge, the place where the hiker's footprints had ended. It turned its head slowly, scanning the darkness on my side of the gorge. Even from this distance, I felt its gaze lock onto my position. The primal fear I'd felt before was nothing compared to the pure, undiluted terror that now flooded my veins. This was not a replay of the past. This was the present. The presence I had felt was no longer just a feeling. It was here. I was frozen, unable to move. My binoculars pressed so hard against my face they hurt. The figure took a step toward me. Then another. It moved with a silent, fluid grace that was utterly inhuman. It crossed the invisible line where the hiker's journey had ended and kept coming. I lowered the binoculars, my breath catching in my throat. My mind, desperately clinging to the training and discipline of my profession, screamed at me to document. I fumbled for my camera, my fingers numb and clumsy. I raised it, zoomed the lens, and tried to focus on the approaching figure. But the image in the viewfinder was a blur, a smear of darkness against the moonlit bridge. My hands were shaking too violently. The figure stopped again, now only 100 feet away. It slowly raised a hand and pushed back its hood. The face was bone, white, with a flat, broad nose and a lipless slit of a mouth. But the eyes were what broke me. They were huge, perfectly round, and they glowed with a soft, milky luminescence of their own, like two full moons in the pale landscape of its face. They were the eyes of a creature that had never seen the sun, and they were fixed directly on me. The moon-eyed man. He was real. A sound escaped my lips, a choked gasp. The creature's head tilted, as if in curiosity. It had heard me. That single, small sound shattered my paralysis. I scrambled backward, away from the firelight, crab walking over roots and rocks, my pack digging into my spine. I didn't take my eyes off the figure on the bridge. It remained motionless, watching me, its luminous eyes burning holes in the darkness. I reached the tree line and forced myself to my feet, turning and plunging into the rhododendron. Hell, I had fought my way through that afternoon. Branches whipped at my face, snagged my clothes. I didn't care. I ran blindly, fueled by a terror so profound it was a physical force. A pressure from behind pushing me onward. The only thought in my head was to put distance between myself and that bridge. Between myself and those glowing, moon-like eyes. I didn't stop until my lungs were burning and my legs gave out. I collapsed at the base of an ancient oak, gasping for air, my body trembling uncontrollably. The sounds of the forest had returned, but now they were just sounds. The oppressive, intelligent silence of the gorge was gone. I was alone again, but I knew, with a certainty that went deeper than logic, that I was being hunted. The mystery of the footprints was solved. They didn't stop. They were taken. And now, the thing that had taken the hiker knew I was here. I had looked into its world, and it had looked back into mine. As the first hint of gray began to lighten the eastern sky, I forced myself to move. There would be no more observation, no more reports. There was only survival. I had to get back to the ranger station, back to the world of rules and reasons. But as I shouldered my pack and began the grueling 5-day trek back, a new, horrifying thought took root in my mind. The footprints only ever went halfway across. It was a one-way trip, and I had just seen what was waiting on the other side. The 5-day hike back to my station was a descent into a private hell. The wilderness that had been my sanctuary for 2 decades transformed into a place of profound menace. Every rustle of leaves was the footfall of something silent and pale. Every snap of a twig was the breaking of a bone. The familiar, imposing mountains no longer felt ancient and serene. They felt remote, untamed, and actively hostile. I moved with a frantic, desperate energy, fueled by adrenaline, and a terror so deep it felt like a physical illness. I barely slept, jolting awake at every nocturnal sound. The image of those luminous, moon-like eyes burned onto the inside of my eyelids. I ate cold rations on the move, too terrified to stop and build a fire. Convinced its light would be a beacon in the oppressive dark. My professional training, my ingrained discipline, was a thin shield against the primal fear that had taken root in my soul. I was no longer a steward of this land. I was prey. When I finally stumbled out of the tree line and saw the familiar gravel road leading to the ranger station, I nearly collapsed with relief. I was gaunt, filthy. My face and arms a crotchet of scratches from my flight through the rhododendron hells. My supervisor, a man named Henderson who had known me for 15 years, took one look at my wild-eyed, haunted expression and his face clouded with concern. "Elias, what in God's name happened to you?" I tried to explain. I sat in the sterile quiet of the debriefing room, the fluorescent lights humming overhead, and I tried to put the impossible into words. I started with the facts, the things that could be entered into an official report. The discovery of an unmapped, early 20th century timber trestle bridge. The single set of footprints. The lack of any evidence of a fall or a return journey. Henderson listened patiently, nodding, his pen scratching against the official incident form. This was all within the realm of the explainable, if unusual. A missing hiker, a tragic accident in a remote sector. But then I faltered. How could I report a shimmering distortion in the air? A phantom train. A creature with glowing eyes that stepped out of a tear in reality. The words died in my throat. I saw the look on Henderson's face, a mixture of professional concern and a dawning, clinical assessment of my mental state. I knew what he was thinking: isolation, exhaustion, hallucination. The well-documented psychological toll of a life spent too long alone in the deep woods. So I censored myself. I edited my own reality. I mentioned a feeling of unease, possible auditory and visual distortions due to fatigue, and concluded that the subject of the footprints was likely deceased. Cause unknown, search of the immediate area inconclusive. I filed a report that was technically true, but a profound lie. Henderson accepted it, but his gaze was still troubled. He recommended, strongly, that I take my accumulated leave. All of it. Get some rest, Elias, he said, his voice gentle. Get your feet back on solid ground. The other rangers were kind, but there was a new distance in their eyes. The story, in its sanitized, officially palatable form, had made the rounds. I was no longer Elias Thorne, the steady, unflappable backcountry veteran. I was the man who'd gotten spooked by shadows, the one who'd spent a few too many nights alone. My isolation, once a professional asset, had become a mark of instability. I retreated to my personal cabin, a small, rustic structure on the park's periphery that had always been my refuge. But there was no peace to be found. The woods surrounding my home were no longer a comfort. I spent my days in a fever of research, poring over old logging company maps, historical archives, and obscure folklore collections. I reread Benjamin Smith Barton's account of the moon-eyed people, his words now feeling less like folklore and more like a field report. I searched for any mention of my bridge, any record of a logging camp accident so horrific it might have torn a hole in the world. I found nothing. The bridge, and the thing that inhabited it, remained an anomaly, a data point that fit no known pattern. My nights were sleepless, filled with a gnawing dread. I'd sit in the dark, a shotgun across my lap, listening to the sounds of the forest, trying to distinguish the natural from the unnatural. I was caught in a liminal space of my own, trapped between the rational world I had always known and the impossible truth I had witnessed. My mind felt like that shimmering air on the bridge, a place where two realities bled into one another, creating a constant, nauseating distortion. Weeks turned into a month. The sharp edges of my terror began to dull, replaced by a heavy, bone-deep exhaustion. I started to tell myself that Henderson was right. It had been a hallucination, a waking nightmare born of solitude and stress. A hiccup in my perception of time and space, as one psychology book I read put it. I began to sleep again, in short, fitful bursts. I started to believe I might be able to reclaim my life, to file the memory of the bridge away as a traumatic, but ultimately unreal event. Then came last night. I was sitting in my armchair, reading a book. The silence of the cabin broken only by the whisper of turning pages and the low hum of the refrigerator. It was a normal sound, a comforting sound. But then another sound began to bleed through it, a low, sub-audible thrumming. I froze, the book falling from my hands. It was the sound from the bridge. The vibration I had felt in my bones, the one that signaled the thinning of the world. It was faint, distant, but it was unmistakably here. My heart hammered against my ribs. I told myself it was the refrigerator, a truck on the distant highway, my own overstrained imagination. But the thrumming grew, a steady, resonant pulse that seemed to come from the very air around me. A floorboard on the front porch creaked. My blood ran cold. I was paralyzed, every muscle locked in a rictus of pure terror. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, listening to the crushing silence that followed. Nothing. Maybe it was a deer, a raccoon, a branch falling. My rational mind, my ranger's mind, offered up a dozen plausible explanations. But they were all lies. Slowly, my body trembling, I forced myself to stand. I crept to the window that overlooked the porch, my hand shaking so badly I could barely part the curtains. I peered out into the inky, moonless dark. At first, I saw nothing but the familiar shapes of the trees, black against a starless sky. Then I saw them. 2 points of soft, milky light, floating in the darkness, just beyond the porch railing. They were perfectly round, and they glowed with their own internal, malevolent luminescence. They were not reflecting light. They were the source of it. It had followed me. It had crossed the bridge. It had crossed the 5 days of wilderness. It had found my home. The boundary wasn't the bridge. The boundary was me. The eyes blinked, once, slowly. And as I stood there, trapped in their gaze, a single, horrifying thought crystallized in my mind, clear and cold as the grave. The footprints only ever went halfway across, because that was the price of admission. You give it your path, and in return, it takes yours. And now, it had come to collect. My name is Dr. Eris Thorne. It is a title I worked hard for. A doctorate in geomatics with a post-doctoral specialization in remote ecological surveying. For the past 7 years, I have been employed by Aetherid Geomatics, a firm that occupies a very specific, very lucrative niche in the corporate world. We provide comprehensive environmental impact assessments for clients with sensitive, high-value projects. In layman's terms, we soon discovered why. When a corporation with a name you would recognize wants to build something in a place they'd rather you not know about, they call us. My work is a blend of high technology and rugged fieldwork. It involves analyzing multispectral satellite imagery, processing vast amounts of geographical data through GIS software, and then validating that data on the ground, often in the most isolated locations on the planet. My standard deployment kit is a testament to the precision my work demands. It includes a Trimble Prox GPS unit for sub-meter positional accuracy, a portable YSI multiparameter probe for real-time water quality analysis, and for high-stakes topographical mapping, a Leica total station that can measure angles with an accuracy of 3 seconds, for penetrating dense forest canopies, which is often the case. I utilize a drone equipped with a state-of-the-art LiDAR system. I am a scientist. My world is one of quantifiable data, verifiable facts, and detailed, objective reports. I deal in numbers and sensor readings, not superstition. It is a mindset that has served me well. from the unstable volcanic fields of the Congo to the thawing permafrost of Siberia. This is why, when the contract for Isla Perdita came across my desk, I viewed it through the same dispassionate lens. The assignment was straightforward, if unusually classified, a 3-month solo survey of a newly charted, privately owned island in a remote stretch of the Pacific Ocean. The client, shielded behind the usual layers of corporate anonymity, required a comprehensive biodiversity and geological assessment prior to exploring development potential. The pay was astronomical, even by Aethelred standards, and the non-disclosure agreement was thicker than my doctoral thesis. These were flags, certainly, but not ones I hadn't seen before. In my line of work, secrecy is currency. I signed the contract, packed my gear, and prepared for 3 months of professional solitude. The journey ended with a helicopter drop-off, the rhythmic thumping of the rotors fading into an oppressive silence. That was my first true impression of the island. It was a silence that felt profound, unnatural. Most wild places have a voice: the buzz of insects, the call of birds, the rustle of wind through leaves. Isla Perdita was muted, as if holding its breath. I stood on the black volcanic sand of the beach, watching the helicopter shrink to a speck on the horizon, feeling an acute sense of isolation that was both familiar and, in this place, uniquely unsettling. My initial survey of the immediate area revealed an ecosystem that was, for lack of a better term, bizarre. As a biologist by training, I recognized features that were scientifically fascinating yet deeply wrong. Many of the woody shrubs exhibited extreme, divaricate branching, a dense, tangled network of wide, angled, interlacing branches with small, sparse leaves. It's an evolutionary defense mechanism, typically developed in response to browsing by large, flightless birds like the moa of New Zealand. But there were no such animals here. There shouldn't have been for millennia. It was a defense against a ghost. The flora also displayed startling examples of island gigantism. Ferns with thick, leathery fronds stood as tall as a man. The trees were unlike any I had cataloged before, their trunks swollen and pale, storing water like the desert, dwelling bottled trees of Socotra, despite the humid, tropical climate. The air was heavy and cloying, thick with the scent of damp soil, rotting vegetation, and something else I couldn't place. A faint, metallic sweetness, like old blood and ozone. I established my base of operations, a pre-fabricated habitat module, air, dropped with my gear. It was a self-contained unit, complete with an atmospheric reclamation unit for water, solar power, and a satellite uplink for data transfer. As I initiated the startup sequence, my instruments began their preliminary scans. That's when I first detected the hum. It was a persistent, low-frequency vibration, registering on my equipment at just below 20 AC, on the very threshold of human hearing. I made a note in my log. Potential geological source, possibly subterranean water flow or unusual atmospheric resonance. Subjects exposed to similar frequencies have reported feelings of unease or anxiety. I could already feel it myself. Slight, unnerving pressure in my ears, a baseless sense of dread that I dismissed as a product of my own suggestion. Inside the habitat, sealed away from the silent coast, I found the mission addendum. It was a single, laminated card, tucked into a wax-sealed envelope labeled Addendum 4B, Mandatory Environmental and Personal Conduct Protocols Isla Perdita. I chuckled to myself, expecting a list of corporate platitudes about environmental stewardship and safety regulations. My amusement faded as I began to read. The protocols were specific, nonsensical, and carried the cold, implicit weight of a threat. They were not suggestions, they were rules. Protocol EP01 Scene. All field survey activities must cease at 1700 local time. All personnel must be secured within the habitat module between 17:30 and 60:00. A compliance noti non-negotiable. The habitat's outer seals are time-locked during this period. Protocol EP02U. Do not consume any native flora or fauna. Water must be sourced only from atmospheric reclamation unit. La compliance note. Risk of unknown biological contaminants and neurotoxins. Protocol EP03E at dusk. The forest floor may exhibit widespread bioluminescence. Do not approach or attempt to sample glowing fungal bodies. Maintain a minimum distance of 10 meters. Compliance note: ocular and dermal exposure risk unquantified. Protocol EP04. If you observe a stationary, tall, pale figure among the trees, the observer, do not approach. Do not make direct eye contact. Avert your gaze and return to the habitat module immediately. Compliance note. Do not log visual contact in the primary mission log. Use supplementary personal log only. Protocol EP05. If you hear a singing or whispering voice on the wind, activate the habitat's external sonic dampeners. Freak. 19 Aziv and remain inside for 1 Hawant an hour. Compliance note. Do not attempt to record the audio. This is a known atmospheric phenomenon. Protocol EP06C. All waste material must be incinerated on site. Any biological samples must be stored in the provided triple, sealed cryo containers. Compliance note. Prevent cross-contamination of the unique ecosystem. I read the list 3 times. My scientific mind scrambled to impose order on the chaos. EP02 and EP06 were logical containment procedures, standard for a pristine ecosystem. But the others, they were the stuff of campfire stories, not corporate directives. The observer. The instruction not to log sightings in the official record. And most chillingly, EP05. The specific mention of 19Hz. This wasn't a random frequency. It was the precise frequency identified in scientific studies as capable of inducing visual and auditory hallucinations, feelings of intense fear, paranoia, and a sense of a presence. The implication was staggering. Athaurid Geomatics, my rational, data-driven employer, knew about this atmospheric phenomenon. They knew it was capable of causing profound psychological distress, and they had engineered a specific countermeasure for it. The rule wasn't to protect me from the island. It was to protect the mission's integrity from my own compromised perceptions. The cold knot of apprehension in my stomach tightened. This wasn't just a survey. I was a lab rat, and the maze was an entire island. The first test came sooner than I expected. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in lurid shades of orange and purple, I was inside the habitat, collating my initial atmospheric readings. That's when I heard it. a faint, melodic sound carried on the wind. It was a voice singing a tune with no discernible words, both beautiful and deeply unsettling. My mind, the mind of Dr. Aris Thorne, immediately supplied a rational explanation. It was the wind, whistling through the island's strange, porous rock formations, creating an aeolian harp effect. It was a trick of acoustics. But the sound was too structured, the melody too deliberate. And with it came a wave of pure, irrational anxiety. A throbbing headache could be built behind my eyes, and the pressure in my ears intensified. The feeling of being watched was no longer a vague sense of unease, it was a certainty. I felt a primal urge to flee, to hide, even though I was already sealed inside a reinforced habitat module. I looked at the console, at the button for the sonic dampeners. My professionalism, my entire identity as a man of science, rebelled against the act. To press that button was to admit that the rules were real, that there was something out there beyond the scope, my instruments and understanding. It was an admission of fear, but the singing grew louder, the melody weaving itself into the fabric of my thoughts, and the headache was becoming unbearable. My hand trembled as I reached out and activated the system. A low, almost sub-audible thrum filled the habitat, the 19's counter frequency. The singing on the wind didn't stop, but it was as if a pane of thick glass had been lowered between it and me. The headache receded almost instantly. The crushing anxiety lessened, replaced by a cold, sharp-edged fear. The silence that returned was no longer peaceful. It was watchful. I had followed the rule. I had passed the first test. I spent the rest of the night staring out of the habitat's reinforced polycarbonate window into the encroaching darkness. The strange, metallic sweet scent of the air, somehow seeping through the seals. I was a scientist, sent to survey an island. But I was beginning to understand that the island, and the corporation that sent me here, was also surveying me. And I had no idea what would happen if I failed. The first week on Isla Perdita passed in a haze of disciplined routine and simmering paranoia. Each morning, I would rise before the OR's 600 unlock, my body already humming with a low, great anxiety that had become my new baseline. I would force down a nutrient paste, run a full diagnostic on my equipment, and step out of the habitat module the second the seals hissed open. My world was one of data, and I clung to it, like a castaway to a piece of driftwood. The numbers were my shield against the island's oppressive, watchful silence. My days were spent in methodical transects, pushing deeper into the island's interior. I was a ghost in this alien landscape. My presence, marked only by the precise grid of sample points and GPS markers I left in my wake. The island's ecology continued to defy easy categorization. I logged species of flora that had no business growing in this climate, their adaptations suggesting a geological and evolutionary history that was a scientific impossibility. I found more of the divaricate shrubs, their tangled, defensive branches a constant, nagging question. One afternoon, while taking a soil core sample near a dense thicket, I found them fossilized tracks, pressed deep into what was now stone. They were tridactyl, clearly avian, but the scale was monstrous. Each print was the size of my torso. Mo were giants. But this was something else entirely. A defense against a ghost, I had thought. Now I had proof the ghost was real. My LiDAR drone became my primary tool, its laser pulses painting a three-dimensional map of the island with unerring accuracy. The data it sent back was pristine, a cartographer's dream. But as I stitched the point clouds together, anomalies began to appear. Fleeting shadows in the data, non-geological and inconsistent, that seemed to shift between scans. I ran the error correction software 3 times, but the artifacts remained. I logged it as a persistent sensor glitch, a magnetic interference from the island's iron-rich volcanic rock. It was a logical explanation, but it didn't feel true. My own mind, the objective, analytical mind of Dr. Eris Thorne, was becoming an unreliable narrator. I adhered to the rules with the fanaticism of a zealot. Every survey ended at 1700 sharp. I was back inside the habitat. Seals locked by 1730. I drank only the reed water from the atmospheric unit, ate only my pre-packaged rations. The rules were my new religion, and fear was its sacrament. But faith is tested. And my first true test since the singing came on the 8th day. As the sun began its descent, I was making my way back to the habitat when the forest floor began to change. It started as a faint, ethereal glimmer, a smattering of pale green light on the damp earth. Within minutes, the entire forest understory was alight. It was bioluminescence, but on a scale I had never imagined possible. Vast, interconnected networks of mycelium, pulsed with a soft, sickly, yellow-green glow, tracing intricate patterns across the ground like a circuit board designed by a mad god. The light was hypnotic, a silent, cold fire that painted the swollen, pale tree trunks in grotesque relief, making them look like the bones of some colossal skeleton. My scientific curiosity warred with the primal fear that now lived in my gut. I had a spectrometer in my kit. I could have taken a sample, analyzed its composition, quantified the phenomenon. It was my job, my very purpose for being there. I took a half step forward, my hand reaching for my pack. Protocol EP-03 at dusk. The forest floor may exhibit widespread bioluminescence. Do not approach or attempt to sample glowing fungal bodies. Maintain a minimum distance of 10 meters. The words from the laminated card flashed in my mind, cold and absolute. I froze, my breath catching in my chest. As I watched, the light seemed to intensify, the pulsing rhythm quickening, as if it were aware of my presence, my temptation. It felt like a lure. I stumbled backward, turning my back on the most extraordinary natural discovery of my career, and fled to the sterile safety of the habitat. The automatic locks sealing behind me sounded like a judgment. That night, sleep offered no escape. My dreams were a feverish landscape of glowing forests and impossible, giant birds. I woke up drenched in sweat, the 19s hum of phantom pressure in my ears. I sat at my workstation, trying to lose myself in data analysis, but my eyes kept drifting to the reinforced window. And then I saw it. At the edge of the tree line, just beyond the sterile cone of the habitat's exterior lights, stood a figure. It was tall, impossibly so, and bone pale. In the moonlight, It was utterly motionless, a sliver of wrongness against the backdrop of the tangled woods. I couldn't discern any features. No face, no clothes. Just a humanoid shape stretched beyond its natural proportions. My mind screamed. Observe. Document, photograph, quantify. This was a discovery that would change the foundations of biology, of everything. Protocol EP-04 scene. If you observe a stationary, tall, pale figure among the trees, the observer, do not approach. Do not make direct eye contact. Avert your gaze and return to the habitat module immediately. The rule. It wasn't a suggestion. It was a command born of a knowledge I didn't possess. I felt a physical pull to keep looking. A desperate need to understand what I was seeing. But the memory of the singing voice, the crushing anxiety, the glowing forest, it was all part of the same terrifying tapestry. With a surge of will that felt like tearing muscle, I wrenched my gaze away from the window. My heart hammered against my ribs, and a wave of vertigo washed over me. I had seen it. The observer was real. I stumbled over to my personal data pad, my fingers trembling over the keys. The rule was explicit. Do not log visual contact in the primary mission log. Use supplementary personal log only. The secrecy was the most terrifying part. Aethord, my employers, knew. They knew, and they didn't want a record. I typed a single, stark entry 2317. Visual contact. EP-04. Complied. The following days eroded what was left of my scientific detachment. The island was no longer a subject of study. It was a sentient entity, and I was an intruder. I began to feel the infrasound hum constantly. A low thrum of dread that vibrated in my bones. I started talking to myself. My own voice a frail counterpoint to the island's profound silence. The rules became my obsession. I would read the laminated card over and over, searching for some hidden cipher, some key that would unlock the logic behind the madness. Were the rules a form of protection, or a form of control? Were they meant to keep me safe, or to keep me compliant in some grand, horrifying experiment? One night, unable to sleep, a new thought seized me. I had analyzed the island's flora, its water, its atmosphere. But I had never analyzed the tools of my own containment. I took out the laminated card, the list of rules that now govern my existence. Under the high-powered lens of my digital microscope, I examined the ink. I expected to see the uniform, synthetic polymers of modern printing. Instead, I saw a chaotic, organic matrix. Cellular structures. With trembling hands, I scraped a microscopic sample of the black ink onto a slide. My portable chemical analyzer whirred, its sensors breaking the substance down into its core components. The base was simple, archaic iron gal ink, a medieval concoction of iron salts and tannic acid. But it was bound with something else, a complex protein. A protein my system couldn't identify. On a desperate, wild hunch, I pulled up the DNA analysis from one of the strange, leathery, leaved plants I had sampled on my third day. I ran a cross comparison. The analyzer chirped. Partial match found. The blood drained from my face. The ink wasn't from Aethord. It hadn't been printed in some sterile corporate facility. It had been made here. The card wasn't a mission directive from my employer. It was a warning, crafted from the very substance of the island itself. My eyes fell on the last two rules. Protocol EP06A. All waste material must be incinerated on site. Any biological samples must be stored in the provided sealed cryo containers. I had followed them without question, assuming they were standard protocols to prevent contamination of the island's pristine ecosystem. But now, a more horrifying interpretation bloomed in my mind. It wasn't about protecting the island from me. It was about protecting the outside world from the island. It was about containment. I looked at the row of gleaming cryo containers filled with the impossible evidence I had so diligently collected. I looked at the squat, efficient incinerator in the corner of the habitat. Then I looked at the satellite uplink, my only lifeline, my only path for the data to escape. The rules were not for my survival. They were for my imprisonment. And in that moment, I understood the final, unwritten rule, the one that underpinned all the others, with a clarity that was more terrifying than any observer in the trees. Nothing leaves. The revelation about the ink shattered my world. The laminated card, my Bible of survival, was no longer a set of instructions from my employer. It was a ransom note from my jailer. My habitat module, once a bastion of science and safety, now felt like a well-appointed cell on death row. The satellite uplink, my sole connection to the world I once knew, pulsed with a malevolent promise, a gateway for my data, but a trigger for my damnation. The final, unwritten rule echoed in the silent hum of the electronics. Nothing leaves. My scientific discipline, the bedrock of my identity, fractured. I was Dr. Eris Thorne, a man who dealt in quantifiable facts. But I was trapped in a place that operated on a logic of its own, a logic of predatory, sentient rules. The isolation began to eat at me in a way it never had before. It wasn't just loneliness, it was a profound, existential erosion. I found myself talking to the humming machinery, my voice a thin, reedy sound in the oppressive quiet. My logs, once crisp and objective, became rambling, paranoid entries, a dialogue with my own decaying sanity. I would read my own data, searching for glitches, for evidence of my own compromised perception. Was the infrasound making me see things? Or was the island simply showing me its true face? A new, defiant anger began to smolder beneath my fear. I was not just a victim. I was a collaborator. By following the rules, by dutifully collecting data that would never see the light of day, I was helping Eatharid maintain this prison. I was baiting the trap for the next scientist they would inevitably send. The thought was intolerable. I had to break the cycle. I had to break the rules. My rebellion began small. I stayed outside 5 minutes, past the 1700 curfew, my heart hammering against my ribs. With every tick of my chronometer, nothing happened. The next day, 10 minutes. The silence felt heavier, more charged, but still no overt response. Emboldened, I decided to challenge a core tenet, Protocol EP05. I would record the singing. As dusk blotted across the sky, I set up a high-fidelity microphone outside the habitat, linked to my main console. And right on cue, it began. The ethereal, wordless melody drifted from the trees. I hit record. For a moment there was only the pure, haunting sound. Then, my equipment screamed. A wave of static erupted from my speakers, so violent it blew the cones. The lights in the habitat flickered and died, plunging me into darkness. The 19s hum of the sonic dampeners kicked in automatically, a frantic, throbbing pulse that felt less like a shield and more like a cage rattling. When the emergency lights restored themselves a minute later, I looked at the recording file. It was corrupted beyond recovery. The island was not just a passive entity, it was a trickster. A malevolent intelligence that would not allow its secrets to be stolen. The island's response escalated. The next morning, lying on the doorstep of the habitat, was a single, enormous feather, iridescent black and impossibly large, like one from the fossilized tracks I had found. It was a message, a warning. The observer was no longer a distant figure at the edge of the woods. I would catch glimpses of it closer now, a pale flicker of movement between the swollen, water-hoarding trees, always just at the edge of my vision. It was a constant, unnerving presence, the physical manifestation of the island's will. My defiance hardened into a plan. I would not be another footnote in Aetherwood's classified files. I would not be another ghost on this cursed island. I would send everything. My logs, the LiDAR data showing the impossible, shifting shadows, the chemical breakdown of the ink, the audio file of the static scream, the high-resolution photo of the feather, and my own testimony. A final, desperate warning to the world. I spent 2 days preparing the data packet, compressing it, encrypting it, my fingers flying across the console in a fever of purpose. This was my last act of science, my last act of defiance. On the final night, I sealed the habitat and bypassed the internal safeties on the satellite uplink. My heart pounded a frantic rhythm against the low, ever-present hum of the island. I initiated the transmission. A progress bar appeared on the screen, 1%. The lights flickered, 2%. A low groan echoed from the metal walls of the habitat, 3%. The singing began, not from outside, but from everywhere at once. A chorus of disembodied voices inside my own skull. The pressure in my ears was immense, my vision blurring at the edges. I looked out the window. The bioluminescent forest was pulsing in a furious, strobing rhythm, a sickly green heartbeat of pure rage. And there, pressed against the reinforced polycarbonate, was the observer. No longer a distant shape, but a defined horror. A long, pale, featureless face stared into the habitat, into me. There was no malice in its non-expression, only a profound, ancient stillness. It raised a long, white hand and touched the window. A spiderweb of cracks spread across the pane. The progress bar hit 5%. The power failed completely. The emergency lights sputtered and died, leaving me in absolute darkness, save for the hellish green glow of the forest and the pale, looming face at the window. The satellite console went silent. The transmission had failed. I don't know how long I sat there in the dark. Time had lost its meaning. The fear was gone, replaced by a strange, cold clarity. I picked up my personal datapad, its battery power a final, fleeting comfort. My hands, once trembling, were now perfectly steady. I began to type. My final log entry final. Dr. Eris Thorne. Mission terminated. The transmission failed. The primary hypothesis was incorrect. The rules are not for containment. They are for integration. The island doesn't want to be kept in. It wants to be understood. It chooses its surveyors. It tests them. It breaks them. And then it remakes them. My skin feels thin. The air no longer smells of ozone and rot. It smells of damp earth and chlorophyll. The hum is no longer a pressure in my ears. It is my own pulse. I feel a profound stillness settling into my bones. A desire to stand at the edge of the trees and simply watch. To observe. To wait for the next variable to be introduced to the experiment. I see now. The data was never meant to leave. The surveyor is the message. I am work here is not over. It is just beginning. A new protocol is required. Protocol EP07I. Do not attempt to transmit data. The observer will ensure compliance.
My name is Senior Airman Michael Rourke, United States Air Force, Communications Technician. That title, which I had worked so hard to earn, felt like a shield. It was a definition, a purpose. It meant I was a man who understood signals, who could decipher order from the chaos of the ether. I thought I knew what my job was. I was wrong. My transfer orders came on a Tuesday. Cape Lisburne Air Force Station, Alaska. I had to look it up on a map. It was a tiny speck on the northwestern, most tip of the state, a place where the Chukchi Sea met the Arctic Ocean, closer to Siberia than to Anchorage. It was a relic of the Cold War, one of the original distant early warning DWs, line sites built to watch for Soviet bombers coming over the pole, a remote tour. The assignment paper said 12 months. It might as well have said a lifetime. Flight in was a prelude to the nightmare. After the relative comfort of the C-130 from Elmendorf, the final leg was on a smaller, rattling prop plane that felt like it was being held together by sheer willpower. The pilot, a civilian contractor with a face like a worn leather map, just grinned when he saw my white knuckles. They call this the hairiest landing strip in the world. He shouted over the engine's roar. He wasn't exaggerating. The plane made a gut-wrenching turn, banking hard into a ferocious crosswind, aiming for a short gravel runway carved into the base of a desolate mountain. For a moment, all I could see was the rock face, and I was sure we were going to become another ghost story told to new recruits. Then, with a bone-jarring thud, we were down. I stepped out into a world of gray and white. The wind was a physical force, a constant, shrieking pressure that stole the breath from my lungs and bit at any exposed skin. The base, or bottom camp, as they called it, was a collection of squat, wooden buildings connected by a series of covered walkways, their paint peeling from decades of Arctic abuse. They looked temporary, like they were never meant to last, which I later learned was true. They were designed with a 15-year life expectancy back in the 1950s. Above us, clinging to the summit of a 1,600-foot peak, was the top camp, where the giant white redome stood like a solitary, unblinking eye. The man who met me was Master Sergeant Henderson. He was wary and weathered, with eyes that seemed to be constantly scanning the horizon for something I couldn't see. There was a tremor in his hands that he tried to hide by clenching them into fists. He gave me a tour that was less welcoming and more of a warning. This is the mess hall. This is the barracks. That's the road to top camp, he said, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. You'll be working in the comms shack next to the old White Alice site. He pointed to a pair of massive, defunct troposcatter antennas that looked like skeletal hands reaching for the sky. We ended the tour in a small, windowless briefing room. Henderson slid a thin, laminated binder across the table. Standard operating procedures, he said, but the look in his eyes said it was anything but standard. You read these. You memorize them. You live by them. You don't ask why. You just do it. Understand, Airman, I nodded, opening the binder. The first page was titled Cape Lisburne Special Orders. There were only 4. 1. All visual and auditory phenomena at the perimeter fence are to be considered meteorological in nature. Wind, snow, and ice can create deceptive effects. Do not investigate. Do not report anything other than weather-related interference in the log. I looked up at Henderson. Meteorological phenomena. Like what? His eyes narrowed, like the wind and the snow. Burke, that's all. I read the second rule. 2 from 2200 to the Oyo 6000. All radio channels are prone to severe static due to auroral interference. If this static resolves into what sounds like a human voice, you will note the time and frequency in the log. You will not, under any circumstances, attempt to respond. This was my domain. A voice? Like a bleed through from another transmission. No. Henderson said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Not like a transmission, just a voice. We log it as auroral interference. Got it. I swallowed and not tightening in my stomach. I moved to the third. 3. The local raven population is unusually large and intelligent. They are known to mimic sounds and leave objects near the barracks. Do not engage with them. Do not follow them, no matter how curious you are. They are not your friends. The rule was so specific, so bizarre, it felt like a line from a madman's diary. The Tlingit people, the natives of this region, considered the raven a trickster, a powerful being that could bring fortune or ruin. The rule suggested the Air Force had learned that lesson the hard way. Then I read the final rule, the one that made the hair on my arms stand up. 4. Any sounds of human distress heard outside the barracks after dark, specifically the sound of a woman screaming or a child crying, are to be ignored. They are auditory illusions caused by the wind passing through the old structures and antennas. Secure the doors and do not, for any reason, go outside to investigate. I stared at the words, my mind reeling. A crying child out here. The nearest civilian settlement was Point Hope, 25 miles away across the frozen tundra. It was impossible. I thought of the old legends I'd skimmed before my flight. Stories of the Kushtaka, the land otter men, shapeshifters who lured victims to their doom by mimicking the cries of a baby. This is a joke, right, Sergeant? I asked, forcing a laugh. Some kind of hazing for the new guy. Henderson didn't laugh. He leaned forward, his face a mask of raw, desperate seriousness. Do I look like I'm joking, Airman? We had a guy last year. A good man. Thought he heard his daughter crying for him out on the ice. He went outside. We found his boots in the morning. Just his boots. The silence in the room was absolute. The only sound was the howl of the wind outside, and for the first time, I thought I could hear a voice in it, a thin, wailing cry. The next few days were a blur of settling in and observing the strange, oppressive culture of the base. The men were ghosts, going through the motions with a quiet tension that was almost unbearable. They moved with a purpose, but their eyes were hollow, haunted. They suffered from what the shrinks called winter over syndrome, insomnia, anxiety, paranoia. This felt like more than that. This was a deep, knowing fear that had taken root in the soul of the station. On my third night, I was assigned my first solo shift in the comm shack from midnight to 8. Henderson walked me over, the wind trying to tear us from the narrow walkway. Just remember the rules. Rourke. He set his hand on the door. The rules keep you safe. He looked at me one last time, his eyes pleading. Don't be a hero. Then he was gone, swallowed by the swirling snow. I was alone. I stepped inside the shack, the door sealing behind me with a heavy, final-sounding clank. The room was filled with the glow of monitors and the low hum of electronics. Through the reinforced window, I could see nothing but a maelstrom of white. I was in a tiny bubble of light and warmth, surrounded by an endless, frozen wasteland. I sat down at the console, the 4 rules echoing in my head. I was a communications technician, a man of logic and signals. But as the clock ticked past 0300 and the static on the secondary channel began to hiss and crackle, I felt a primal dread that no amount of training could have prepared me for. Something was out there in the dark, and it knew we were listening. The first few hours of my shift were a study in monotony. I ran the standard diagnostics, monitored the primary channels for any traffic from Elmendorf, and watched the radar sweep its lazy green line across the screen painting a picture of absolute emptiness. The only company was the incessant howl of the wind and the groan of the building settling under the weight of the snow. It was easy to see how the isolation could get to you, how the mind, starved for stimulus, could start creating its own. The men I'd seen in the mess hall weren't just tired, they were worn thin, their nerves frayed by the constant darkness, the confinement, and the oppressive silence. They were classic cases of winter over syndrome, a collection of psychological symptoms that plagued those stationed in polar environments. But Henderson's warning felt like it went beyond simple cabin fever. At 03:05, it started. A crackle on the secondary channel, the one that monitored broad, spectrum, low-frequency transmissions. It was designated for atmospheric research and was usually silent save for the occasional pop of distant lightning. Tonight, it hissed to life. At first, it was just white noise, the sound of a million tiny grains of sand being poured into my ear. This was the oral interference the rules mentioned. I made a note of the time in the logbook, my pen scratching loudly in the quiet room. Then, the static began to change. It wasn't random anymore. A pattern was emerging from the chaos of cadence. The hiss coalesced into a thin, high-pitched wail. It was a sound that bypassed the ears and went straight to the primal core of my brain. It was the sound of a baby crying. It wasn't faint or distorted. It was crystal clear, as if the child were in the room with me. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated distress. A desperate, helpless cry for comfort, for warmth, for a mother. My blood ran cold. I leaned closer to the speaker, my heart pounding against my ribs. Every instinct, every fiber of my being screamed at me to respond. I was a communications technician. My job was to answer calls for help. My hand reached for the transmit switch. I could patch the signal through to the main comms, boost the antenna, try to get a location. There could be a downed plane out there, a private charter that had strayed off course. Survivors in the wreckage, huddled against the cold. But Henderson's words echoed in my mind. We found his boots in the morning, just his boots. I pulled my hand back as if the console were red hot. Rule Wade 40. Any sounds of human distress heard outside, specifically the sound of a woman screaming or a child crying, are to be ignored. But this wasn't outside. This was coming through my equipment. It was a signal. That fell under Rule Bay 2Z. If this static resolves into what sounds like a human voice, you will note the time and frequency in the log. You will not, under any circumstances, attempt to respond. The crying intensified, taking on a frantic, breathless quality. It was a sound meticulously engineered to trigger a rescue response. I thought of the folklore I'd read before my flight, the half-remembered tales of the Tlingit and other local peoples. Stories of the Kushtaka, the shape-shifting, land otter men. They were said to mimic the cries of a woman or a baby to lure unsuspecting victims into the wilderness, where they would be torn to shreds or, perhaps worse, transformed into one of them. It was a preposterous thought, a fairy tale from a forgotten time. I was a man of science and technology, sitting in a multi-million-dollar facility built on the principles of logic and reason. But the crying sounded so real. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to rationalize it. It had to be a technical glitch, a signal crossing over, maybe from a satellite phone, transmission bouncing off the ionosphere. Or maybe it was just my mind, finally cracking under the pressure of this place. The psychologists called it impaired cognitive ability, a known symptom of extreme isolation. Was I hallucinating? I opened my eyes and stared at the audio levels on the monitor. The green bars were jumping in perfect sync with the cries. It was a real signal. It was being received. The crying stopped. Abruptly. The channel went back to dead silence, not even a hiss of static. The sudden absence of the sound was more jarring than its presence. The comms shack felt profoundly empty, the silence pressing in on me. I sat there for a long time, my own breathing loud in my ears, every nerve ending tingling. I looked at the logbook. My hand was shaking so badly I could barely hold the pen. What was I supposed to write? 03:07, heard phantom baby crying over the radio. Pretty sure it was a shape-shifting otter man. Send help? I'd be on the next flight out in a straitjacket. I remembered Henderson's face, the dead seriousness in his eyes. I remembered the second part of the rule. You will not, under any circumstances, attempt to respond. And the first rule, do not report anything other than weather-related interference in the log. They were all connected. It was a system, a procedure for survival. With a deep, shuddering breath, I wrote to 307 significant static on secondary channel, consistent with severe auroral interference, resolved into patterned audio artifact before clearing at 0309. It was a lie, but it felt like the truest thing I had ever written. The next morning, bleary-eyed and raw, I was summoned to the office of the station commander, Captain Eva Rostova. She was a stern, compact woman with Slavic features and eyes as gray and cold as the Chukchi Sea. She seemed as unyielding as the permafrost the base was built on. In the 20 years since the Nike Hercules missile systems were decommissioned, this place had become a backwater, but she ran it with the same Cold War intensity as if Soviet bombers were still expected over the pole at any minute. She held my logbook in her hands, open to the last page. Senior Airman Rourke, she said, her voice flat, betraying no emotion. She tapped a finger on my entry from the night before. I reviewed your log. This entry regarding auroral interference. She looked up at me, her gaze pinning me to the spot. Good work. That's exactly how we logged those events. You followed protocol perfectly. She closed the book with a soft thud that sounded like a gavel. Dismissed. There was no praise in her voice, no warmth, only a cold, hard finality. I walked out of her office feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the Alaskan air. I had passed a test. I had followed the rules. And in doing so, I had just become a willing participant in a conspiracy of silence. A silent agreement to pretend the things we heard in the dark were just tricks of the wind and static in the wires. I now understood that the fear in the other men's eyes wasn't just from isolation. It was the fear of knowing that the rules were the only thing keeping the night at bay, and that the things they were designed to protect us from were very, very real. My good work in the logbook was an initiation. I had crossed an invisible threshold, and the other men knew it. The way they looked at me changed. The guarded suspicion was replaced by a kind of wary camaraderie, the shared glance of survivors who know the same terrible secret. We were all liars, bound together by the fiction we maintained in our official records. The oppressive quiet in the mess hall, the haunted, hollowed-out expressions. It wasn't just the winter. Over syndrome the manuals described. It was the strain of actively denying the evidence of our own senses, day after day. The isolation began to work on me in ways I hadn't anticipated. Time became fluid, marked only by the shift changes and the perpetual twilight outside. The constant wind was a voice, whispering against the buildings, and I started hearing phantom sounds. A footstep in an empty hallway, a muttered word that was just the groan of freezing metal. My sleep was shallow and plagued by nightmares of a crying child lost in an endless blizzard. This place was a pressure cooker for the mind, designed to break you down, and the rules were the only thing holding the pieces together. Then came the ravens. Rule Funny 3, the local raven population is unusually large and intelligent. They are known to mimic sounds and leave objects near the barracks. Do not engage with them. Do not follow them, no matter how curious you are. They are not your friends. I dismissed it as the strangest, most arbitrary rule, but I came to understand it was perhaps the most insidious. They were everywhere. Huge, glossy black birds with an intelligence in their obsidian eyes that felt ancient and unnerving. They weren't like normal birds. They didn't scatter when you approached. They watched. They gathered on the railings of the covered walkways and on the skeletal arms of the old white Alice Traposcatter antennas, their heads cocked as if they were listening, judging. In the folklore of the Tlingit and other Athabascan peoples, Raven was a central figure, a creator, a trickster, a being of immense power who could walk between worlds. Here at Cape Lisburn, that mythology felt less like legend and more like an operational assessment. One afternoon, during my shift, one of them landed on the windowsill of the comms shack. It was enormous, larger than any raven I had ever seen. It stared at me, its head tilted. Then it tapped its beak against the triple pane glass. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was sharp, deliberate. I froze, remembering the rule. Do not engage with them. I tried to ignore it, turning back to my console, but the tapping continued, insistent. Finally, I glanced back. The raven dropped something from its beak onto the sill. It was small and metallic, glinting dully against the gray sky. The bird gave one last look at me, a look that felt impossibly knowing, and then launched itself into the wind, disappearing into the flurry of snow. For 10 minutes I sat there, my heart hammering against my ribs. Curiosity warred with a primal fear. The rule was clear, but the object was just sitting there. It wasn't a rock or a piece of trash. It looked like a locket. Breaking my own resolve, I cracked the window just enough to snatch it from the sill, the Arctic air biting at my fingers. It was a small silver locket, tarnished by weather. It felt cold, unnaturally so. With trembling fingers, I pried it open. Inside, protected from the elements, were two tiny, faded photographs. On one side, a young woman with a hopeful smile. On the other, a little girl, no older than 5, with the same smile. A cold dread washed over me. This wasn't some random object. This was a treasure. This belonged to someone. That evening in the mess hall, the locket felt heavy in my pocket. I took it out, staring at the faces under the dim fluorescent lights. Master Sergeant Henderson was sitting a few tables away, stirring his coffee with a hand that shook so badly it rattled the cup in its saucer. His eyes, constantly scanning the room, fell on the locket in my hand. He went rigid. The color drained from his face. The cup slipped from his trembling fingers and shattered on the floor. "Where did you get that?" He hissed, his voice a ragged whisper that cut through the low murmur of the room. Before I could answer, he was on his feet, stumbling towards me. "That's Connolly's." He choked out, pointing a shaking finger at the locket. "That's his little girl. He showed it to me the day he got here. Connolly, the name of the man who went outside, the man whose boots were all they found." "A raven," I stammered. "Left it on the windowsill." Henderson let out a sound that was half sob, half scream. "They marked you." He shrieked, his eyes wild with terror. "They're watching you. They're their eyes. They watch you and then they call for you." "Don't you understand? They call for you." 2 burly security airmen were on him in an instant, grabbing his arms. Captain Rostover emerged from her office as if she had been waiting for this. Her face was a mask of cold fury. "Get him to the infirmary," she ordered, her voice like cracking ice. Henderson was still raving as they dragged him out, screaming about voices in the static and faces in the snow. The mess hall was dead silent. Every eye was on me. Rostova walked over to my table. She didn't look at me. She looked at the locket in my hand. "Give it to me, airman," she said. It wasn't a request. I numbly placed it in her outstretched palm. She snapped it shut without looking inside and slipped it into her pocket. "You will forget you ever saw that," she said, her gray eyes finally meeting mine. They were devoid of any emotion, but held a warning that was as clear as a blade. "You will not speak of this to anyone. You will go back to your duties. You will follow the rules. Is that understood?" "Yes, Captain," I whispered. She turned and walked away, leaving me alone at the table, the gazes of the other men burning into me. I had seen behind the curtain. The rules weren't just a protocol for dealing with strange phenomena. They were a fragile dam holding back a flood of madness and horror. Henderson wasn't suffering from winter over syndrome. He was suffering from knowing the truth. He had seen what happens when the rules are broken, and the knowledge had shattered him. That night, I couldn't sleep. I stood at the window of my small room in the barracks, staring out into the swirling darkness. The wind howled, and this time I didn't try to pretend it wasn't speaking. It was learning my name. On the skeletal frame of the nearest White Alice antenna, a dozen black shapes were perched, motionless against the storm. They weren't sleeping. They were watching the barracks. They were watching me, and I understood with chilling certainty that Rule 83 was not about the Ravens. It was about what the Ravens worked for. After Henderson was taken away, a new kind of silence fell over the station. It wasn't the tense, watchful quiet from before. It was the dead silence of a tomb. We all knew what had broken him. It wasn't the isolation or the darkness. It was the truth. He had looked into the abyss one too many times, and the abyss had stared back, wearing the face of a dead man's child. The locket was never mentioned again. Captain Rostova's cold efficiency was absolute. Henderson was flown out on the next transport, his records citing a severe case of winter over syndrome, a neat clinical explanation for a soul that had been fractured by the impossible. I was the new pariah. The men avoided my gaze, stepping away when I entered a room. I was the one who had found the locket. I was the one the ravens had marked. I was a lightning rod, and no one wanted to be standing next to me when the storm broke. The ravens were my constant, silent observers. They sat on the antennas on the rooftops, their black eyes following my every move. They were no longer just birds, they were sentinels, messengers for something ancient and hungry that lived in the wind and the ice. The nights in the comm shack became a form of torture. Every burst of static, every groan of the building sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I logged the auroral interference with a numb, mechanical precision, never letting myself listen too closely to the patterns within the noise. I was surviving on coffee and fear, my nerves stretched taut like the guy, wires holding the antennas against the gale. The psychological strain was immense. I felt my own cognitive abilities fraying, my thoughts becoming a paranoid loop. The final test came 2 weeks before my tour was scheduled to end. The storm that night was a monster, a physical assault of wind and snow that made the entire station shudder. I was in my room in the barracks, trying and failing to read. When I heard it, it wasn't over the radio, it was outside. A woman screaming. I froze, the book falling from my hands. Rule 84. Any sounds of human distress heard outside the barracks after dark, specifically the sound of a woman screaming or a child crying, are to be ignored. It was an auditory illusion, the wind shrieking through the old, derelict structures. That's what the rules said. That's what I had to believe. But then the screaming sharpened into words, a name, carried on a gust of wind that rattled my window.
Michael! Oh God, Michael, help me! It's so cold!
My blood turned to ice water. It was my mother's voice. It was impossible. She was thousands of miles away, safe in her suburban home in Ohio. Couldn't be her. And yet the sound was perfect. Her exact tone, her specific inflection, the way her voice rose in panic. It was a sound I hadn't heard since I was a child, when I'd fallen from a tree and broken my arm. It was the sound of my mother's terror, reserved only for me. I scrambled to the door, my hand hovering over the lock. This was the lure. The ultimate, personalized trap. The Kushtaka. The land otter men of Tlingit legend were said to do this. To mimic the voices of loved ones to draw their victims out. They didn't just play a random sound, they played your sound. They reached into your heart and found the one thing you couldn't ignore. Michael, please! I can't feel my hands! Open the door! The voice was closer now, right outside. Frantic, desperate pounding began on the heavy steel door of the barracks. I backed away, stumbling over my own feet, my mind a whirlwind of terror and confusion. I thought of Connolly. We found his boots in the morning. Just his boots. Was this how it happened for him? Did he hear his daughter calling his name, her voice filled with pain and fear? The pounding stopped. A new sound began, a soft, pitiful whimpering. A child's cry. It was the same sound from the radio, but it was here, on the other side of my door. It was a confirmation. The thing from the radio, the thing the Ravens worked for, the thing that took Connolly. It was outside, and it had come for me. I pressed myself into the far corner of the room, making myself as small as possible, my eyes screwed shut. I recited the rules in my head like a prayer, a mantra against the madness. Do not investigate. Do not respond. Do not go outside. My logical mind, the communications technician, battled against the terrified son who wanted to throw open the door and save his mother from the cold. The crying went on for what felt like an eternity. Then silence. A profound, heavy silence that was even more terrifying. The storm still raged, but the voice was gone. I stayed in that corner until the first gray light of dawn seeped through the window, my body trembling uncontrollably. When I finally found the courage to move, I crept to the window and wiped away the thick frost. On the ground below, the fresh snow was a perfect, undisturbed blanket. There were no footprints. Nothing. It had all been in my head, an auditory illusion. Then I saw it. On the outside of my window pane, etched into the frost, was a single, perfect handprint. It was long and slender, with fingers that ended in points like claws. It was not human. My last 2 weeks at Cape Lisburn were a waking nightmare. I did my duties. I ate in the mess hall. I spoke when spoken to. But I was no longer there. I was a ghost, just like the other men. When my replacement arrived, a fresh-faced young airman with eager eyes, I saw the same naive confidence I'd had a year ago. As I passed him in the walkway, I wanted to grab him, to warn him, to tell him the rules weren't a joke. But I just nodded the same way Henderson had nodded to me and kept walking. There was nothing to say. He had to learn for himself. As the prop plane lifted off the gravel runway, banking hard against the wind, I looked down at the station for the last time. The white radome on the peak, the skeletal white Alice antennas, the cluster of buildings huddled against the endless white. It looked like a forgotten outpost at the end of the world, a tiny scar on a pristine landscape. But I knew better. It was a cage. And I knew, with a certainty that would haunt me for the rest of my life, that even though I was leaving, a part of me would be trapped there forever. Its voice sometimes carried on the wind, calling for the next new arrival.
My name is Elias Thorne. This is not a confession, nor is it a plea for help. It is simply a record, an attempt to impose a logical sequence upon events that defy all logic. Before my life narrowed to the hum of fluorescent lights and the sterile scent of floor cleaner, I was a man who dealt in order. I was an archival researcher, a custodian of forgotten histories. My days spent in the quiet, dust-moated halls of a university library. My world was one of cataloged facts and verifiable sources. Then the world shifted. Funding was cut, positions were eliminated, and my meticulously ordered life collapsed into a chaotic spiral of mounting debt and dwindling prospects. Desperation is a corrosive acid. It eats away at pride, at caution, at reason itself. It was in this state that I found the online job listing. Night clerk needed for 23427 convenience store. Immediate start. Excellent compensation. The salary they offer was ludicrous, nearly double what a position of this nature should command. It was a glaring red flag, a siren's song luring ships onto the rocks, but my ship was already sinking. I sent my resume, expecting no reply. To my surprise, a man who introduced himself only as Mr. Henderson called me the next day. The interview, if one could call it that, was a brief, gruff affair conducted over the phone. He asked no questions about my work history or my qualifications. His only concerns were my willingness to work the graveyard shift, midnight to 600 a.m., and my ability to start immediately. I agreed. Good, he grunted. The keys in your first paycheck are in an envelope under the counter. The day shift girl, Sarah, will show you the basics. Don't be late. The line went dead. My first shift began under a moonless sky. The store, named simply Corner Stop, was an island of stark, artificial light in a sea of suburban darkness. It sat on a quiet, forgotten road at the edge of town, a place where the neat rows of houses gave way to unkempt fields and skeletal trees. Inside, the silence was profound, broken only by the low, oppressive hum of the refrigerators and the buzzing of the overhead lights. The place was unnervingly clean, almost sterile. Every can was perfectly aligned. Every candy bar sat in its designated slot. Every surface gleamed under the unforgiving glare. It felt less like a place of commerce and more like a museum exhibit designed to look like a store. Timeless and untouched. The isolation was absolute. In the first hour, not a single car passed by on the road outside. At 11:55 p.m., a young woman with tired eyes and a perpetually hunched posture unlocked the door and let me in. This was Sarah. Her handover was a masterclass in frantic efficiency. She pointed out the register, the stockroom, the public restroom. Her words were clipped, her movements jerky, as if she were spring-loaded and desperate to be released. She avoided my gaze, her eyes darting towards the clock on the wall. "It's easy," she said, her voice thin. "Just keep the place tidy." The real instructions. Well, you'll find them. She paused, her hand on the door, and for the first time, she looked directly at me. The fear in her eyes was a raw, physical thing. "Just read the list. The one by the register. Follow it. Follow it exactly. Don't be a hero. Don't get clever." Before I could ask what she meant, she was gone. Her small sedan peeling out of the parking with a squeal of tires that sounded like a cry of relief. Alone in the humming silence, I felt a prickle of unease. I walked behind the counter and found it a single sheet of yellowed, brittle-looking paper, protected by a grimy layer of lamination. It was tucked beneath the cash register, just as she'd implied. The title, typed in an old, slightly uneven font, was stark in its simplicity. "Rules for the Graveyard Shift." I pulled it out. My first thought was that it was a prank, an elaborate hazing ritual for the new employee. The rules were bizarre, a strange mix of the mundane and the utterly nonsensical. I read them over, a small, condescending smile on my face. Rule Instruction 1: all transactions must be completed in cash between 1200 a.m. and 500 a.m. The card reader is for day shift use only. 2 at exactly 3:15 a.m., brew a fresh pot of black coffee. Pour 1 cup, and leave it on the far end of the counter. You will find exact payment for it by the door when you open at 1600 a.m. He does not like to be kept waiting. 3. Do not under any circumstances go into the walk-in freezer after 200 a.m. Stock it before then. If you hear knocking from outside, ignore it. It will stop. For a man in an old-fashioned, dark raincoat will sometimes come in, regardless of the weather. He will not be looking for anything. Do not speak to him or make eye contact. He is just browsing. He will leave on his own. 5. If you hear a child giggling in the candy aisle, do not go looking for them. Turn up the volume on the store radio for 5 minutes. The music calms them. 6. If the payphone on the outside wall rings, answer it. A voice will ask for a name you do not know. Tell them you have the wrong number and hang up immediately. Do not engage further. 7. The lights in household, cleaning and household, will sometimes flicker in a pattern 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. This is a signal. Lock the main door immediately and retreat to the back office. Do not come out for 10 minutes. Even if you hear the front door chime, it is not a customer. 8. Clean any smudges or handprints off the glass doors as soon as you see them, especially the small ones. 9. Never use the staff restroom at the back. Use the public one. We cannot guarantee your safety in the other. 10. If a woman with eyes that are too far apart asks for a pack of Starlight brand cigarettes, tell her you are all out. We have never stocked this brand. She will be disappointed but will understand. Do not offer her a substitute. I scoffed. It was absurd. He does not like to be kept waiting. The music calms them. It was the work of a bored predecessor with a flair for the dramatic. I, a man of logic and reason, would not be taken in by such childish ghost stories. I tossed the list back under the register and set about my duties, determined to treat this job like any other. I swept the floors, restocked a few shelves, and settled in behind the counter with a thick history book I'd brought from home. The hours crawled by in perfect, uninterrupted silence. As 300 a.m. came and went, my mind briefly turned to Rule 82. The coffee. I was tired, and the thought of wasting a pot of perfectly good coffee on a ghost story seemed foolish. I dismissed it and returned to my reading, losing myself in the political intrigues of 17th century Europe. At 3:20 a.m., the atmosphere in the store changed. It was not a sudden event, but a gradual curdling of the air. A profound cold began to seep out from the corners of the room. A damp, cellar-like chill that had nothing to do with the thermostat. The low hum of the refrigerators deepened, the frequency dropping until it felt less like a sound and more like a vibration in my bones. A low, guttural growl that resonated in my chest. I looked up from my book, my heart suddenly hammering against my ribs. The neatly stacked bags of chips on the shelf across from me began to tremble. A soft, rustling sound that was utterly out of place in the stillness. Then I saw the shadow. It detached itself from the corner of my peripheral vision, a flicker of movement where none should be. When I tried to look directly at it, it was gone. But I was left with the distinct impression of something impossibly tall and thin, something that bent at angles a human body could not. The air grew thick, heavy with a palpable sense of malevolent disappointment. It was so suffocatingly present that I found it difficult to draw a full breath. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. The Rule 82. He does not like to be kept waiting. My hands shook so violently that I could barely operate the coffee machine. I fumbled with the filter, spilled grounds on the counter, and nearly scalded myself with the hot water. The entire time, the low growl intensified, and the cold deepened until my teeth were chattering. Finally, the coffee was brewed. With a trembling hand, I poured a single cup of steaming, black liquid. I walked to the far end of the counter, my feet feeling like lead, and placed the mug down. The instant the ceramic touched the formica, the change was immediate. The oppressive cold receded as if a switch had been flipped. The guttural growl softened, rising in frequency until it was once again the familiar, innocuous hum of the refrigerators. The air cleared, losing its suffocating weight. The presence, the feeling of being watched with ancient and aggrieved eyes, vanished completely. I was left alone, drenched in a cold sweat, my body shaking with the aftershocks of a terror I could not begin to process. I stared at the cup of coffee, steam rising from it in the sterile light. It was not a prank. It was not a story. The rules were not suggestions or superstitions meant to spook the new guy. They were a set of operational procedures, a system of cause and effect governing interactions with forces that had no place in my ordered, rational world. I had failed to perform a simple task, and in doing so, I had breached a contract I didn't know I'd signed. The penalty had been immediate and terrifying. My role here was not merely to be a store clerk. I was a service provider, a functionary for a clientele that was not and had never been human. The true horror wasn't that the store was haunted. It was that the store was open for business, on a level I couldn't comprehend. I looked at the laminated list, which no longer seemed like a joke. It looked like the most important thing in the world. It looked like a survival manual, and I understood with a certainty that chilled me more than the supernatural cold had, that I was trapped. 6 weeks. 6 weeks have passed since that first night, and the man I was, the skeptical academic, the believer in a rational universe, is a ghost. In his place is a creature of ritual and vigilance. My life is now governed by that laminated list. It has become my scripture, my catechism of fear. My nights are a meticulous, nerve-shredding ballad of appeasement. Before 200 a.m., I stock the freezer, my hand checking the heavy latch 3, 4, 5 times. I keep the small, tinny radio behind the counter, tuned to a bland pop station. The volume knob always within arm's reach. I monitor the lights in aisle 4 with the intensity of an air traffic controller, watching for a plane to fall from the sky. The psychological erosion is the worst part. Sleep, when it comes during the day, is a shallow, unrestful affair, plagued by dreams of flickering lights and knocking from behind closed doors. Bright, cheerful world of sunlight feels alien, a reality to which I no longer belong. Conversations with the few people I still know feel trivial. Their concerns about traffic and weather impossibly distant from my nightly reality of appeasing unseen horrors. I have become a prisoner of the graveyard shift, isolated by a truth so outlandish that to speak would be to invite a diagnosis of insanity. So I remain silent, the fear coiling in my gut like a cold serpent. The customers from the list are no longer abstract concepts. They are regulars. The man in the raincoat was the first I encountered after the coffee incident. It was a clear, dry night, the stars sharp and cold in the sky, yet he entered as if walking out of a torrential downpour. His dark, old-fashioned raincoat was soaked, dripping small, dark puddles onto my immaculately clean floor. He moved with a slow, drifting gait, his head bowed so that his face was completely obscured by the shadow of his hat. Rule 5-4 screamed in my mind, "Do not speak to him or make eye contact." I grabbed a mop and began to vigorously clean a patch of already spotless linoleum near the register, my entire being focused on the task. His presence was a vacuum, sucking the warmth and sound from the immediate vicinity. The hum of the refrigerators seemed to fade. The air grew still and heavy. He drifted down the chip aisle, then back up the canned goods aisle, never once reaching for a product. After an eternity that lasted perhaps 3 minutes, he turned and left as silently as he had arrived. The moment the door closed behind him, the ambient sound of the store rushed back in, and I could breathe again. A week later, I heard it. A faint, tinkling sound from the far side of the store. Jiggling. A child's laughter coming from the candy aisle. Every protective instinct, every fiber of my being, screamed at me to go and investigate. Was a child lost? Had someone left their kid behind? But Sarah's warning and the stark text of Rule 5 held me in place. Do not go looking for them. Turn up the volume on the store radio for 5 minutes. My hand trembled as I reached for the knob. I cranked the volume, and a saccharine pop song blared through the tiny speakers, the sound feeling profane and jarring in the otherwise silent store. I couldn't hear the giggling over the music, but I felt it. I felt a sense of being watched with a playful, yet deeply predatory curiosity. It was the feeling of a cat watching a mouse, amused by its scurrying, knowing it could pounce at any moment. After exactly 5 minutes, I turned the radio down. The feeling was gone. The payphone was perhaps the most jarring. It's an ancient, disconnected relic bolted to the outside wall, a fossil from a bygone era. Its shrill, piercing ring ripped through the quiet of the store one night, making me jolt so hard I knocked over a display of chewing gum. My heart hammered against my ribs. Rule Phase 6. Answer it. I walked to the door, my legs unsteady, and pushed it open. The ringing was deafeningly loud in the night air. I lifted the cold, heavy receiver to my ear. Hello. I managed, my voice a croak. Static hissed on the line, thick and oily. Through it, a voice spoke. It was distorted, ancient, like the grinding of stones. It asked for a name that sounded like a cough and a whisper. Azrael. My blood ran cold. I forced the words out, a mantra of survival. You have the wrong number. I slammed the receiver back into its cradle. As I did, I could have sworn I heard a faint, frustrated sigh from the earpiece. A sound that seemed to exist for a split second, after the connection should have been severed. These encounters became my new normal. But it was the woman who truly taught me the nature of my predicament. She arrived around 4:00 a.m. on a Tuesday. She was elegant, dressed in a simple but well-tailored dress, and she smiled pleasantly as the door chimed. But her face was wrong. Rule Phase 10 had been specific. A woman with eyes that are too far apart. It was a subtle distinction, but once you saw it, you couldn't unsee it. The geometry of her face was just slightly off, creating an uncanny valley effect that was deeply unsettling. She glided to the counter, her pleasant smile never wavering. Her voice was melodious, but with a strange, flat effect, as if she were reciting lines she had learned phonetically. A pack of starlights, please, she said. My mind raced. I was exhausted, my brain fuzzy from hours of hyper-vigilance. The polite, automatic response of a service worker rose to my lips. I'm sorry, we don't carry that brand. Can I get you something else? Perhaps Marlboros? The words were halfway out of my mouth when Rule Phase 10 flashed in my mind's eye like a bolt of lightning. Do not offer her a substitute. I caught myself, biting my tongue so hard I tasted blood. The half-formed offer died in my throat. I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry as dust, and corrected my course. "I'm sorry," I said, my voice strained. "We're all out." For a single, terrifying second, her mask of pleasantry disintegrated. The smile vanished, and her mouth twisted downwards into a snarl of such profound, cosmic hatred that it felt like a physical blow. Her eyes, already unsettlingly wide set, seemed to darken into black, empty pits. In that moment, the illusion of a polite woman shattered, and I saw what was looking out from behind her face. Something ancient, something predatory, something that despised me and my entire species with a passion that could unmake stars. Then, just as quickly, the mask was back in place. The pleasant smile returned, though it didn't quite reach her eyes now. "Oh, what a shame," she said, her sweet voice a horrifying counterpoint to the fury I had just witnessed. She turned and glided out of the store. I collapsed against the counter, my legs giving out from under me. I had almost made a fatal error. I realized, then, that the rules were not just a simple list of do's and don'ts for my safety. They were a complex system of social etiquette, a diplomatic protocol for interacting with non-human intelligences. Offering a substitute was not just a mistake. It was a grievous insult, a breach of a code I could not comprehend. It might have been seen as an invitation to a different kind of transaction, or perhaps a display of ignorance worthy of annihilation. I was not a zookeeper. I was an ambassador, on the front lines of an invisible world, and my only diplomatic pouch was a single, laminated sheet of paper. Later that night, as the first hints of dawn were lightening the sky, I was cleaning under the counter, trying to keep my hands busy. My fingers brushed against something rough carved into the unfinished wood. Curious, I pulled out my phone and switched on the flashlight. There, gouged into the particle board, were a series of frantic, overlapping scratches. It was a name, JCUBW, and below it, a desperate, terrifying message. ITSINTHE RAFLETO. Hey Smillaspis Delok. Ralph Forsadoro Oak. My head snapped up. I stared at the convex security mirror. Mounted above the register, its dark, curved surface reflecting a distorted version of the silent store. Rule 24 had kept me safe from the man in the raincoat by teaching me to avoid his gaze. But it had never said anything about his reflection. Jacob's warning implied a horrifying addendum. A loophole in a rule I thought I understood. It suggested the list was incomplete. Or worse, that it could be wrong. I stared at the dark, silent screen, a new and terrible fear taking root in my soul, dreading the next time the man in the dripping coat would come in to browse. Jacob's desperate message, carved like a final testament into the wood, changed everything. The passive, reactive terror that had defined my existence for weeks began to curdle into something else, a cold, focused need to understand. Survival was no longer enough. If the rules were flawed or incomplete, then simply following them was a fool's game. I had to learn the logic of the system I was trapped within. My shift was no longer a sentence to be endured. It became a field research opportunity in a laboratory of the damned. I began keeping a journal, a small, black notebook I kept hidden in my locker. In it, I documented everything. Timestamps, atmospheric changes, the precise nature of every anomalous event. I cross-referenced these occurrences with the 10 rules, searching for patterns, for connections, for the things Jacob might have seen that led to his frantic warning. My senses, already honed by fear, sharpened further. I began to notice the subtleties. The way the knocking from the freezer sometimes fell into a strange, syncopated rhythm. The way the static on the other end of the payphone line would sometimes resolve, for a fraction of a second, into what sounded like whispered conversations in a language I didn't know. I began to cautiously, carefully, probe the boundaries of my confinement. I never broke a rule, not after the coffee incident, but I tested their edges. I still refused to open the walk-in freezer after 200 a.m., but I started pressing my ear against the cold, vibrating steel door when the knocking began. It wasn't random. It was a code. I was sure of it, though one I couldn't decipher. Then one night, amidst the rhythmic thuds, I heard something new. A voice, a dry, faint whisper that seemed to come from inches away on the other side of the metal. It whispered my name. Elias. When the man in the raincoat next appeared, his dark form dripping on another clear night. I was ready. Remembering Jacob's warning, I forced myself to ignore the man himself, busying my hands with wiping down the counter. But this time, my eyes were fixed on the black and white security monitor above my head. I positioned myself at an angle where I could watch his progress without turning my head. In the grainy feed, I saw his reflection move down ISO 3. He was just as I remembered, head down, funereal pace. But then, as he passed from the camera's view, his reflection did not. The figure on the screen stopped. It stood perfectly still for a moment, and then its head craned upwards at an unnatural angle, looking directly into the security camera, directly at me, and it smiled. It was a grin that stretched its face far beyond human limits, a wide, predatory slash filled with far too many teeth. A cold, liquid dread poured through my veins. Rule 24 had kept me safe from the entity in the coat, but it had left me utterly exposed to the thing that watched through its reflection. The true revelation, however, was yet to come. It arrived on a Thursday, heralded by the lights in ISO 4. They began to flicker in their familiar, dreaded pattern. 3 short flashes, 3 long, 3 short. As I had done half a dozen times before, I moved to the front door, my hand reaching for the deadbolt. But tonight, Jacob's ghost and the smiling reflection were fresh in my mind. Hiding was no longer enough. I needed to see. I locked the door and retreated to the back office as instructed. But instead of cowering in the corner and counting the seconds, I went to the small, grimy window that looked out onto the store floor. It had always been blocked by a stack of old inventory boxes. But earlier in my shift, driven by this new, desperate curiosity, I had moved them. Heart pounding, I peered through the dirty glass. The store looked wrong. The air was shimmering, distorted, like the heat haze rising from asphalt on a summer day. The familiar rows of products, seemed to waver and bend at the edges. Through this strange distortion, I heard the front door chime, a sound that was impossible, as I had locked it myself. A figure stepped through the shimmering veil where the door was. It was not a customer. It was tall, impossibly thin, its limbs long and jointed like an insect's. It moved with a jerky, unnatural gait that was both fluid and broken. It paid no attention to me or the office. It moved with purpose directly to ICEL 4, the source of the flickering signal. It did not browse the shelves of bleach and detergent. Instead, it reached out a long, multi-jointed arm and phased it directly into the shelf, its form passing through the plastic bottles as if they were smoke. When it pulled its arm back, it was no longer empty. It was holding a small, pulsating orb of what looked like captured night. A sphere of roiling, dark light that seemed to drink the fluorescence from the air around it. The creature held the orb up, inspecting it for a moment with a tilt of its featureless head. It seemed to nod in satisfaction. Then, it turned, walked back to the front of the store, and exited through the shimmering distortion. The door chimed again. The heat haze effect vanished, and the lights in ICEL 4 returned to their steady, normal glow. I stumbled back from the window, the gasping for air. The pieces clicked into place with horrifying clarity. This store was not just a haunted way station. It was a place of business, a transactional hub, a supernatural black market. The flickering lights were not a warning of a random monster loose in the aisles. They were a service notification, a signal that a pickup was scheduled. My role in locking the door and hiding was not for my safety from the creature. It was to ensure that I did not witness or, worse, interfere with the transaction. The physical store, with its mundane products, was a facade, a cover for a different kind of inventory stored in the spaces between realities. The high pay wasn't danger money. It was hush money. It was payment for my complicity in a system I could not begin to fathom. The moment I understood the purpose of this place, the point of no return was crossed. The system, it seemed, knew that I knew. The phenomena in the store shifted, becoming more personal, more pointedly directed at me. The whispers from the freezer no longer just said my name. They began to repeat phrases I had muttered to myself under my breath earlier in the shift. The child's giggling from the candy aisle was one night replaced by a perfect, chilling imitation of my late mother's laugh, a sound I hadn't heard in a decade. The trap was closing. In a fit of desperate panic, I used my cell phone to call the number for Mr. Henderson. A recorded voice informed me that the number had been disconnected. I looked up the parent company listed on my pay stub, Henderson Holdings LLC. It didn't exist. I drove to the corporate address provided. It was an overgrown, empty lot between a laundromat and a pawn shop. There was no one to quit to. There was no escape. This wasn't a job you could leave. I was no longer just an employee. I was a component, a cog in the store's horrifying machinery. That night, as I stood defeated behind the counter, my eyes fell upon the laminated list. My blood turned to ice. At the bottom of the typed list, below Rule Fate 10, was a new line. written in what looked like fresh, black ink. The handwriting was a neat, sharp cursive. 11. Stop asking questions. We are listening. The night it all came to end began with a storm. It wasn't just a storm. It was a biblical deluge. A violent tantrum of nature that hammered against the store's plate glass windows and shook the building to its foundations. While cleaning out an old filing cabinet in the back office earlier that week, I had found a dusty logbook. In it, a brief entry from a year ago to the day, storm tonight. JW didn't show for his shift. Jacob. This was the anniversary of his disappearance. A cold sense of foreboding settled over me. The storm seemed to act as a catalyst, an accelerant for the store's malevolent energies. The fragile system of rules I had so carefully maintained began to break down. It started with the lights in ISIL 4, their SOS flicker struggling to be seen against the strobing flashes of lightning outside. As I was locking the front door, the payphone on the wall began to ring, its shrill cry barely audible over the thunder. Before I could even decide which rule to prioritize, I heard it. Faint giggling from the candy aisle, interwoven with the rhythmic, insistent knocking from the walk-in freezer. It was a chaotic symphony of my deepest fears. I was overwhelmed, a panicked juggler, trying to keep a dozen spinning plates from crashing down. I retreated to the office for the ISIL 4 protocol, my ears straining to hear the chime of the phantom customer over the ringing phone and the storm's fury. The 10 minutes felt like an hour. When I emerged, the phone had stopped ringing, but the knocking and giggling persisted. The entire store felt charged, vibrating with a hostile energy that was escalating toward some terrible crescendo. It was then that I found Jacob's final message. In a moment of sheer desperation, I broke one of my own unwritten rules and entered the forbidden staff restroom at the back, thinking I could splash water on my face. The place was cold, rank with the smell of mildew. And there, scratched into the porcelain back of the toilet cistern, was his last, desperate warning. THRE, ISON and more. HEMAKCOURC off. THEO off. TE sto om. As I read the words, the lights in the store flickered violently. They buzzed, dimmed, and then, with a final, pathetic pop, died. The emergency generator in the back, which I tested weekly, sputtered for a moment and then fell silent. I was plunged into absolute darkness, a blackness so complete it felt physical. The humming of the refrigerators, the buzzing of the lights, the knocking from the freezer, the giggling from the ISIL. It all ceased. The only sound was the roar of the storm outside. And then, a new sound began. Soft, polite, a gentle tap, tapping on the front glass door. My blood ran cold. I crept from the restroom, my hands outstretched in the suffocating dark, and peered toward the front of the store. Through the rain-streaked glass, illuminated only by a flash of lightning, I saw a silhouette. The tapping was joined by a voice, and my heart seized in my chest. It was Sarah, the day shift girl. Elias. Oh God, Elias, let me in, she cried, her voice filled with convincing panic. My car broke down just up the road. The storm is getting worse, please. Jacob's warning echoed in my mind. He makes you write it yourself. This was it. The final exam. A scenario for which there was no rule on the list. I knew, with a certainty that transcended logic, that the person at the door was not Sarah. The entities were using my memories, my fears, my sliver of hope for human contact, as a weapon against me. I stayed frozen, my back pressed against a cold metal shelf. The pleading grew more desperate. "Elias, please. I'm scared." Then the voice shifted, melting into a sound that broke my heart. It was my mother's voice. "Ellie, honey, it's Mom. Open the door, baby. It's so cold out here." Tears streamed down my face, but I did not move. This was the test, the lock-in. The polite tapping escalated into furious pounding that shook the entire storefront, the glass groaning in its frame. The voices shifted again, becoming a chorus of everyone I had ever known, pleading, begging, and then, finally, turning to threats, snarling my name with a venom that was utterly inhuman. I retreated to the back office, huddled on the floor, and covered my ears, reciting the rules over and over like a prayer. Rule 1 cash only. Rule 2 I've coffee at 3:15. Rule 30 ignore the knocking. I don't know how long I stayed there, lost in a fugue state of terror. But eventually, I noticed a change. The relentless pounding had ceased. The cacophony of voices had fallen silent. A thin, gray light was filtering through the grimy office window. Dawn. As the first rays of the rising sun pierced the clouds, the emergency lights in the store flickered on with a hum, casting a pale, sickly glow over everything. The storm had passed. Shaking, I forced myself to my feet and emerged from the office. The store was a wreck. Products were strewn across the aisles, knocked from their shelves by the violent vibrations. But on the counter, in a space that was perfectly clean and untouched, sat 3 items that had not been there before. A single, pristine sheet of blank paper, a simple, black fountain pen, and next to them, a small, tarnished silver locket. I walked towards it, a strange, hollow clarity replacing the terror. I understood. The ultimate role of the night clerk was not just to manage the store, but to chronicle it, to expand its scripture. When an employee survived a new, uncatalogued event, they were compelled to create a new rule for their successor, adding to the store's institutional, operational memory. Jacob had failed his test. He had failed to write his rule, and he had paid the price. I had survived. This was my reward. My promotion. I was no longer just following the rules. I was creating them. My hand was perfectly steady as I picked up the pen. The fear was gone, replaced by a grim sense of purpose. I knew what I had to write. 12. If the main power fails during a storm, and the emergency generator does not engage, this is a Glock, in event. Do not approach the doors or windows. The voices you hear are not real. They are a test of your resolve. Barricade the door if necessary. Survive until dawn. Your reward for doing so will be waiting on the counter. I set the pen down. I picked up the silver locket. It felt cold in my hand. On a strange impulse, I took it to the inventory scanner. I held it under the red light, and the machine beeped. The small screen on the register lit up with green text. Item 27 and 34. Memento of a lost voice. Price NTA. I carefully slid the new, handwritten rule under the plastic lamination, placing it at the bottom of the list. Then I walked to the front of the store and began to methodically pick up the fallen items, restoring order. I looked at my own reflection in the dark security monitor above the register. For the first time, I did not feel fear. I felt a sense of ownership, a sense of belonging. The sun was rising, casting long shadows across the floor. In the distance, I heard the familiar rumble of Sarah's car pulling into the parking lot to begin the day's shift. My shift was over. I was tired, but it was a calm, settled exhaustion. I knew I would be back tonight, and the night after that, and every night for the foreseeable future. I was no longer a victim of this place. I was its custodian. I was the keeper of the rules. I was home. My name is Samuel Jones, but on the CB, I'm just Sam. I've been an owner-operator for 22 years, which is another way of saying I've spent more of my life on the move than standing still. My world is a 2.1 meter wide aluminum cab, my home a Peterbilt 589 sleeper, and my constant companion is the low, steady rumble of a 600 horsepower engine. She's not just a truck. She's my business, my house, and my fortress against the endless miles of asphalt. To an outsider, the inside of my rig might look cramped, but to me, it's a marvel of engineering and personal space. The driver's seat is an air ride throne, molded to my frame after 1,000,000 miles. The steering wheel is flanked by a constellation of gauges: tachometer, voltmeter, air pressure, oil pressure, each one a vital sign I monitor with an instinct born of experience. The center console holds the radio, heater controls, and the all-important tractor and trailer brakes. Everything has its place. Everything has a function. Behind my seat is the sleeper, my sanctuary. It's not one of those massive custom jobs, but it's mine. There's a pulled-out desk where I do my logbook, the comic book, as some of the old-timers call it. A small microwave is bolted to a reinforced appliance shelf, and below it, a mini fridge keeps my food from spoiling. The bunk is a twin-sized memory foam mattress, separated from the cab by a thick blackout curtain that offers privacy and a shield against the world. In the various overhead compartments and wardrobe-style closets, I keep my clothes, my tools, and my life, all neatly organized. This order isn't just a preference, it's a necessity. Out here, on the big slab, your truck is the only thing you can truly control. But control is a funny thing. You spend so long on the road that the world outside the windshield starts to feel less real. It becomes a movie you're watching, a silent film of towns and cities scrolling past. The isolation is the heaviest cargo you carry. Days bleed into nights, and the monotony of the road can lull you into a state that drivers call highway hypnosis, where you're awake and steering, but your mind is somewhere else entirely. You're physically present but mentally adrift, floating in a space between destinations. It's a profound loneliness, a detachment that can wear on a man. You learn to live with it, to find comfort in the solitude. You have to. Because out here, the line between being alone and being lost is thinner than you think. The job came in on a Tuesday afternoon. It was a high-paying load, a hotshot run that needed to get from a warehouse in New Mexico to a distribution center in Utah fast. My dispatcher, my travel agent, as I call him, was vague on the details. The usual route up the interstate was closed due to a chemical spill. He said he sent me a new route, a stretch of state highway that cut through the desert, a line on the map I'd never driven. It's an old road, he'd said, but it'll get you there. I pulled my bobtail rig into a dusty, bleached truck stop just outside of Gallup to fuel up before hooking up to the trailer. That's where I met Elias. He was sitting alone in a booth, nursing a cup of coffee. He looked like 100 other drivers I'd seen over the years. Worn out, with the kind of deep, set wrinkles that come from squinting into the sun for decades. But there was something else about him. He looked haunted, his eyes holding a permanent look of exhaustion that had nothing to do with lack of sleep. He must have seen the route on my tablet because he got up and walked over. You're not thinking of running that road tonight, are you, Hand? He asked, his voice a dry rasp. Hand was old slang, a familiar term between drivers. Got a load that needs moving, I said, keeping it professional. He shook his head slowly, a grim finality in the gesture. Some roads you don't run, no matter the pay. That one, we used to have a name for it. Called it the Thin Highway. I raised an eyebrow. I'd heard my share of trucker urban legends, phantom trucks, vanishing hitchhikers, black dogs that served as omens. Every stretch of desolate highway in America seemed to have its own ghost story. A thin highway? I asked, a hint of amusement in my voice. That's right, he said, his eyes unfocused, looking at something far away. A place where the veil between this world and the other one gets worn down, stretched thin from all the miles and all the souls passing over it. A place where you can sometimes see through to the other side. His words echoed ancient Celtic folklore I'd vaguely heard about, tales of thin places where the worlds of the living and the dead were porous. It was a strange thing to hear from a man who smelled of diesel and stale coffee. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small, rectangular card. It was heavily laminated, the edges yellowed and worn, the surface stained with grease and coffee. He slid it across the table to me. You're going to run it anyway. I can see it in your eyes. You're like I was, he said. So you take this, and you follow it to the letter. These aren't suggestions, Sam. They're physics. The physics of that road. He turned and walked away without another word, leaving me with the card. I picked it up. It felt heavy, substantial. On it, printed in a simple, blocky font, was a list of rules. I read them, my initial amusement slowly curling into a knot of unease in my stomach. It felt like a prop from a bad horror movie. Yet the sincerity in the old man's haunted eyes had been undeniable. Table 1T. The rules of the thin highway. Rule 1T. Begin your run after sunset. End it before sunrise. The road is not for the day. Rule 21. Do not exceed 65 movts. They are faster than you, but they don't like a chase. Rule 30. Between mile markers 42 and 78. Do not use your mirrors. What you see behind you is not for you, and it doesn't like being seen. Rule 4. Hey. You will hear voices on the CB radio, channel 19. Some will ask for help. Some will offer it. Do not respond. You are alone out here. Rule 50. If you see a single black dog sitting on the shoulder, slow down and dim your lights until it is gone. It is a warning. Heed it. Rule 6C. Do not stop for hitchhikers, no matter how they appear. They are not who they seem. Especially the girl in the white dress. Rule 7C. If your headlights flicker and die, pull over immediately. Close your eyes and count to 100. Do not open them, no matter what you hear against the glass. Rule 80. You may see another truck pacing you. It will have no lights. Do not acknowledge it. It is not a good buddy. It is looking for an invitation. Rule 9Z. If you must stop, do not leave the cab. The air outside is not your air. Rule 10. Before you exit the highway at dawn, pat the dash and thank her for the safe passage. Gratitude is a form of payment. Rule 11. The road always needs a watcher. I stared at the list, a mix of the bizarrely specific and the ominously vague. It was a perfect distillation of the kind of spooky folklore that thrives in the isolation of the road. A collection of superstitions formalized into a rigid doctrine. I tucked the card into my shirt pocket, dismissing it as the ramblings of a man who'd spent too many years staring at the zipper on the highway. Still, a part of me. The part that had felt the oppressive loneliness of 1,000 empty nights couldn't shake it completely. An hour later, trailer hooked and brakes checked. I pulled onto the highway as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and orange. Rule 51, at least, was easy enough to follow. The road was empty. A 2-lane ribbon of asphalt stretching in the deepening twilight. The hum of my engine was the only sound for miles. I was about an hour in, the hypnotic riv the drive beginning to settle over me, when the CB crackled. It wasn't the usual chatter of Channel 19. It was a single voice, distorted by static, layered with a strange, clicking cadence that was almost insect-like. Breaker 1, 9. What's your 20, driver? My hand instinctively went to the mic. It was a standard request for my location. But the voice it was wrong. I thought of Rule Y4C. You are alone out here. My thumb hovered over the transmit button. The professional in me, the man who believed in courtesy on the airwaves, wanted to respond. But the memory of Elias's face and the strange weight of the card in my pocket held me back. I stayed silent. The voice repeated the question, closer this time, louder, before dissolving into a hiss of static. A cold prickle ran down my spine. It was just a coincidence, I told myself. A bad signal. I tried to shake it off, focusing on the road ahead, on the twin beams of my headlights, cutting a path through the oppressive dark. And then I saw it. Up ahead, sitting perfectly still on the gravel shoulder, was a dog. It was large, black as tar, and its head was cocked as if it were listening for something. It was exactly as described in Rule 55. My heart gave a hard thump against my ribs. I scoffed, a nervous, involuntary sound. It's just a dog. But my hands moved on their own. My right hand flicking the switch to dim my high beams. my foot easing off the accelerator. I slowed the rig down, my eyes locked on the shape. As I rolled past, it didn't move. It just sat there, a silent, black statue in the pale glow of my lights. I passed it and brought my speed back up. But the feeling of being watched was now a physical weight on my shoulders. I glanced at the rearview mirror, then stopped myself, my blood running cold as I remembered Rule Fein 3. My pragmatic, orderly world had just developed its first crack. And the night was still young. The encounter with the black dog left a residue of fear in the cab, a cold film clinging to the inside of the windows. I tried to rationalize it. It was a stray, nothing more. The CB call was a skip, a signal bouncing off the atmosphere from hundreds of miles away. But the explanations felt thin, flimsy excuses against a growing dread. The road itself was changing. The world outside my windshield, once just a monotonous blur, now felt charged with a strange potential. The darkness between my headlights wasn't just empty, it was waiting. This was the feeling Elias had tried to warn me about. The sensation of driving through a place where the rules of the world I knew were fraying at the edges. I passed a green sign with white, reflected letters. Mile 42. My stomach tightened. I remembered the laminated card in my pocket, the words of Rule Fein 3 now screaming in my mind. Between mile markers 42 and 78, do not use your mirrors. What you see behind you is not for you, and it doesn't like being seen. It was an absurd command. A trucker's mirrors are his eyes. The big West Coast mirrors on my doors and the convex spot mirrors below them are essential for safety, for knowing what's around my 53-foot trailer. Ignoring them felt like driving blindfolded. It went against every instinct, every year of training. Yet, the memory of the dog, sitting so unnaturally still, and the chillingly specific nature of the rule, held me captive. I forced my gaze forward, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. The highway stretched on, a lonely ribbon of asphalt under a starless sky. The hum of the engine, usually a comfort, now seemed to amplify the silence. The isolation was a physical presence, a weight pressing in on me from all sides. It's in these moments that highway hypnosis can take hold, where the road lulls you into a trance. But I was hyper, aware, my senses on a razor's edge. Every flicker of a shadow, every gust of wind that rocked the cab, felt like a prelude to something terrible. That's when I sensed it. Not a sight or a sound, but a shift in the air, a change in pressure, a presence. I fought the urge to check my mirrors, my neck muscles cording with the strain. Instead, I risked a glance out my driver side window. A truck was pulling up alongside me in the opposite lane. It was a massive rig, a cab overmodel, old and scarred with rust. But that wasn't what made my blood run cold. It had no lights, no headlights, no marker lights, nothing. It was a black hole on wheels, a shape of absolute darkness, moving at a perfect 65 miles per hour. Its engine making no sound. I could hear the roar of my own Peterbilt. Rule height 80. You may see another truck pacing you. It will have no lights. Do not acknowledge it. It is not a good buddy. It is looking for an invitation. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. This was no phantom. It was real, solid, and terrifyingly close. It stayed right there, just off my port side, a silent, menacing partner in this midnight drive. I could feel its proximity, a vibration in the air that had nothing to do with sound. I stared straight ahead, focusing on the zipper of the dashed lane divider, praying for it to go away. But it didn't. It just stayed there, pacing me, a ghost ship on a sea of asphalt. Who was driving it? I couldn't bring myself to turn my head fully to look. The thought of seeing an empty driver's seat, or worse, seeing something sitting there, was more than I could handle. This was a test. Acknowledge it, and you give it an invitation. An invitation for what? I didn't want to find out. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The silent truck remained, a constant, oppressive presence. The urge to look in my mirrors became a physical torment. It was a primal need to see what was behind me, to understand the full scope of the threat. Was it alone? Was it the only one? The rules said what was behind me wasn't for me, that it didn't like being seen. Was this silent rig a distraction meant to make me look? The psychological pressure was immense. My mind, starved of information, started to fill in the blanks with horrors of its own making. I was sweating, my shirt sticking to the back of the air ride seat. My focus began to splinter. The road ahead, the silent truck beside me, the rules churning in my head. It was too much. And then, I made a mistake. It wasn't a conscious decision. It was a flicker of weakness, a momentary lapse in discipline. My eyes, desperate for any information, darted to the passenger side mirror for a fraction of a second. It wasn't a reflection. It was a window. The mirror did not show the dark highway behind my trailer. It showed a different place entirely. A desolate, gray landscape stretched out under a bruised, twilight sky that held no sun or moon. The ground was barren, cracked earth, and in the distance, skeletal trees clawed at the horizon. It was a dead world, a place of profound and utter stillness. This was a thin place, and I was looking straight through the veil. But the most terrifying part wasn't the alien landscape. It was the reflection of my own cab. In the mirror world, my passenger seat was no longer empty. A girl was sitting there. She wore a simple, old-fashioned white dress, stark against the gloom of the cab's interior. Her hair was dark and hung limp around her face. I couldn't see her features clearly, but I didn't need to. I knew, with a certainty that froze the marrow in my bones, who she was. Rule Quaint 6 say do not stop for hitchhikers, especially the girl in the white dress. I hadn't stopped. I hadn't picked anyone up. But by looking in the mirror, by peering into a place I was forbidden to see, I had somehow invited her in. As this realization crashed over me, the girl in the reflection slowly turned her head. Her face was a pale oval, and where her eyes should have been, there were only dark, empty sockets. She looked directly at me, not at my reflection, but at me. I ripped my gaze away from the mirror. A strangled cry caught in my throat. I snapped my head to my right, to the real passenger seat beside me. It was empty, but the air was different. The cab, my fortress, my sanctuary, suddenly felt violated. A pocket of intense cold hung in the space where she had been in the reflection. A cold so deep it felt like it was leaching the heat from my skin. I risked a glance out the driver's side window. The silent, lightless truck was gone. It had vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. The road was empty again. But I was no longer alone. The feeling of being watched was no longer outside the truck. It was inside, a palpable presence in the seat next to me. I hadn't picked up a hitchhiker, but I had looked where I shouldn't have. I had broken a rule, and something had crossed over. The air thickened, heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else. Something like decay. I gripped the steering wheel. My knuckles white, my eyes locked on the road ahead. I still had miles to go until sunrise, and the worst part of the thin highway was now inside the cab with me. The cab, my fortress of steel and glass, had been breached. Not by a physical intruder, but by something far worse, a violation of space and sanity. The passenger seat beside me was empty, yet it was occupied. A pocket of unnatural radiated from the vinyl, a chilling aura that the truck's heater couldn't touch. It was a cold that felt ancient and predatory. I could feel her there, the girl from the mirror. A silent passenger whose presence was a constant, screaming pressure against my mind. The air was thick with the faint, cloying smell of wet soil and something vaguely metallic, like old blood. My sanctuary had become a cage, and I was locked inside with a ghost. I kept my eyes glued to the road, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. The temptation to glance at the passenger seat, to confirm the emptiness that my eyes could see, but my soul couldn't accept, was a physical itch. But I resisted. I had already broken one rule by looking in the mirror. I couldn't afford another lapse in discipline. The consequences, I now understood, were not just stories. They were real. The CB radio crackled again, shattering the tense silence. It wasn't the insect like clicking from before. This was a woman's voice, laced with panic and choked with sobs. "Mayday, mayday, is anyone out there? My car, it broke down. I can see your lights. Please, I have a child with me. He's sick. Please, you have to help us." The voice was distorted by static, but the raw terror in it was unmistakable. It was a sound that would make any decent person stop. My foot instinctively eased toward the brake. A woman and a sick child, stranded in this godforsaken wasteland. But then I heard it. Underneath the sobs, a faint, discordant harmony. A second voice, whispering the same words in perfect, chilling unison. Rule way 4A. You will hear voices on the CB radio. Some will ask for help. Do not respond. You are alone out here. My blood turned to ice. It was a trap. A sophisticated, cruel trap designed to prey on the most basic human decency. I pressed my foot back down on the accelerator, the engine groaning as I pushed the speed back up to a steady 65. The woman's pleas grew more frantic, more desperate, her voice rising to a shriek that clawed at the inside of my skull. "Don't leave us! Please! He's not breathing! You're killing my baby! Mustar!" The word echoed in the cab, followed by a burst of static so loud it made the speakers pop. Then, silence. I was shaking, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The psychological assault was relentless. This road didn't just have ghosts, it had intelligence. It knew how to peel back a man's defenses, how to find the cracks in his resolve and pry them open. I drove on, the silence in the cab now heavier than ever, punctuated only by the low rumble of the engine and the frantic thumping of my own heart. The cold from the passenger seat seemed to intensify, and I could have sworn I heard a faint, dry rustle, like dead leaves skittering across pavement, coming from right beside me. I didn't look. I just drove. And then it happened. The powerful beams of my headlights, my only weapon against the oppressive, absolute darkness of the desert, began to flicker. Once, twice, my stomach plummeted. I stared at the dashboard, praying it was a loose wire, a failing alternator, anything but what I knew it was. But the lights flickered again, more violently this time. Before dying completely, plunging me into a blackness so total it felt like I'd been swallowed. My rig was a ghost, blind and silent, hurtling through an abyss. Rule 5-7I: if your headlights flicker and die, pull over immediately. Close your eyes and count to 100. Do not open them no matter what you hear against the glass. With trembling hands, I wrestled the big rig to a stop on the gravel shoulder. The moment the truck was still, the engine cut out on its own. The sudden, profound silence was more terrifying than any noise. There was no wind, no hum of electricity, nothing. Just the sound of my own blood roaring in my ears. I was a sitting duck. I took a deep, shuddering breath, squeezed my eyes shut, and began to count. 1, 2, 3. The cab was cold. The presence of the girl felt stronger now, amplified by the darkness and my own terror. I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck. 20. 120. 2. A soft tap came from the driver's side window, right next to my head. It was gentle, almost polite, like someone trying to get my attention. I squeezed my eyes tighter, my jaw clenched. 30, 5:36. The tapping stopped. It was replaced by a scratching sound. The slow, deliberate drag of fingernails across the glass. Scry-ape. Scry-ape. It was a sound designed to set every nerve on edge, to make the skin crawl. I could feel the vibrations through the headrest. 40, 7:40, 8:49. A man's voice whispered, his lips seemingly pressed right against the window. I know you're in there, Sam. Just want to talk. Open your eyes. How did it know my name? The thought sent a fresh wave of panic through me. I kept counting, my voice a hoarse whisper. 61, 62. Then came the banging. Hard, frantic thumps against the metal of the door, the roof, the sleeper compartment. It sounded like a mob. Dozens of fists hammering on my fortress, trying to beat their way in. The entire truck shook with the violence of the assault. And through it all, the whispers continued, a chorus of voices hissing from every direction. Let us in. It's cold out here. She invited us. My counting faltered. My mind was screaming at me to open my eyes, to face my attackers, to do something. But Elias's words echoed in my memory. These aren't suggestions. They're physics. Then, the worst thing of all. A whisper from inside the cab. It was the voice of a little girl, right beside my ear. They just want to see you. She breathed. her voice devoid of any warmth or emotion. The cold from the passenger seat enveloped me, seeping into my bones. I flinched away, pressing myself against the driver's door, as if I could phase through the metal. 91, 90, 293. My voice was barely audible, a desperate, broken prayer. The banging intensified. The truck, rocking violently on its suspension. I could hear the glass of the windshield, groaning under the pressure. 98, 99. I held my breath. 100. I finished the count and waited, my body rigid with terror. For a moment, the cacophony continued, and I thought the rule had failed, that I was about to be torn apart. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, it all stopped. The silence crashed back in, absolute and complete. I waited for what felt like an hour, though it was probably only a few seconds, before I dared to open my eyes. The cab was empty. The darkness outside was still perfect, impenetrable. I reached out a trembling hand and turned the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and with it, the headlights blazed back on, cutting a clean, sharp path through the night. The road ahead was empty. The shoulder was empty. There were no footprints in the dust, no marks on the truck. It was as if nothing had happened. But something had. I was no longer just a driver passing through a haunted place. I had paid a toll. I had let something in, and I had endured its test. The cold in the passenger seat remained, a permanent stain on my world. I put the truck in gear and pulled back onto the highway, my body soaked in a cold sweat, my mind fractured. A few miles later, a green sign glowed in my headlights, Mile 78. The mirror zone was over. I was allowed to look again. But the thought of glancing into that polished rectangle of glass, of seeing what might be reflected in the seat beside me now, filled me with a horror so profound, it almost made me stop the truck again. I had survived the test, but the journey wasn't over. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that the worst was yet to come. Passing mile marker 78 didn't bring the relief I had desperately craved. The acute, heart-pounding terror of the headlight failure and the assault on my cab had subsided. But it was replaced by something more insidious, a deep, soul-wearying dread. The immediate threats were gone, but the violation remained. The cold spot on the passenger seat was a permanent fixture, a cancer in the heart of my sanctuary. It was a constant reminder that I was no longer alone, that I had a passenger who had boarded without permission and paid no fare. I was now allowed to use my mirrors, but I couldn't bring myself to look. The memory of that gray, dead world and the girl with empty sockets for eyes was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. To look now felt like tempting fate, like asking the abyss to stare back. So I drove on, my eyes fixed forward. My world shrunk to the twin beams of my headlights and the suffocating confines of the cab. The miles rolled by in a blur of asphalt and oppressive darkness. The presence beside me was silent, but its silence was loud. It was the silence of the grave, heavy and absolute. I was a long-haul trucker, a profession defined by solitude. But this was a new kind of loneliness. The loneliness of being trapped with something that was not human, a chilling intimacy with the unknown. The eastern sky began to bleed from black to a bruised, deep purple. Dawn was coming. Rule A1. End it before sunrise. A new kind of urgency gripped me. This wasn't about a delivery deadline anymore. It was about survival. The rising sun felt less like a promise of safety and more like a closing gate. I had to be off this road, out of this thin place, before the veil between worlds solidified, trapping me on the wrong side. My hands were slick with sweat on the wheel, my body running on pure adrenaline and the dregs of caffeine. I finally saw it in the distance. The faint, welcoming glow of highway lights, the familiar green of an interstate sign. The exit was just ahead. Freedom. As I guided the rig onto the off-ramp, the transition was jarring. The two-lane blacktop of the thin highway gave way to the smooth, wide expanse of the interstate. The oppressive silence was broken by the distant hum of other trucks, the sounds of the living world. It was like surfacing after being held underwater for too long. I took a gasping breath, the air in my lungs feeling sharp and real. Then, I remembered the final rules. Rule 5: before you exit the highway at dawn, pat the dash and thank her for the safe passage. Gratitude is a form of payment. My hand, trembling uncontrollably, reached out and patted the dashboard of my Peterbilt. The plastic was cool and solid beneath my palm. It was a real, tangible object in a world that had lost all sense of reality. Thank you, I whispered, my voice a dry crackle. Thank you for the safe passage. It was a trucker superstition, something the old-timers did, but this felt different. This was a ritual, a payment. As the words left my lips, the profound, unnatural cold that had been anchored to the passenger seat for hours simply dissolved. The oppressive weight in the cab lifted. The faint smell of damp earth vanished. I was alone again, truly alone. The relief was so sudden, so absolute, that it almost brought me to my knees. The girl was gone. I had paid the toll. I pulled into the first brightly lit, sterile-looking truck stop I saw, the rising sun casting long shadows across the parking lot. I killed the engine, and the silence that followed was my own. It was beautiful. For a long moment, I just sat there, basking in it. My mind a fractured mess of what I had just endured. I needed to get out. I needed to feel solid ground under my feet. I opened the door and stepped out of the cab, my legs unsteady. The morning air was cool and smelled of diesel fumes and dew, damp asphalt. The familiar, comforting smells of my world. I had survived. But as I stood there, a strange feeling washed over me. I remembered the last rule on the card, the one that had made no sense at the time. Rule 11, the road always needs a watcher. I looked back at my truck, then at my own hands. They looked older, the skin more wrinkled, the knuckles more pronounced. I stumbled into the truck stop's restroom and stared at my reflection in the grimy mirror. The face that stared back was not the one I knew. It was gaunt, hollowed out. My eyes, once clear, were now shadowed, haunted, holding a permanent exhaustion that had nothing to do with a single sleepless night. They were Elias's eyes. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The journey hadn't been a delivery run. It had been a test, an audition, a handover. Elias hadn't just been warning me, he had been choosing his replacement. He had seen the same stubborn pride in me that had once led him down that road, and he had passed the burden on. I splashed cold water on my face, but I couldn't wash away the image in the mirror. I was marked, changed. I had traveled through a liminal space, a threshold between worlds, and I had not come back whole. I had left a part of myself back on that highway, and I had brought a piece of it back with me. I walked out of the restroom and into the diner section of the truck stop, moving like a man in a dream. I ordered a coffee I didn't want and sat down in a booth, my mind reeling. I was free of the road, but the road was not free of me. That's when I saw him. A young driver, no older than 25, sat in a booth across the room. He was brimming with the kind of cocky confidence that only inexperience can give. He had a tablet out, tracing a route with his finger. A shortcut. I could see the name of the highway on his screen, a thin, forgotten line cutting through the desert. A cold, grim certainty settled over me. I knew what I had to do. The road always needs a watcher. It was a law of that place, its own kind of physics. A law I was now bound to enforce. I reached into my shirt pocket. The laminated card was still there, its edges worn, its surface stained. It felt heavier now, like a judgment. I stood up, my joints aching with a wariness that felt ancient, and walked over to the young driver's table. He looked up, annoyed at the interruption. I leaned in, and the voice that came out of my mouth was not my own. It was a dry, tired rasp, the voice of a ghost. "You're not thinking of running that road tonight, are you, Hand?" The cycle had begun again, and I was its new, unwilling gatekeeper.